there we go. Unexpected, victorious Tornado Energy.
2016 Wargaming.net League World Champions.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the EU Wargaming.net League Season 2. My name is Ryan Murphy and I'm joined here today with Jordi Versamesi, also known as the Killzor. How are you feeling today, mate?
Amazing.
It's a nice bow tie you've got on there, mate.
Thanks, man. It feels great. Yeah. Let's go back to that camera.
Okay, so if you're wondering why the close-up was on Daki there, we made a bet last time we were casting on Friday that whoever was going to win the next match between Go Hard and Gunrunners, I of course predicted it correctly with Go Hard. Daki lost, which meant Daki had to wear a bow tie the next time me and him were casting together.
Never seen such a throw.
It wasn't. It was perfectly done. But that was then. This is now. All the close-ups. All the close-ups we could get. That was then. This is now. Today, let's have a look at actually the standings and how it's been affected from the matches yesterday.
Well, Ding surprisingly losing against Gunrunners yesterday made it now that Go Hard is the #1 after the first round robin. You can see, first round robin. There is still one match to be played, but that doesn't change who can be #1 because Kazna Oops have one match left to go in this round robin. So Go Hard closing out the first time everybody plays each other as first. And now you can see with Gunrunners picking up some points, they're actually starting to get closer. So if they win today, for example, then they're on 7 points and the Subas on 8. So that bottom positions, it's all still open for everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy how much the league's been affected this season with the wins and losses and how it's wide open for every team right now. Now let's have a look at the schedule for today's matches and we'll jump right into our first match, which is actually fairly important really for both teams. I mean, every match is important, but this one could be more important than others, potentially.
Well, yeah, if Gunrunners pick it up, Subas stay on 8, Gunrunners go to 7, then there's only 1 point difference between the two. Obviously, number 8 gets demoted automatically, so loses his spot #7 into relegation, so you want to be on that #7 spot ideally. But then Go Hard versus Utopia. Now this is going to be an interesting one as well, because Go Hard want to continue staying on #1. Utopia want to climb up more in the rankings. It's going to be interesting to see those face off against each other. But match of the day, Kazna Crew versus Oops. I mean, if there's any match I'm looking forward to, it's definitely that one.
Yeah, I mean, Kazna Crew and Oops, both of them underperforming realistically this season and looking shadows of their former selves and what we know they're capable of.
Yeah, it's for both these teams. They have a lot of time. I mean, Kazna Crew, we've seen them experiment a little bit with different lineup changes here, there, this player's playing and this player's playing. But they are a team that comes to life towards the later stages of the season. We know them as slow starters, so not big of a surprise there. We know them as a team that comes to life at the end of the season. We're getting towards that middle point, not quite yet, but they should start the rise at this point.
Yep. Now, if you are already playing Fantasy, well, you have a chance to beat me, Daki, and Mojo. If not, this is a link on the screen. It is www.fantasy.eslgaming.com, where you can join in, beat me, Daki, or Mojo, and win gold. It's simple as that.
At this point, mainly beat Mojo.
Mainly beat Mojo, although actually I might swap places with Mojo right now. I mean, Mojo's in about 570.
Dude, my team has been doing great, actually. It's been doing amazing. I think I have like Niall and stuff, and he actually got a ton of decap points last time, so it's going well for me. For you two, not that much.
Currently, Mojo's about 570. Daki's on about 240 or something like that. And then I'm on something like 260, I think. There's something like 2,400 people in the league currently right now. Anyone can have a bad week, anyone can have a catch-up week. It's just random who you pick sometimes right now. There's not necessarily clear winners. There is some clear damage dealers. Unji, for example, is always coming out top for his team. Karubari Annihilator are a bit ropey. Breakneck's usually a good pick to go for. Mayland, but they're expensive players, so you need to somehow balance it out with players who are a bit cheaper and could potentially still have great games.
Well, don't forget always to pick players of who they're going to play 3 matches.
That's true as well, yes. Always try and pick players from they're going to have a 3-match weekend. Now, going into our first match of the day, it is eSuba against Gunrunners. Now, let's have a look at the eSuba lineup here, Daki. It's not really a team that rotates quite a lot of the players, is it?
No, not really. We haven't seen CNNK play. They do small changes here and there, but we mainly see people like Combat, Andrew, Lukin, Jukic, Bertelicek, Tomasek, Froley, those kind of people come into the lineup most of the time. For me, it's still Combat and Froley. Personally, Combat, he can do the climbs, he can do standout performances, and then Froley, all-around player. We see him play so many different tanks that, playing RT, then playing tanks on tier 10, then playing RU251, such and such and such. So diversity is an important thing to have as a player. Makes you a lot more valuable to a team.
Yep. Andrew as well, he's one of these players that kind of sneaks under the radar in a way that
unless
Camille
he gets
does
ammo
for
racked,
Oops.
then he doesn't really sneak under anything.
But in a way like Camille for Oops, where he's not one of the ones you would necessarily think would be top damage dealer with other players in his team, but always does quite consistently high. Now they're going up against here Gunrunners. Had an absolutely phenomenal match yesterday, beating Ding 5-3.
And before that, going 5-3 down against Gohard. Yes, they lost that match, but it was a good one from Gunrunners and not so good one from Gohard. It's yesterday the same thing. I mean, Ding didn't seem on form. They didn't seem prepared whatsoever. They seemed to underestimate Gunrunners, and you have to keep in mind, Gunrunners did win 2 rounds in the last second of it. So one time saved by RT, one time killing Elin in the last second. So it could have gone either way, but they picked up the win against Ding, and that's all that matters. And player-wise, we know Danny, Unji, main players.
Definitely, for sure. Danny can sometimes blow a bit hot and cold with his damage. He can sometimes get taken out earlier on, but has the potential to do huge amounts, especially when he's playing on the TDs or, for example, the RT. And Unji's just consistent damage dealer, consistently coming up high. No matter which team he's playing against as well, that's one of the things. He always seems to be certainly farming for his team. Good player to have in your team.
Yeah, of course. The question is here for both these teams. How is Gunrunners going to do again against the slow style of Isuba? Is Isuba going to be able to react if Gunrunners do unexpected things, which we have seen them do?
Yes.
I mean, Gunrunners is the team that, could drive out with 3 Type 5 heavies at one point. It's like,
So I want to see, yeah. But now, interesting thing as well, this is the second time these teams are playing each other.
Last time Isuba won in tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker, yeah.
5-4. That was the only point Gunrunners picked up until this point.
Now, let's have a look at the maps, Daki, and see what we're going to be playing on and in which order here for the first match of the day.
Well, steps coming out between both of these teams. This is a great map for Isuba, really. They have good stats on it. They've played it 6 times. They have an 83% overall win ratio. They haven't lost on defense. This is a terrible map from Gunrunners, so they want to go 1-1 on this. Then Prokhorovka, actually a horrible map for Isuba. Played it twice, lost it twice. Gunrunners played it 10 times. It's their second most played map, so they should have more experience here than Ghost Town. And Himmelsdorf coming in. Again, these will be balanced between the two because they're not such great on it either, both of them. So, it kind of depends if Isuba can pick up that first map of steps where they are, statistically at least, in the advantage compared to Gunrunners. And if Gunrunners can do something back on Prokhorovka, which they've played a lot more than Isuba. So perhaps Isuba will win the first map, Gunrunners will win the second map, then 1-1s all around and go to another tiebreaker between these two. Doesn't seem unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to see steps as one of the first maps. We don't generally see that coming out from between two teams. It's an open map, can be sometimes very easily defended compared to the attacking side.
If you make the climbs, if you're allowed to make the climbs on the defending side, then yes. But I think teams will...
We've seen it with Isuba.
Yeah, but I think good Gunrunners with RT probably going to shut that down.
Well, let's have a look at the lineups and see if there is going to be RT involved here, as we can see which vehicles the teams are going to be using. Gunners, indeed, Daki going with an M4, M43, but they're on the defensive team. Yeah,
Gunners is defending here, but same thing for Isuba. They also have that Lorraine that can knock down anybody on the climb. They also have the IS-7. We have seen the strategy come out multiple times even from his Suba. They can go towards that eastern side. IS-7 with binoculars can go sit in that gap, spot the RU-251. We saw what happened to, I think it was it Froley himself? No, it was Froley that one-shot at Spoink up there. I think it was Spoink. Was it Spoink? I think it was Spoink.
Spoink got wrecked multiple times up in that area.
I think, yeah, it was Spoink. Spoink was in the RU-251. IS-7 with binoculars spotted him. RT took him down.
Yeah, yeah. Be interesting to see if that happens.
But Gunrunners STRV can also climb on towards that 0 line.
Okay. Okay, well, let's see how the teams play this one out. It's Gunrunners Isuba, and the first map is Steps.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
Okay, and here we go for our first battle. Gunrunners red team are defending against Isuba blue team on the attack. Both teams have kind of similar blue camouflages, so don't let that fool you. Just try and look at the health bar colours above their heads.
Yep, we can see here they're going to boost Ondrax in the Bacha. Danny and Ondrax will be doing that. Close enough to each other should work out. This time Danny not with the small fire extinguisher like he had last time. Ondrax just about made it, so that's important. Some blind shots coming out in the meantime as well, but this defense from Gunrunners, we'll have to see if it works out, because the Suba can at any moment in time relocate back towards that eastern side. I just checked, Overus does have binoculars on his IS-7, so if he does want to go back towards that 9-0 line there, you can see it almost, well, here we see it. Overus in the IS-7 with binoculars. This allows him the rotation towards the eastern side as well, as if they so chose to do it, because we have seen what it is capable of. But for now, they seem content to just take the left side of the map, because there's not that many contesting coming out from Gunrunners just yet. They're sitting far back trying to defend from the rails. Unji's going to be spotting and Storm's going to be shooting, and I'm going to see if this works out, because if either of them gets spotted, it's game over. Lorraine RT will wreck the STRV. Yeah,
the STRV has to come out of siege mode to do that, and those vital seconds is usually enough time for RT to zone in and get a connecting shot, which is going to go right through the top of that armor, as there's Overus is spotted and Storm gets a shot over. I don't know exactly what it is, but Overus actually, yep, gets hit. Oh, there's, wow. Swing and a miss from artillery, just fell short, sadly.
Yeah, but they know where he is, that's the thing. Won't take that long before those bushes get blind fired. They should be aware of the positions that they can possibly be spotted from. Overus can peek, check bushes on the A line, for example, like A3, A4, there's bushes. He doesn't get spotted from that. Well, then it has to be B4, it has to be A5. And with 7 minutes, 50 seconds left, I mean, if he gets a connection, it's still going to be a rip in pepperonis for the STRV.
Yes, certainly, unless we're watching artillery dead on right now, you'll just suddenly see the health bar of Storm get dropped as RT connects with them. I'm pretty sure they'll try and find blind fire another one in there in just a second.
Well, he has 9 seconds left on reload now, and seems to be looking towards Unji's bushes.
Okay. Try and decide where he wants to shoot at the moment. Overus, meanwhile, hiding behind this rock like it says.
I think he's aiming directly at Unji. Oof, that was close.
You see the tree falling down there, actually, beside Unji from the view here of Overus. Very defensive here from Gunrunners, just taking a position all across the ridgeline. And Isuba really, Daki, they're making a probe for one, but do they have time to rotate into two?
They still have time to rotate, but they have to do it soon-ish, because Gunrunners is going to take map control at that point. IS-7 is going to take a long time to rotate. Unji is actually a little bit further than the bush EDT blind shot. Actually a little bit more RT safe even as well. And EDT is going to make another shot soon, but you can see in the meantime Gunrunners is starting to take that sudden side, so it becomes harder and harder to rotate, and they pushed Overus over the rails, and he's going to go aggressive to try and spot somebody.
Overus going up there. He is spotted out there by Unji, so Storm gets a shot in. Nice one right through the front of him, actually. 4-3-3. It's a nice roll there. Now, they have artillery as well, so Saigo could always plop a shot over onto Overus anytime he wants to as well. EDT is going to go for Storm. He saw him there. He knows to aim just a slight bit. There's the connection from Artie onto Overus. Dead driver, tracked, and fuel rack already damaged at the moment. Unji is spotted. He's going to go down lightning quick as Andrew and Lucan get focused into him. Unji's down. But at the meantime, Unji actually got the kill on Overus, so it's traded for trade. IS7 at the moment for Batchat.
Well, I still think that Storm's going to have to run because they know where he is. And he actually gets a connection. And if they push down that rail now and spot him, that's 2 tier 10s down, which they should do. They should send another Batchat to go spot him. RT aims on that location and kill the STRV.
The moment they're not going for it, Enrico gets splashed here, so track damage and a dead driver on him and his object. So it looks like the fire's been spread out at the moment from EDT, and Storm's able to get away safely.
Yeah, they let Storm escape. I feel like that's a mistake from Isuba. I feel like they shouldn't have allowed this STRV to get away. They could have easily traded him with a Batchat rushing down, getting towards him, spotting him, RT. Another Batchat, this one gets on his side. They would at least trade 1 for 1. Most likely they'd get the STRV and the Batchat could survive, so a little bit slow there, I'd say, from Isuba.
Yep, but on the plus side, Isuba have got a bit more control over the #1 base here.
Yeah, I mean, they can start capping now, which is a great thing for them, and it seems like they're going to try and group up for the climb with 4 tanks. At least that's what it seems like they're posturing for.
Frawley, a little bit of an overextension there, going out, taking 2 shots for 3 shots now for nothing, as Danny can get a shot into him as well. Now, he's down to pretty much half health at the moment. Can he connect any shots in with Daki? Sticks his head up again and gets shot again, but Danny takes shots on the move. Danny's going to go down here.
That was a mistake. Danny, what are you doing, friend? I mean, it took very long for Isuba to get in position to shoot him, but they finally do and remove him. I mean, you could see there, Danny was in the open next to the rails for so long, and it took Isuba very, very long as well to actually get ready, and it seems like they're going to go... Are they going to go for a push here? I mean, it seems like it, because they're all on reloads, and perhaps they're going to go and push because they have the advantage.
Artie's going to go into cap circle. He's going to use
he's going to start capping.
Okay, now this is what I was going to mention earlier on. Niall was able to do a truck ton of damage there from Storm's position yesterday, and when Gohard were defending against who did Gohard play yesterday? Swift. So Storm has the potential to do massive damage. Now, another key thing as well is when this S-tank drives away, it's the same speed in reverse pretty much as it does go forward, so it's really quick at getting out of trouble. Yeah, but the thing is, they just want to kill tanks here to make sure RT can cap, and EDT actually got blind hit, which is annoying, but he will survive. Seago's spotted now as well, and the engagement's about to start. Combat getting singled out here by Storm and Enrico as Martin comes over the background to be able to give them a covering fire. Now, Combat does get dropped here by Storm, but now the next one focused is Tomasek actually getting the kill onto Enrico, and then Tomasek gets the kill on Storm as well, so double kill for him. And eSuper are just looking to close this one out by just killing all the tanks of Gunrunners. Yeah, they can kill, they can cap, they can do whatever they want. A nice closure of this first round here, pushing them out, and all this time they're still capping. Frawley can go back towards the cap and even capture that as well if he wants to. Ondrax is going to run out of ammo very soon as well, and when these batch come off reload from Isuba, they'll just close out the game. It's Ondrax coming back there to reload as Saigo tries to go for the blind shot there, shotgun into Frawley's face, but it didn't work. Frawley has one more shot. Can he get round before Saigo reloads? This is going to be interesting between the two. Can he connect the shot? Will Frawley go for it? Find out next week. Looks like Frawley doesn't want to commit. Saigo knows someone's coming behind him. He's shot. Frawley's going to come around. No, but it's Andrew that actually picks up the kill. So only 2 tanks left here in Gunrunners. eSuper can go in and 3-cap the base if they wanted to, or just sit in the base and force Martin and Ondrax to come at them. I mean, they're still taking damage here at the end. It's not 100% certain. Looking coming in here on Martin, but there's additional crossfire there as well from Tomasek. You saw Artie trying to get a shot over from EDT there, but missed. Ondrax now only person left. This is going to be going to eSuba, picking up the first round here on steps as Andrew comes flying over the hill for a little bit of style points as well. Yeah, I mean, good closure there from eSuba in the end. I think they could have killed the STRV still when he was in that position. But Danny was like, you know what, you didn't kill the STRV, you get me instead. Yeah. So a little bit of a gift there. He stayed very long. I mean, he did the initial damage from Frawley, which was nice. But then he stayed for that one more shot. And then all the guys from eSuba were like, hey, Danny, how are you doing? This is what we were saying at the start of the match as well. Danny's a player who's capable of doing potentially lots of damage, but he's also one of the players, and this is something that's rampant across eSuba and in the way Gunrunners. Players just not getting out of the way when he should and doing like little individual errors and stuff, getting caught out.
Yeah, they don't. Neither of them seem to have that real superstar player. I mean, yeah, Unji is a little bit of that, but still, he's lacking experience to fulfill that role completely. Where we see the other teams like Stefan and such, Ilian, etc., etc. Either of these teams is kind of missing that player that never really makes a mistake, because we have seen it where both these teams really cost us sometimes those failed individual plays. Prtalicek comes to mind because it's obviously the biggest one.
Yeah. You're never going to let that one lie, are you?
It's just whenever I think of Isuba, I think of Prtalicek.
That one play. Well, let's have a look at the stats and see the damage done here in that battle, where we can actually see which vehicle came out on top.
Well, Andrew here in the batch shot actually doing a very nice amount of damage, 3.7 in his batch shot. Martin as well, but you know, damage not that important. It's not a super carry. What it was important is the counter push they did across the rails into the guns of Gunrunners, take them down, because they know they had one extra. So even when they lost that first batch shot, who pretty much instantly got removed. Who was that? I think it was Combat even, I think, was that batch shot.
Combat was one of the first ones down.
Yeah,
Combat pushed over at the start when he tried to go in.
So
yeah.
it doesn't matter for them, because he did some damage, which is still more than what Danny did, and they had that one extra gun. And then they had the autoloaders to quickly remove the SCRV, the 140, and then just reload and continue.
I mean, Unji coming down here 10th place, and it was Andrew actually coming out in first place. That was quite interesting. Now, going into round 2, do you think we're going to get any surprise picks here from Gunrunners?
Hopefully not. I mean, if they want to win this match, let's keep it pretty standard, boys. Hopefully.
Nice and calm, yep. Nothing, no surprises. Surprises not good right now. What they need to focus on is, like Mojo's saying, like keep it simple. Keep it simple and just make it polished. Make sure that you're getting the moves when you need to get the moves, and then you can kind of react better to what the enemy's trying to do.
I think it will be fairly standard. I mean, we can see Suba maybe play with the RU from Frawley to climb on that eastern side, and then Gunrunners, I'm saying 90% sure going to play with artillery on steps attack, maybe even M53, because we know Danny really likes that RT. They can do that if they want. I mean, RT for sure, and then probably standard towards the left-hand side of the map, 1-2 line. And Isuba might defend the rails, they might not. That's the option as defender. I mean,
yeah,
like you can go defend the rails, which is hard to achieve against an RT, but it's possible.
Well, let's have a look at the lineups and see if there is any surprises coming out from any team. Grilla 15.
Grill, not a super surprise. It's not the greatest tank for steps because it's very open, and you know, you don't always get those good shots, and you need to swing your gun a lot. You're shooting a long distance, that cupolas, etc., of tanks. But Isuba with the 113, with the 140 might look to defend the rails because they have that RU. They can climb onto this 9-0 line, but let's see. Let's see if Gunrunners can do it with the RT. Let's see if we can make some solid connections.
Yep. It's going to be interesting. Let's jump into the battle and find out here for round 2 of steps. Isuba, blue side, are defending against Gunrunners, red side attacking. Now, we have seen from Isuba doing an absolutely perfect defense here, Daki, having both of the climbs done before, where we've seen the RU pick up the climb on the 0 line, and we've seen a batch at, I think it was Combat, going up the A3 first time round as well. So there we have Frawley actually.
He did the quick one actually, so he saves some precious time. Nice form, he makes it, but you can see Suba deciding rails. No, we're not going to try against the RD. We're just going to go back and to old and go 9-0 very quickly with 4 bad shots. Let's see where this rotation ends.
Could this go against them though? If Gunrunners were pushing on the rails and nobody gets spotted, they could then potentially triple cap?
I personally think it's very hard to defend this. You know, I think it's very hard to defend 9-0 line like this and defend the 1 base, because with the Gorilla, with the IS-7, you can take that C4, C5 position we see used a lot. You can get all the angles you need to pretty much cover off anything. I mean, you can get into that E1 pocket, you can climb the 1-line mountain, you can have all the angles of crossfire you could possibly need to shut down you know, the resets. You know, anything that comes out will be able to be shut down really hard. And This is a very, very aggressive rotation from Isuba.
Yeah, I wanted to ask it earlier on, is it beneficial for a team to ever go aggressive here?
I don't like this
steps
rotation
defending?
that much, because if they had somebody in J1, if they had somebody on that hill part, the game would already be over almost. And I think Danny might be trying to do that climb. And if he can still get up there in time, ooh, let's see, because he's going to be spotted when he's trying to climb.
Tomasek spots him. Danny slides back down the hill. Can he get himself into cover? He does quickly. Shot coming out, it looks like from Combat, actually connected with him, missed with the second one. Danny didn't make that climb and has to be careful now as he backs off and gets himself into a new area. Had he made that climb, that could have gave his team vital information, but he is able to say, hey, there's at least one tank over here.
He did get them a lot of information. Marta will just be doing this climb here. So yes, they don't have the one-line mountain, like they don't have K1, but they still could go back towards the cap.
I was going to say earlier on, I liked how when the artillery shot, when Saigo shot, Danny was waiting behind him to then boost him along quicker to help him reposition quicker. Doing a little train with the Batchat and the M40, M43. Now, you're attacking here as Gunrunners, Daki. How are you going to then push on here?
As Gunrunners, I mean, I'd personally still try to bait them out with the cap, but they seem content to go back, and it's going to be hard because they need to clear out a lot of angles, and I don't think this is the best choice for them.
Danny taking another shot there as he pushes forward again, so he's a bit of the sacrificial spar for his team, but I'm not sure that's the best of use for a Batchat.
It's just too many angles here for Isuba. I mean, they have the 140 there as well. They have Combat in that K4, 5 pocket. They have EDT there. They even have Froley coming back off that climb. And I don't think this is a fight that Gunrunners can win, that they can take, or they should take even at this point, because there's just too many angles for them to deal with, even with that IS-7. If they want to clear them out, they have to push forwards. They have to get into the gun line, the 140, the Batchat's behind, the 113, Froley now coming off as well. I'd much rather see them go back towards that cap, just take that E1 pocket, keep the middle safe and play from there, because they know Isuba's locked down in that area. They could force them into a reaction, but counter pushing here, I don't know if it's going to work out.
Shot being missed there on Storm. Now the thing is whatever Gunrunners do, Isuba are pre-aiming at areas already, so the minute Sixth Sense comes up, it's already too late. They already have a couple of seconds where
Artie might die here towards Froley though.
Froley pushing in the back. Is he going to get a spot on Saigo?
He sees Unji.
Sees Unji's going to carry on. I mean, he can use the rails. He's going to take
He's going to load
shot.
HG and destroy that Griller.
100.
Okay, maybe not. But now Froley's spotted out.
I mean, this is an interesting area for a fight. We don't normally ever get fights down here like this.
Nope. But I think Gunrunners is right now gearing up to push though, because Ondrax joined Enrico, Martin's coming here as well.
Now,
they're going for it.
Okay, well, let's actually listen into the team speak and see how things are going here with the team.
Marčo, jedna jeda.
Já ho zabiju.
Já jedu s Gidalem.
To 13 mě dá.
Zabiju nám Artu, ale jo?
Jo. Zabijte ty vlevo, ty dva vlevo. Zabijte ty dva.
Marčo, zabiju ho.
Mám.
Můžete mi někdo helpnout s tou 113?
Já ti zkusím pomoct.
Já mám ještě dvě.
Ne, nemůžu ti, ser na to, odejď sama.
Jedu pryč.
Já nabím. Já si nabiju a zkusím teď.
Kombat dostal. Kombat má málo.
Já musím dolů.
Já jdu pro to ručko, já půjdu pro to ručko, ale já mám ještě nabím. Já nevím 25. Zkusil se schovat před tím ručkem, máme otak.
Já můžu dát Lukinovi,
Jeden bad je na ránu, já si potřebuji nabít, zabiju to ručko.
Neprobila mě.
Jedou pryč odsaď.
Musíte jenom vyblít těch chápka, já si zajedu zabít.
Já budu potřebovat.
Tak já jdu k Enriku.
Já potřebuji pomoc, on má lepší dip. On mě neprobí. Ale potřebuji pokryt ten zbytek.
420 čas, pohoda.
Storma bacha na
jdu pro to ručko.
Ručku jedem. Já se dívám na to.
Já za ním nepůjdu, já jsem tady jenom
Nice Storma.
Hej, 140 Storma tě bude čas. On pikne na mě.
Nemůže.
Já se dívám na toho bata, on nahoře.
Ale furt mi se může kdokoliv přijet.
Už
mě, ručko.
Storma tohle jste? Pušou. Baťáka.
Já zabiju to 113,
Dej mu jednu. Já mám volet na 140.
Já jsem ho...
Hej, potřebuji pomoct.
Dám mu ránu. Já nabím.
Zabij toho bata. Marťo, zabij ho.
Ouncel jsem ho, pomám, už mi došli na...
Je tam Andrew na ránu.
Já nabím.
Já zkusím Andrewa.
Marťo, odjeď,
Marťo,
Oba
dobře. Mají 2 baty na ránu, píčo.
Já zkusím tady, já mám 15 sekund reload.
Jako on jede, on bude chtít na mě, Andrew.
Já ti zabiju kombata za 10 sekund.
This one's going right to the wire here, Daki. 3 on 3 at the moment, but Lukin has all the HP for Isuba.
You could hear there on the TeamSpeak. I mean, you don't have to understand the reaction from Storm, and he didn't kill the 1-1-3. He's like, no. But you know they can easily win this because indeed all the HP is on Lukin. He is a 140. He's a single shooter. If Danny can get a nice clip on towards him, he even gets ammo racked.
Lukin getting clipped on at the moment. Storm coming around for a shot as well. Storm doesn't get the shot out.
Another
the
ammo
actual
rack.
shot over. Lukin ammo racked again though. Can Danny finish him off? He can take a shot, Danny. Martin's getting shot in the background though by Combat. Great overwatch and covering fire there. Andrew's on a one shot. If he wants to come in and try and help Lukin, Combat's on a one shot as well. I don't know, Daki. It's still really difficult to call this one.
The thing is, Danny at this point has 705 HP, 320 from the 140, and 490 from the bat shot. Will make it so he cannot survive anything that peaks against him. It's just too much. Even with low rolls, he should always go down. And Martin actually gets picked up by Andrew.
Andrew getting the one-on-one there with Martin as Martin tried to come around the supports. All up to Danny now. He doesn't have enough to clip out everyone. He is attacking, he has to make the move. He's going to get shot at here by Lukin. Combat on Overwatch again, and then the final shot comes in there from Andrew. Well played to Isuba. Gunrunners so close, but not close enough.
They stormed there, not killing the 113, lost them a lot of HP at that point as well, but still this counter push, I think Isuba should have always have held that off. I mean, I don't even know how they got so close to losing that because they had all the positions they needed. They lost that one bat shot on the corner instantly for free. They did not trade well enough. They came around with 3 tanks, killed that guy, and didn't even do anything in return. Ideally, you want to pretty much kill a bat shot for that, and it didn't happen. And then Lukin having all the HP, I mean, it almost worked out, but some small mistakes from both teams going against them, and then especially Gunrunners. I still don't like that they went for this counter push. Honestly, I don't think this was worth it. I don't think this was the best idea even in this situation. I think capping might have worked out better for them.
Storm coming top damage there in I7. Overus next in combat for Isuba. Martin high up the board again. Batchat. I mean, yeah, it was unusual because they were the attacking team, but they wanted to come back and fight the defenders when their line had already been set. So no matter what they did, whatever movement they did, they were going to take shots straight away.
Pretty much all they had to do almost was have the I7 in the middle, making sure that if Isuba rotated there, they spotted that E1 pocket, and then put like 2 guys on the cap to bait it out and spot every other angle. And then if they come in, just shoot them down as they're approaching. As soon as you spot them, leave the cap and choose a side to counter push. Because they're not all going to come from the same side unless they all push 1-2 line. But then again, it would be obvious. And they wouldn't be able to get to that E1 pocket, that elevated position. So they would have to split it up. So Isuba would have, Gunrunners would have been able to push off the cap into an area and overmatch it, most likely, and at least get the RU for free, because he would probably go into spot. And with Unji, they probably could have killed him. I feel like capping would have worked better for them because they could have baited Isuba to drive into their guns if they positioned them well all around the map.
Yeah, at least with a cap, they would be in control of the fight. Where in that time, in that situation, they weren't in control of the fight. It was Isuba 100% just saying, okay, we're going to wait here. We're going to make them come back to us. And
Isuba seems pretty aware of how Gunrunners would react because they had 6 tanks there, getting Froley off the hill really quickly as well, which can cost you.
Yeah.
Because if Gunrunners was just doing a rotation through the north for like 1 or 2 bad shots, he would be dead as well. But yeah, Isuba seemed to realize what Gunrunners wanted to do.
Doesn't seem to be the Gunrunners we saw yesterday, does it?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, now next map we're going to be going into Prokhorovka.
We did say though, that Isuba could win this map 2-0 when we began because they have the better stats, so they should be the better team on it. But Prokhorovka is the map that Gunrunners played a lot more than Isuba, so perhaps they can pick it up 2-0 here, and then we go 1-1 towards tiebreaker.
Potentially, it could be setting it up. Now we're just waiting on everything to be ready at our end, and we can jump into the lineups and show you guys what teams are going to be bringing into this battle. Now, what do you expect to see here from Isuba? Or Gunrunners, in fact?
So, Okay, Gunrunners is attacking. No, I just wanted to see who's attacking, who's defending. Gunrunners is attacking. We probably see them do something again similar with that 1-1 double 1-1-3 or double I7, whatever they prefer with the gorilla, which is what they've played a lot on attack. And from Insuma, I don't. Maybe an STRV, bad shots, maybe an STB 1-1-3, you know, standard.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the lineups here for the first round of Pro Krovoga and see which vehicles are being brought by the teams. Double IS-7 and an S-Tank there from Isuba on defense, Daki.
Yeah, IS-7's good to hold that middle, obviously, because of their turret being pretty much unpenetratable. E5 works in the middle as well, but they have the cupola. If you get unlucky, you know, Gorilla shoots your cupola, but it's 750 HP down. Gunrunners, IS-7, 1-1-3, Gorilla. Standard setup for them. They like those double heavy tanks. We saw how Ding shot them down yesterday on their attack. Yes, on their attack it was. Maybe Gunrunners can do better against the Suba though.
Well, there's one way to find out. Let's find out here on Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
Okay, and we are underway here. Gunrunners on the red side are on the attack, and Isuba on the blue side are on the defense.
Yep, they're just going for the classic split here. Gunrunners, you can see them move around. 1-1-3, I7 splitting up towards the middle. Obviously, Isuba does have that RT available to them, but that does mean they need to put a bad shot in the bushes, which is going to be over Roos here. It seems like he's going to be the dedicated spotter for the Isuba lineup. That is obviously not ideal either, because committing a tier 10 to a bush where usually tier 8s play, if there's some push from Gunrunners, they catch this bad shot off guard, etc, etc. You know how this can go. Unji's just monitoring the eastern side rotation, and Gunrunners needs to be careful playing in this middle area with this double heavy tank setup because of that RT. If they wait too long to make their move, these heavy tanks could be half HP before the game even starts.
Well, KV-122 is on offer at the moment.
I don't even have that.
I don't have it either, actually, I don't think.
I feel like Danny should have hit this shot here against Tomasek, but didn't, and Enrico might feel the pain of driving in the middle.
Just a little tickle. Just a little tickle, a little reminder from artillery that he's there.
And his driver died.
Rip. 113 driver, okay, I was going to say IS-7 driver dies quite a lot, but yeah, it's one of the only things you can shoot at frontally. 113 does take a lot of module damage though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like you get ammo racked again, you lose your driver, you lose your gunner, and then you're like, okay, this is a standard 1-1-3 game. Danny, in the meantime...
Oh, that was a better connection.
No, that was actually no connection. He took the
Okay,
damage
just
before.
took damage before it,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
still showing. Ah, okay. Hector.
Now the question is, what are they going to do? Because if they want to push the 1-2 line, and they wanted to use the 1-1-3, well, with a dead driver, let's just say he's not rushing anywhere. I mean, they have Jack of all trades, obviously, so it is not as severe, but it is still a factor.
It's going to keep chipping away at Danny's health here. 360 there, damage on him again. And this is, I mean, this has happened to Danny before in this situation. This happened against Gohard, I believe. He just got his health chipped all the way down.
Let's just stop peeking for now, and you can see Enrico now made it into the 1-2 line. You're going to see the choo-choo train, if you remember.
Behind the IS-7, yep.
Behind the 1-1-3.
1-3 this time, okay.
They have to be careful about one thing, though, because if RT zooms in on them, he could detrack every single one of them in that train.
Okay, here we go. Saigo gets spotted and gets hit for 800. Two back chats already spread out from behind Enrico and Ondrax. Tomasek gets the kill on Saigo. They've already lost their scout as the shots come into Enrico. I don't know why Martin's sitting so far out to the side, because they're just going to focus him. And they do, as Probably gets the kill on Martin. Enrico actually hits a bit of wreckage there from Saigo as Ondrax and Unji try to jump over here onto... went onto Overus there, but this push from Gunrunners came to a crashing halt.
This push from Gunrunners is dead. Froley's still unspotted right now, and they need to kill these bad shots if they want to make any significant change into this round.
I mean, okay, Danny got a kill on artillery, but you still have 4 tanks here from Isuba on full health. Oh well, we make that 3 tanks of full health. Tomasek now being focused fire here from the remaining tanks, but Unji and Undrax are on reload, and Froley can just happily shoot for all he's worth right now.
Froley is having the game of his life. He's being so happy with this. Like, he can just sit there and farm. And Martin, I have no idea what he was doing. And Froley is just here, like, chilling pretty much.
This is exactly what Muka did the first time Utopia did this, and Muka just sat in the exact same position. It was like, hey, look, tank's coming at me and nobody can see me. Looking, getting a shot there into Danny's face once again in the IS-7 as he's aiming over towards the trees, but no one's going to shoot him over from that area, and Ondrax is running all the way back to try and get himself unspotted again, but nope, he is respotted here right now, and shot's going to come back into him.
This was a bad execution from Gunrunners. A good hold from Asuba, obviously, coming out. I mean, doing what they had to do, hit the shots, kill the tanks. Froley just happily farming in the back lines. Danny and Ondrax don't have much to do in this round as Luke in combat. We're going to close it out in 3-0. Yep.
Yep, it's the Ding effect. It's the Ding effect. Once a team defeats Ding,
They
their
lose.
next match, they don't do so great. Now, Gunrunners are the team that's beat Ding the strongest, and in their next match, they're winning, or they're losing the hardest.
Rip Ondrax, boys.
Rest in pepperonis as Combat picks up the kill and gets me vital fantasy points.
Of course. But, you know, as soon as Overus got spotted in that batcha, the rotation should have been, the 113 should have went into the hole, you know, the hole on the side, the little hole down area next to the trees. He should have gone in there. Martin, I don't even know what to say about that.
I mean, why do that?
No, not sure, but what they should have done is they should have swung out. They knew the batchas were there because they were starting to get shot at. They knew that the STRV was there, which is obvious, right? So they pushed. They should have come out, killed Overus on the side, continued, and then killed the IS-7 as well, who was there as well. If they kill that batchat and they kill that IS-7, they can continue because there was just one IS-7 left on A6. They can drive back over the middle ridge and such. But Storm also died in his gorilla somehow. I don't think he even did a shot. So they should have went east, killed the batchat, killed the IS-7, and then continued pushing or something, and actually not drive into the STRV and allow him to farm 4k damage.
Yeah, 4k damage, 3 kills. I mean, whoever gets that S-tank in that position must be like, okay, I could potentially clean up this battle, or it could all go wrong and the fight could happen on the other side of the map.
It's just a bad play from Storm, that one shot, okay, so 574. But it's just, you know, like that split second decision somebody should have made. Like we should go over here. We should go over here, drive into Overus, kill him, continue, kill the IS-7, and then they can either continue and kill the next IS-7 or try and reload and sit in the dip as the 2 heavy tanks cover them. But 3 tanks here with almost nothing done. Gorilla, RU, Batchat. I mean, if they went over, they killed Overus, they killed the IS-7 for sure as well. The guys in the back line from Misuba have to peek up on the A2, A3 position. Then the heavies could shoot them as well. The heavies could shoot towards them, and the Gorilla could shoot towards them as well. They would die, probably. And I think Gunrunners would have won the round in that case.
I mean, Martin had no shots fired even. I mean, they were behind the
I don't
IS-7.
even know why he drove back.
Yeah,
he drove behind the 113 and then he drove out of the line.
Behind the 113, sorry. We know the position, the tactic there. You drive up in a train line, basically, so that the heavy at the front absorbs all the shot. But the minute you have a Batchat that moves out from that and the Batchat spotted, they're just going to focus the Batchat because they want to get rid of the damage dealer. I mean, and tracking shots are going to try and fall from the heavies, but I mean, what, are you going to have a free shot in the Batchat? Of course you're going to take it.
Of course, and we saw how long Martin lasted.
In the blink of an eye. Now here's the lineups going into round 2. Gunrunners Daki going here with 2 STBs and an IS-7 on defense. Isuba taking a Kramwagen and a Gorilla on attack.
Kranwagen, let's see how that works out. It is, you know, not the greatest on long distance. And Gunrunners here with double STB. Probably going to looking to go very aggressive in the beginning and the middle of the map. I mean, that's really only where the STBs work. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them drive middle with most of their forces and then perhaps go towards 8-9, try to get flanking shots, exactly like we saw against Ding.
It will be interesting. Now let's jump into Prokhorovka round 2 here. Our Gunrunner's going to bring it back to 3-1. Our eSuba going to step ahead onto 4-0 and that vital match point as well. eSuba blue team attacking to Gunrunner's red team defending.
You can see already a lot of tanks here from Gunrunners moving towards the eastern side. Not as aggressive as I thought they would go. They're just going a little bit split up. Just the I-7 and SDB in the middle. But eSuba posturing very, very heavily towards 1-2 line. Maybe they can catch this bad shot here in the city though, but I don't think Froley is going to allow himself to be caught out. He's probably going to go over the rails here. At least he should. No, he's going to continue driving.
He's spotted, but nobody has a shot on him.
And they were a little bit too far away, so he'll be safe. He'll be fine.
Is he going to go over the rails? He's going to go over the rails. He's going to hang about and go over to where Positive was, which wasn't a great place for him when it was Ding Gunrunners.
It's just Danny spotting into the 1-2 line, so I wonder how that's going to work out because he needs to get out of there if they drive towards him. And they still have time to work with RT on towards Will. If Will gets some solid connections from that RT, he needs to get out of there as well.
EDT could be on cleanup duty here if he sees anybody. But eSuba at the moment, they're starting to do the push, Daki. We see a choo-choo train coming from eSuba here right now as well.
Yeah, but the entire lineup from Gunrunners has backed off at this point. You can see that they are already out of there. Will has repositioned as well, and they're not going to fall for this. And they're going to start taking the 0 line here, which is the correct thing to do, obviously, because you need that position so you can go to K8 and such. I mean, the one thing here is that eSuba can put the Kranwagen on the cap, but it's not the greatest because, you know, it doesn't 100% work, but it can work. But the RT, they don't have the terrain to really put onto the cap.
So at what point here do eSuba go, ah?
At this point, they're already like, okay,
Yeah.
it's clear.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we've been hoodwinked. They knew it was coming and they've moved. Now, do they play for base 1, Daki, or do they try and do something into base 2?
Well, they have to play for base 1 at this point in time because there's just too many tanks from Gunrunners on 7890 line. RT is gonna run as fast as he can because obviously he needs to stick with the team. You never know that he goes like, well, you know, I'm gonna go for
Going for a little hunt.
little hunt today. But now all of the pressure will be on Will to hold on as long as he can, and somebody from eSuba has to go on the cap. It will be the 113, and now it will be Grilla and Lorraine versus this IS-7, and Will have to get the resets.
Danny just repositioning here from the top of the map to another space in between the rails and gets a little tap in the face for his troubles for that.
Yeah, you always think STB is like, oh my god, it's so good hold down, until you get like shot in the turret and it goes through it.
Like, ow, where did that come from? I mean, it was what, 360? Bit of a low roll from something.
So far, still so good for Gunrunners because Will hasn't been spotted out. I mean, the 113 from Lukin. Well, Will has been spotted out, never mind. I mean, Will hasn't received any damage. That's what I was meant to say, which is vital. Because with 6 minutes left, time is not that great for eSuba. It's still fine, right? But they need to start getting some connections on towards that IS-7 in the next 1 or 2 minutes. They need to start doing solid damage towards him because they need him to be low before they push in.
Oh, can he land a shot? We'll find out in just a second.
Nope.
Nope.
So far so good here for Will, right? I mean, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. You know, at 4 minutes, they'll start panicking almost.
Danny again playing peekaboo on that rail. Has the potential to do a lot of damage here, but also has the potential to take a lot of damage. Any one of the bat chats could lay into him. Now,
you know what I still don't like, what I'm waiting for still to happen is, you know, when a team plays like this with the i7, almost always at one point they push the i7 right with bad shots. For like a team to leave like 2 bad shots on a6 in the bushes just over the rails and just sit there and be like waiting for those bad shots to push, and as soon as they do, just clip out on them and kill them. I'm surprised nobody's done that yet. When you play like this, to have 2 bad shots, go back into a5, play in those bushes behind there so they can't be spotted, and as soon as anybody pushes Will, they just obliterate them. Like they literally just kill those bad shots pushing towards them.
Oh, potential sneaky angle here under the rails,
Nah,
but
he's not gonna hit
shooting at a
that.
Kramwagen from there? No.
He needs sides to penetrate.
It's an RU as well, from Saigo's view. Or,
Wow.
Well, okay. Okay, Saigo, we're going to play it that way, eh?
That's a nice connection onto the Kramwagen.
It's an exceptional connection onto the
Like you see where
Kramwagen.
Enrico is now, just past that into those bushes.
Now Will shooting into Frawley, who's blocking Lucan. We're down to 10 seconds. Will needs to come over and do something, so does Danny. 8 seconds. Danny might not get a chance to do this unless eSuper can focus him quickly. 3, 2, 1. It's Frawley that took the shot again. Oh, there's the reset from Danny into Lucan. Vital when he needed it. Now eSuper can make stuff work for him because in the meantime, the Kramwagen took out Will and eSuper have the gun advantage.
Yeah, Suba are in the driving seat on this round, and they need to start closing out the game though at this point, and I don't know, they should start doing it soon.
Well, let's have a listen into eSuper's team speak and see what they have planned.
Já jedu. Bacha, baťák na kolej.
Ej, svítí. Píči.
Enrico má minus 2. Já jsem plastí teďko. Musíte sem dojet, Lukina. Pojď toho vlevo, Kryjte mu ten mid.
Tomáš Kotoručko,
Lukina, zabij toho vlevo.
Furt je někde asi na kole.
Ale na mě může ten baťák.
Naposledy jsem dostal ráno z koleje.
V pohodě, pikni.
Jako jsou zamklí tady.
Nice. A teď toho vpravo. Začni pracovat na toho vpravo. Ale mám mi dá střel do toho.
Ručko tady.
Nevadí, začni pracovat na toho.
Možná už tady.
Dobře, dáme s tebou.
Spíš
kryjte
už
mi
u tebe
to bata
nejde.
vpravo. Můžeš klidně... To bata vlevo, nikdo nemůže.
S tebou.
Pěkně. Ede, pojď do kepu.
Nabím, jo?
Pojď do kepu. Lukine, forsni to sem, pojď.
Tady je ručka svítí.
Jo, zabijte ho. S Kirillou, taky pojď trochu blíž, ať to můžeš krýt.
Jo.
Blíž, můžeš tady klidně na
Já nabím, jo?
Mám dobrý render.
Jo, Ede, kep, pojď.
Bacha Ondrax, jo? Něco bude dělat.
Budeš tam pak moc dojet?
20 nabím.
Nice, pěkně rána.
Pěkně.
Luky, hraj tam agresivně. Jo, jedu na ten mid, jo teda.
12 do nabití.
Ungi na midu.
Enrico, pojďte, Lukine.
Nabíj.
Ede, pojď mi. Kombat, já potřebuji ránu. Potřebujeme rány. A přejdem, pojďte.
Dobrý, dám ho.
Ungi jede mid.
Vole. Ho nedám.
Ungi ráno.
Kolik mi
Za 10 splním, jako.
Tak pojď.
Ej, pojďte push, ne? Do nich, push.
Jo, pojď, jeďte.
Enrico má 3 venku.
Ondraxe mám za 3.
Tenhle ten baťák má vystřílet.
Enrico má 3 venku.
Dám Unžiho.
Mise Enrika.
Nice.
Může někdo Enrika?
Jedu.
Nice.
Dobře. A kep všichni.
And there we have it, just Saigo left here for Gunrunners, and he's dead. Well, there we go. Just like that. You heard the team reaction as soon as you saw, for example, Enrico rolling over the tracks there. Poof,
Well,
Enrico.
They already had the win at that point, to
Yeah.
be fair. I mean, they couldn't really lose it anymore. I mean, just that Frawley getting in front of the 113 was enough for them not to be able to reset. Boys, you need to have a secondary plan, but...
Well,
yeah.
Danny came over to reset.
Yeah, but he lost so much HP for that.
And then he took out the IS-7 right after that, so then
You
they could
can't,
go back to
you
doing
can't
what they
really
were
play
doing.
like that against RT, but, you know, especially with an IS-7 that is not able to peek over far enough to reset, and then Will had to commit together with Danny. Will got wrecked, Will died, Danny died, Storm came over, Storm died. It's just from bad to worse.
But then on the flip side, it's going well for Isuba.
Yeah, they're doing the things right, and Gunrunner seems to be on pretty hard tilt because, you know, things
It's
like
the
this.
ding factor. It's the ding factor, totally. Anytime a team beats ding, they seem to lose. I mean, I could be wrong with Utopia here, but I'm pretty sure everyone's then lost the game. Everyone. The 3 teams that have done it this season. 3 teams. Insane. Let's have a look at the stats and see what the
Yeah,
damage...
Insane is in one of those teams.
Don't start with the puns already, Daki. It's too early. Andrew coming out top damage there in the grill, Enrico coming in second in the back chat for Gunrunners.
Yeah, Enrico was also the last tier 10 to survive, so there is that. And Andrew had the connections on towards the middle, on towards the gorilla, the bad shot speaking, such and such. And, you know, Gunrunners would have almost been better to just try and hold 1-2 at this point, because you saw what happened once the Suba had the positions. They still had lots of time left, 6 minutes. And we said they need to start making some solid connections at that point, and they did. Froley went in front of the 1-1-3. Will didn't get the reset. You know, it just went from bad to worse. And then they sacrificed 3 tanks just for one reset. One reset with 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
That just gives you so much time.
Will only actually firing 2 shots all battle and connecting with one of them. Man. It's not cool. Wouldn't like to be in his shoes in that situation. But hey, if you're told to go to a position and do something, you got to do it, if that's what the field commander says.
I still believe in Gunrunners completely.
Really?
You have to, you know. They beat Ding. They beat Ding.
Bow tie's looking really sharp on you, mate.
Ow.
Ow,
I will
ow,
punch
ow,
you
ow,
in.
ow,
I will punch you in the gut.
in the gut. We can have another bet, you know, if you want.
Nah, not yet.
We'll do it. It needs to be between you and Mojo and see how you and Mojo who can do it. We'll keep the bow tie. We'll just use that bow tie, so that'll be like a trade. Whoever loses a bet has to wear the bow tie for one cast that week. I think that's a fair way of doing it. I mean, look how happy you look.
Yeah, amazing.
Now we're going to go to our next map, Daki, which could be our final map here, which is going to be Ghost Town. We've seen some epic battles on this map.
Yeah, we have, but you know, Gunrunners are going to be attacking first. I couldn't be worse. I couldn't be worse.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the lineups and see the vehicles being used. Do we get a Type 5 Heavy? No, but an E4? Really? They're doing this again? With the Scorpion G this time?
Oh, yeah, Scorpion G probably on 0 line. It has nice APCR rounds. Don't forget that it has high pen. It does a lot of damage, so it's a nice sniper tank. But it needs to get those connections as well. So he's going to be probably playing in the 0 line. We know where the Udas is going to play. I mean, that's like not even a question anymore at this point. He's going to climb A1. And then with the I7, it looks like Gunrunners are going to try and play that number 1 base, because the I7 kind of tells that you want to play number 1 base, but they can change it up if they want to.
Well, let's find out. Will eSuba take the round, take the map, and take the match? Or can Gunrunners come back into this? Let's find out here on Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
And here we go. Gunrunners, red team are attacking into eSuba, blue team defending. We've seen this before with Gunrunners, Daki, with the E4, and it didn't quite work. Well, actually, they were using an FE215B215183, and it didn't quite work. So how's it going to work here with an E4? It's not really a pick that you like, is it?
I don't really like the E4 that much, but it must have a reason if they pick it. They're both, well, I mean, it has that whole down position that it can take in 0 line, which is exactly what's happening with both the Scorpion and the E4. The Scorpion's even boosting the E4 to get in position, and Rico will go onto the cap. There's no surprises there. And again, the game will depend on to combat. If combat gets a connection onto the I7 capping, that gives them extra time. If combat fails to reset, well...
Combat will do it. Combat will do it.
If he does it, he'll get you a nice amount of capture points, right? Decap points.
It's going to get me monster points right now. Now the Scorpion. Saigo's going to be playing the Scorpion. Got Unji in the back chat. Danny in the E4. Potential big game for Danny here. He can do a lot of damage when he gets onto those high alpha tanks. And there's the cap started by Enrico.
Rico got onto the cap, no surprise. From that, HG comes in, instantly resets him. Well.
Decap points, combat. Well done, laddie.
He already got a few.
Tomasek chasing around Unji here, but Unji's not going to hang around. This is the notorious, was it Rage Quit corner?
Ooh,
Or
that
is it
couldn't,
Swift? Oh,
Steve
they're
was
using the
shielding.
Scorpions. Ah, it's got a
Pretty
turret.
tall. It's pretty tall. You know, the hole.
Yeah.
The
The
hole.
turret has holes in it though.
Yeah, but it's the hole that all they need is the hole to be big enough to shield, and I think it is. Yep. So there's gonna have to be another reaction, and EDT. Look at the damage he's taken.
EDT down to half health on his 113 from a fight in the middle of the town there. And
Combat has no angle onto this. He has none.
Enrico is able to get shots across and not risk his gun being targeted as well by Combat, so Combat can't actually connect.
So they have two options here. Either push in into that alley or try to get to the C6-7 position to reset from the corner. And EDT is paying even more for it. He's that guy that gets wrecked by the E4.
Storm getting the kill here on EDT. Now, Danny takes a massive amount of damage here. Dead gunner, dead loader, damaged engine, damaged fuel tank. That probably was Lucan connecting in with him. Oh, ammo rack over us onto Will, and that's going to swing this fight on Death Alley as we see Isuba pushing in here to kill off Ondrax as well.
It's the first time Isuba actually gets the ammo rack in their favor, but they still need to reset. They do reset on to Enrico, but the game's not over yet. If Storm picks up Lucan here, well, Lucan's a little bit too much HP for that, but he gets a nice connection anyways, a little bit of a low roll. The HP is completely even. Just the gun in the game, that's the difference.
Gun in the game. Combat's going to try and get a side shot in here to Enrico as he moves in to help out in the town, but Enrico's stopped. He knows that there's a crossfire, and Enrico can actually pick up the kill on Lucan, and Enrico's coming in here heavy with all the health, but he's running into Frawley and Overus in autoloaders, and they're going to clip out into him.
If we get Overus before he dies, and Frawley will be reloading very long after that. They just need to make sure they can trade onto Andrew after Enrico goes down. And Enrico actually survives. Andrew needs to turn his turret and finish him, and he's face-hugging right now.
That was a bad miss there at the end. That last shot looks like it perhaps hit the tracks of Enrico, which means Andrew can now pick up Enrico, but now Andrew has to be careful of the crossfire there from Unji and Storm waiting to wreck someone as well with the gun from the E100.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of the HP here is onto Combat, and Combat is an Udes who's out of the fight. Storm is the vital factor here, has almost 2000 HP. If he can get onto Tomasek, get onto Andrew, even connect onto Frawley, it will make a big difference. And Unji is just waiting here for anybody to try and challenge onto Storm.
Now it looks like Frawley has all his health at the moment, trying to pick out which way to come in. Unji can't come round behind him, neither can Danny really, so Frawley might try and trade with Storm here. Storm taking 400 damage there though. Looks like perhaps Tomasek. Andrew actually getting the shot in there. Now Andrew's Narilo's going to swap position with Frawley.
Frawley works a little bit better in this position, but I think Unji needs to start making his play towards Tomasek and that batch that he should, try and flank around to try and kill him, I think. Because Andrew has no shots. They don't obviously they don't know this. And Storm has to fight with Frawley here. But I really think like Unji should be flanking towards Tomasek and taking him down.
Now Danny here, the big problem he has is he's got a dead loader and he's got a dead gunner, so his accuracy is going to suck and his reload time is going to suck as well.
It's like a potato E100.
Yep.
But Danny, I think he'll try to peek. He'll try to peek against Tomasek because he's useless otherwise anyways.
He can do massive. Both Danny and Storm can do massive damage if they connect. But they need to connect, that's the danger.
Well, Danny's been spotted now, so he won't be doing it anymore, I think. Or
Frawley's going to clip out into Storm. There's one. 2. 3. One more. In the meantime, Unji gets killed by Tomasek. Unji coming round as well. Danny's coming round. I mean, it's 2 on 3 here. Shot coming back out there from Andrew, but Unji picks up the kill on Andrew. I mean, it's still 50-50, but the HP advantage is with Isuba, and Daki, this looks like it's going to be 5-0.
It looks like it, but it's not over yet. I kind of feel like Unji should have traded onto the Kranwagen of Frawley at least, but he didn't. And now Unji's done. Danny's looking at the wrong direction.
Danny, why do that? Why do that?
He's dead.
Like, Frawley knew you were there the whole time. Frawley clips out into Danny. Only Unji is left, and Combat can just rush him. Frawley could just rush him if they want. Unji is on the attacking team. He has to do something here. He can't just sit out and wait for the clock to run down. And this is, I mean, it's going to be play of the century if Unji can somehow make this.
At this point in time, I have no clue where Danny was looking, because Unji could have easily spotted that for him. That's a complete fail, utter fail from him. He was out of the fight for so long in that zero line position as well. That's why we don't like it. Unji spotted off Froley here though, and Froley, luckily enough, not sitting in that position because we know what can happen if you sit in there. Hellfish remembers.
What would it hit Danny though? Would it have been an E100 killing a loader and a gunner
Anything.
just through the side and 2 crew members?
If you hit the
Never seen that before, but
I just think that Danny's position, like after he killed EDT, he should already be moving like really quickly. And then the T-57s have no business there anymore on that slope when, for one, Enrico sees there's nobody on the corner. These T-57s, there's just 2 of them. E4's out of the fight, Unji's out of the fight. It's just not a fight they can take. It's not a fight they have to take either, because the I-7 is pretty much hold down. You already killed EDT. You can back around with the T-57s. The E100 wasn't even there. Like, they were so split around. They pretty much killed EDT, in return lost 2 T-57s. So it was just a horrible trade from GRS. It was bad positioning from the T-57s. I don't know if they were told to be there, but they shouldn't be there because you saw what happened. They did their clip, and then the entire team from Isuba just pushed down and pretty much killed them with Unji not being there, Danny not being there, Storm just, you know, E100 who has to take the damage, just, you know, doing the damage.
yep.
Not taking any.
Let's have a look at the damage done in that round where we can see who came out on top. Froley in the Kramwagen picking up 2 kills and 4.2k damage, but Storm picking up 4.1 in the E100 for Gunrunners.
And then Enrico rushing in alone. I don't understand that either, because he killed Lukin, I think it was, but then he pretty much died full HP.
He got I mean, he should have died before that as well, but there was a big miss on that last shot, I think, from Froley. I think it was in the Kramwagen.
He should have almost stayed in his hold down position on the cap, because even towards the upper area, he is hold down.
So once again, we see something new, going for a cap tactic here with a block that didn't quite work out.
I think if Enrico just stays on the cap and Danny and Unji make a crossfire, if Unji falls back towards like 0 line all the way down to like K9, because from K9 you can get like a crossfire onto that position. If he goes there and he just always keeps 2 shots for Tomasek, or however much HP Tomasek was at that point, I think they can win that pretty easily. And Enrico's suicide, 2 T-57s die for nothing. This was 100% Gunrunners round.
It's an interesting mix because Isuba have gone from defeating first place 5-3 and then losing 5-0 to 7th place. So you couldn't have had a more different scale if you tried. It's like crazy. This league is absolute mayhem.
You could if they beat Ding 5-0.
Yeah, but I mean, this league is absolutely mayhem. Like, so many teams are capable of beating each other. So many teams underperform. I mean, we're seeing some severe individual errors that, I mean, just shouldn't be happening, that are costing teams like quite badly. I mean, even had Danny got that one, it's still, if it changed around, it would have been 4-1. So these Gunrunners still would have had a hell of a lot to do. But to have gone down so quickly against Isuba, I didn't see that coming myself. Andrew coming out top damage there. So
really good game for him and Froley. Like really, really good. 2.7 is an insane average to keep up throughout the match. So good stuff from him. Good stuff from Froley.
Both
Storm,
picking up 8 kills for their team as well.
It was a quick match though. Like if it was a quick match, then it was close rounds, so they got to do a lot of damage. Well, close, you know, in terms of HP left.
Yeah.
So they got a lot to do, a lot of damage, and they didn't lose any rounds. So there was no round in which they got owned by GRS.
Well, I mean, look at that.
If you get owned by GRS, then your average damage goes down by a ton because you're not going to do the same amount of damage, almost unlikely. And you can see the result of GRS.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom 5 players are all from Gunrunners. That is... I mean, Gunrunners just not able to find the shots, or just not able to survive long enough to actually trade there with Isuba, and it was over way quicker than we could have predicted, especially considering the first time these teams played each other, it went on to tiebreaker.
Yeah, I really felt like this was going to be a close match. Apparently we were wrong. Gunrunners back to the drawing table.
Yep, definitely. But now we get to look forward to Go Hard against Utopia, which should prove to be a hell of a battle. And then after that, Kazna Crew Oops. So, two potential...
It just gets better and better.
Two potentially legendary matches, but then we could get one-sided victories for all we know. Can't predict anything.
Don't say that.
Okay, well, we're going to have a break, and then we're going to come right back with the next match. So please stick around, and we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the European Wargaming.net League Season 2. My name is Ryan Murphy, and I'm joined here by Dekilzor. What are you laughing at?
Nothing. It's just not straight.
It's not straight?
Wait.
I wish it had like could spin round or something. That would be really
This
awesome.
is better. Wait.
Just adjust
there
it
we go.
slightly. There you
we
go. Looking pretty, Daki. You going to make any more bets in the future now?
Sure, we already have that bet.
Yeah,
If Gohard
I mean,
wins this
there's
season.
there's a red one as well. And was it if Gohard finish first this season, and that includes after playoffs, if Gohard are champions, Deki will dye his hair blonde, which is bold
because
because
most
grand
likely
finals,
it's not going to happen.
and we've got grand finals after it, and you could go to grand finals looking pretty sharp.
Well, most likely, you have to imagine that it's still not going to happen. I mean, they're doing well so far. Don't get me wrong on that, but when it comes to LAN finals and such, there's the
Yeah.
experience factor that comes into it as well. Kaizu, Nile, no LAN experience. Failware, Barry, no LAN experience, and the list goes on. So, then you have to imagine again, it's a completely different dynamic. So that's why I'm pretty confident about my bet.
Pretty confident you're not going to be supporting Gohard, even though with the purple tie you kind of are supporting Gohard. Now let's have a look at the players here, Daki, from Gohard, and what can you tell me about them?
I mean, so far we've seen good performances from Nile. Well, sometimes, The first match they played, it wasn't that great. The second match yesterday, it was much better. He got a lot of decap points and such. Some good damaging rounds. He was the top damage dealer even for Gohard, I think. So there was that, which is good. And then we have, the other players. Afarchik, their leader. Failware has been doing pretty well. Barry's been doing well. We've seen Kaizu step up from time to time as well. So all around, I think this lineup has been doing pretty good. We've seen Maga do some nice things as well. And then Coco Labs, when he plays those FVTDs, we have seen him do some pretty nice shots all around. I don't think there's anybody in this lineup that's currently underperforming or not performing like they should. And it shows in the ranking. They're currently first. So all around, a good lineup. Seems like they finally made the right roster changes they needed. It took them a little bit. Last season was, the testing phase for them, really.
Yeah.
And they did okay. I mean, for their first season coming in, it was good. They lost against Oops in the online playoffs, who obviously have more experience there. They've been there. They've lost in the online playoffs as well. Oops being that time they took it, and maybe this time it will be Gohard's season.
Yep, I mean, Gohard came up from Silver last season, made some changes to their team as well.
They came up from Silver 2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago, sorry, that's what I meant. And a lot of people were not expected to be one of the teams to go back down. Generally, if you come up, you expect to be going back down fairly quick, and nobody kind of had that with Gohard.
Yeah, and I mean, this season they're doing even better. They've taken the experience they've had. They've used it. They've made the correct roster changes for now, it seems like, and we have to see how it works out for them throughout the season. But about their opponents here, Utopia, this team is very hit or miss on days. It's just not sure what to say about it. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're terrible. I mean, you gotta say it like it is. Sometimes they play really well, sometimes they play really bad. They had no issues cleaning up his Subado last time, so
It's a team that has a lot of potential, for sure. There's a lot of standout players that can turn a game around. You have obviously Papa Powin on artillery, devastating in the right circumstances.
let's just hope Morakar this time before this broadcast got his system cleaned out.
Yes, hopefully Maraka has had a bathroom break and we won't be surprised like we were yesterday on TeamSpeak, because he missed the next round actually, so I think he got a real big fright in his IS-7 there when some shots
I think he
came
needed
in.
to put some clothes into the washer.
Yes. I mean, it was loud. I mean, chat exploded really, and I think Maraka perhaps exploded as well.
Well, something exploded.
Now, how do you see this one going, Daki? Predictions for this one?
5-3 for Gohard.
5-3 Gohard. It's a good shout. I would want to say 5-3 Utopia, just to be different.
Wow,
There
I'm
we go.
supporting Gohard, you're supporting Utopia?
Just to be different, to make it different, yeah.
Okay.
Now, no, it's not going to be any more bets, I don't think. We're fine just now, as I said. The next one, perhaps between you and Mojo. I think Mojo would look quite sharp in a bow
There
tie
has to
as
be
well.
some distance between the bets.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Can't just do it every time, every week. But yeah, we'll have something lined up next time. I think the bow tie works fine, unless we can find any kind of really loud, nasty tie.
I want you to murder our camera operator.
The camera's loving showing you with
I
that
want
bow
to
tie.
murder him.
Lots
That's
of
what
good
I'm going to do
pictures of
after
it.
this broadcast.
Now, Daki, let's actually have a look at the maps we're going to be playing on today and actually see the order that are going to be played in as well, because that might actually be really important here.
Yeah, first up, it's going to be Himmelsdorf, then Ghost Town, Prokhorovka, Steps, and tiebreaker for this map, for this match, as well is going to be Cliff. Now, Himmelsdorf coming in first. Who do you give it to? I mean, Utopia, it's their most played map, and they haven't done that great on it. You have to say it. It's just not enough from them yet. I think that's going to be Gohard's. Almost have to say it like that. And then Ghost Town coming in as well. Actually, Gohard's Ghost Town was pretty good. I mean, we saw them lose 2-0 against Ding when they played it, but that was missed timings. Prokhorovka Steps, again, more like 1-1 maps, both of these. So there is always the potential for tiebreaker between these two.
It's the exact same 4 maps we just saw in the previous match, except in reverse order, actually. Just having a quick comparison there between the two lists, and yeah. No, actually, I'm reading it back to front. I can't read maps. No, actually, it is. No. I don't know. Never mind. Never mind. It's just old age folks right now. So I'm thinking it's going to be Utopia. You're thinking it's going to be Go Hard. No need to do any kind of bets or like that right now. First map is going to be Himmelsdorf. City map. Anything new do you think we'll get? Do you think Himmelsdorf still has tactics that can be used or vehicles that can be used that we've not seen?
Oh, we saw Swift bring a mouse, which we haven't seen before, but...
We saw APAC use 2 T95s. I don't think we're going to see that in Europe.
You have to, it's getting buffed.
Okay,
it's getting buffed. And
a lot of the German tanks
and
are
the
getting
mouse
buffed.
is getting buffed as well. It's going to be a monster, I think. I think actually...
Frontally, it's going to be real hard to pin. Did you see actually the change as well with the E5 behind the front wheel? Like,
yes,
is that a typo?
No, it's not a typo, because it's like the armor behind the front wheel gets nerfed a lot, but it was also like a lot of the time when the E5 peaked and you just shot it in the track, you just didn't do anything because the armor behind. So that will just fix that. I think all around when these buffs come out, if they go through as they were planned, because it was super test announcement, mouse will be great.
I think mouse actually doing its
role. I think mouse will be used a lot more. I think we might even see T95s with speed buffs. Could possibly be used.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the lineups here and see the vehicles that the teams are going to be using.
Yeah, no surprises here for both these teams. Gohard with their Kranwagen, their FE 4005. They absolutely love the Tier 9 bad shot, so it's going to be like, it's going to literally be like this. So Safarchik's going to play the Tier 9, Kaiser's going to play the T10, Niall's going to play the Kranwagen, Collapse is going to play the FE 4005, Maga's going to play the bad shot, I think, and then Philware and Caribbean will be playing the 50Bs for Gohard. They like this lineup on attack, they've played it, and that's how it's going to go for them. We generally see them start off pretty, split around, check the angles, and then make a decision. We saw them against Swift try a rail push, didn't really work out. But then Utopia on the defense here with triple 50B and double batshot, it's a very rotational defense. They don't have that IS4, E3, FETD.
Yeah,
it's a defense that wants to take it to go hard.
Okay, well, who can take the first round? Let's find out, because we're going to Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Okay, and here we go. The battle has already started. Gohard are going to be attacking from the blue side, and Utopia are going to be defending from the red side.
Muka's just going to move towards the east to spot, and a very aggressive coming out here from Utopia down the 1-2. Possibly want to catch anybody moving down the 8 line like we've seen Oops do, with their 50Bs on like F1, but it's very, very aggressive down 1-2 line here from Utopia, and even a little bit trying to go down a sneaky road. And Biku Shuku, this is not a standard start, this is very aggressive.
Biku and Shohu getting that one around the wrong way. Going into these buildings here in a little trap. This is cameraman paradise in between all these buildings, because there's so many different parts of terrain that can get in front of a good camera view. Colossoid and Dynamo just taking up position down here in the track, and Gohard again doing this tactic where they just kind of sit and hope that somebody comes in here and nobody kind of takes the bait.
It's no surprise here from Gohard. They just kind of start off standard. Usually, sometimes they send Coca Collapse onto the hill first, but apparently this time not. Bihu just about gets safe. Safarchik tried to get a shot there, but he won't. So sometimes we see Collapse start on the hill with Nile there as well, and then Nile goes down towards B0. They might still go for that at one point. They decided to put all their tanks on the bottom for now with the tier 9 bat on the hill. And perhaps here if Shuka and Muka decide to push the hill, if they could if they wanted to, but I think Shuka's just going to spot, Muka's going to go join the rest of the team. They obviously don't know how many tanks are on the hill, how many are off the hill. So Muka's just going to join the rest of his team, and this entire defense, it seems like a lot of guns aimed towards 8 line to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Gohard have done before, and I mean, maybe they've seen teams always drive down here, but every time they play against somebody, nobody takes the bait. Nobody's like...
Well, you have to hold that area. You always have to hold that area in case somebody tries to play aggressive, and especially with Utopia's lineup, they also will think, well, they want to take us to us, so let's see how they decide to set up. They're just making sure that if Utopia went super aggressive, they don't get catched out, because if you have 2-3 tanks on the hill and Utopia does go super aggressive, even if they do nice damage to the tanks, they will lose those guns and then just end up with 3 tanks on the hill, for example.
So, passive play here from Gohard on the attack, and it's Utopia making all the movement at the moment.
Well, they've now pulled back the 50Bs towards F1, who can shoot down the 8 line if they have a spot, which would be Marakar spotting for them, and instead they've sent Bihu towards the south here, where you can see him on the screen to just check the K line. Like I said, a lot of the guns here focused to possibly try and shoot the 8 line rotation from Gohard.
Bihu doing a little bit of a blind shot there, didn't spot himself and nobody was spotted. Only Maraka at the moment seems to be lit on the board. He's able to see Kaizu opposite himself, but I mean, at what point are Gohard going to make a move, Daki, and how are they going to do it?
Just noticed, it's actually Scarium instead of Barry playing. Perhaps more connection issues.
Possibly. Barry was having issues. I believe he's at university, so he's solely at the mercy of university internet, and sometimes that isn't always reliable depending on where you are.
Well, I don't care, he's on my team, he's supposed to play, 300 ping or not.
So there is a movement going on to the hill here as Maga and Kaizu are heading up.
Look at, is this a trap from Gohard with 5 tanks? It looks like it. 4 tanks, sorry.
But again, the defensive team,
well,
you generally only get teams swing round there once they're trying to stop a cap,
but
and they're sending a bat chat in the lane.
That's perhaps what they're going to try and bait out with Zafarchik on the cap, for example. Try and bait a rotation from a bat chat coming to the K line, kill him and run away. They just have to make sure. The thing is
when they see that overmatch, though, they'll just push in over at the cap, won't they?
Yeah, but they will only send like Zafarchik or Maga who can run away in the bat chat. That's the thing. They can still get out.
Interesting. Is it a little bit too late though at this stage when it's like 5.5 minutes?
No, they still have time for this. I mean, they just want to bait out the rotation coming out from Utopia. They're going to hope somebody comes through K line. Niall's even watching the 8-9 line, because otherwise somebody could sneak around by going through the GH line and then up the hill. They have that all spotted though, so far, so good.
Nice camera work. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Scarium and Failware. And now they're moving out. Coca-Collap's the first one to go.
Well, I guess Coca-Cola is going to go towards G8, G9 because they want to catch... If somebody comes through there, if a Batcha comes through there, Collapse can remove it by himself. Niall will join the rest of the tanks, and they can, you know, if everybody hits 1.2, and then secondary shots come in from the 50Bs to finish it off. And there we go. This is Gohard's bait. But let's see if it works. Let's see if it's going to work.
Gohard are turning into master tacticians at the moment.
Well,
lots of bait tactics.
Are they going to be master tacticians? That is going to be the question, you know?
Well, they're doing lots of baits. Do you think they'll be the master baiters of the lead?
Well, with Niall and Kazu in the team, baiting wouldn't be that hard. They might be master baiting.
Possibly, but we'll see. They could be really strong tactically here. We'll find out.
It's going to be hard for Gohard to pull this off.
Utopia could be a stiff opposition for him, that's true, Daki.
Let's just hope that, you know, they get to... I'm not going to continue this. No. I was going to say, let's hope they get to...
Just stop. Okay. we've done it. We've done it. We've gone enough. We've gone as far enough as we could really with that one.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a rock-solid tactic from Gohard.
Possibly, but I think the puns have reached a climax.
Perhaps they'd climax on the tank. That's the word I wanted to use on the tanks on the K-line. When they come around the corner, unload their guns.
Okay, well played, Daki. There's, like we said, there's that line, then there's you in the distance.
But the cap will start here for Gohard with Maga that will be going on towards the gap, and then Zafarchik will be covering the D-line, and they want to bait out Bihu. But there's a lot of time gone now. I mean,
yeah, like whatever they do, this is kind of like what they did yesterday. They spent so long setting up this trap that never happened, and in the end they were like, okay, now we have to move. And then Swift were just like, here's Gohard, exactly where we expected him to be, and wrecked him on the fight over on the 1-2 line.
Look at the rotation from Utopia, though. This bait is failing.
It's gone. You know, Utopia are just like, oh heck, they're going to push base 2. Let's all go back and defend it. No need to send anyone down the bottom line because they've not seen vision of anyone to want to do that. Maga and Shoko spot each other, but Maga's kind of moving away from the base.
Utopia is just going to counter push a B line, and then Gohard would have to get onto the number 1 base, but with 2 minutes 30 seconds left, it's not looking good.
Gohard, if you're watching this right now, you're on attack, there's less than 2.5 minutes on the board, and you're doing nothing to actually challenge Utopia. Let's be honest here. Maraka takes a shot on the side. They're going to push into Zafarchik and Kaizu. They're going to probably go down. And the rest of Gohard is nowhere near being able to put up any kind of defense. Utopia can just bottle up somewhere and be totally safe at the moment.
Well, there's the rotation now from Gohard. Kaizu needs to get the heck out of there as well in that T10. He's going to take damage, but he's going to be stuck. Kaizu's dead. Zafarchik is already gone. Kaizu's stuck. They're coming in to clean him, and this is not going well for Gohard.
This is a free farm right now for Utopia. Maraka and Dynamo come around to shoot at Kaizu. Kaizu gets a shot back, but he's going to go down in the next one from Dynamo. There you go, Utopia 2 tanks for relatively nothing as the rest of Gohard finally decide to make a move.
They're going to
less than 2 minutes into the battle.
They're going to try and quick cap
Oh,
onto
they're
the
trying
number
to
1
juke
base.
onto number 1. I think that's way too little too late from Gohard here, to be honest.
Their only option at this point, they need to hold onto this cap, but with double Bacha, with Bihu and Muka, they should be able to get all the reset angles.
Bihu does get focused as he tries to go across the area, but he makes it vital place to be able to get a reset. Muka coming round as well, and a Kuka Collapse is coming through the middle. He can perhaps eliminate one of these Batchats on the corner. I might just see somebody just disappear off the board in just a second. But you're going to have the reloads in a minute from the Gohard tanks, and they're going to be wide open when that happens.
Well, they do get Dynamo though, and they're doing a nice amount of damage here. Gohard's actually up 3000 HP, and there's only 15 seconds left on the cap.
Gohard are actually turning this around just through sheer volume of fire. Maga and Coca-Collapse are holding the middle road, and look at all the low health tanks here on Utopia. But now
Maga's
Utopia can make their shots count.
Yeah, I still don't think it's going to work out for Gohard. They lose Nile, which is the triple cap pressure they need, so it's pretty much over.
Shoku being able to get free damage there from the AMX 3090. Scarium and Maraka dueling it out here in the base. Now Scarium has, I can't see how many shots he has left. I think he had 2 shots perhaps. Maraka going through the bottom part of the AMX. Maga coming around to shoot at Shoku. He only needs 1 shot to kill him. Well, no, a couple of shots to kill him. Shoku's just going to play Ring Around the Roses. Oh, bit of misdriving there, mate. Coca-Collapse just actually tracked him. No, Coca-Collapse on a reload. Muka shooting into Coca-Collapse though. Rulezek gets to kill Coca-Collapse. Maga, only tank left from Gohard. Gohard did take a lot of HP down there from Utopia, but ultimately in the end it was a very, very slow decision when it finally came from Gohard.
A little bit anticlimactic from Gohard.
Big time, big time.
I mean, like...
I would say that was not Gohard, that was very much Go Soft.
Yeah, it was... Well, I mean, they tried something, they tried a bait, and it didn't work out. It's 50-50, you know, if they have the chance of a bad shot coming down the K-line. Obviously, it didn't. Utopia seemed to smell out what was happening. They seemed to have a good idea of the round. They went in, they killed Zafarchik, they got Kaizu as well, who, you know, got caught out of position. Well, not really out of position, you can't say like that, because, you know, he had to try and run. He couldn't run any further than that because Utopia pushed the A-line, so he got clipped out. And then they tried to triple cap. They did a lot of damage, but once they started reloading, then Utopia's guns came in, which they had extra off, and just cleaned it up.
Yep, now Utopia didn't have a lot of HP left on the board, so we are going to see some high damage here for some players here. So Maga 3.3, Maraka 2.6, Kaizu 2.3, Rulazek
Kaizu actually did a
2.1.
massive amount of damage to for that position he was forced to play in, but then it's Rulezig, Bihu, Colosoid, Muka in quick succession behind him.
Good to see Muka at 7th place. So Daki, where's Annihilator?
Please.
Well, he's not on the bench with Karibari at the moment, so I suppose there is that.
Where is Barry?
Annihilator coming in 12th there, Daki. Zafarchik, last place. Don't know if Wojtek still has him in his team this season, or this weekend. Probably swapped him out for Crux. FC Dynamo, Daki, Miyu and Mojo had him last week, coming in their 8th place. Can have his up and his down games, it seems to be. Never really quite consistent.
Barry is skiing.
Skiing. Them's the breaks. Up in the Welsh hills, the Welsh mountains. Man, that would be frustrating if he was in a fantasy team right now.
PJ Salt Boys, he's getting sold.
He's getting kicked out the clan as well. Is he in FAMU? He was in FAMU.
Past tense. No longer. No more shall I accept this defiance from Barry. It's like the 3rd time he does this to me.
Now,
I don't even get a message like, Daki,
hey,
I see you're on
hear.
my team. I'm going to go on a holiday. Nope, nothing like that.
Are you worried for Milan playing for Oops now?
No, that should be
That
fine.
should be okay. Stefan for Kazna?
It should be fine.
Okay. Now, going into round 2 here, do you think Gohard can try and do the defensive bait tactics this time round?
I just glimpsed over to your screen. I am going to give it to Utopia. I think
Oh, holy
I'm going to give it to Utopia.
That what?
Unless Gohard can surprise me. Ryan, let's take a look.
Mother of God. Mouse, 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 IS4, Death Star E3. This is what's known as in football as parking the bus. When your formation is 0-0-10. Oh my God. Is this for real, Daki? Is this... Gohard. Where's this came from? Triple mouse on defense. Daki's speechless. FV...
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you know, Super Test is not about to hit for another month. So there's that. A triple mouse.
I tell you what, though, it's going to be fun. We're going to get the TeamSpeak of Utopia in this round, so I can't wait to hear what they're saying about it.
It has to be an eastern side defense almost. I mean, like, it looks like it's going to be centered about 6, 7, 8, 9 line because, you know, you can't defend rails with it. It looks like they're going to leave something in the railway station, C2, to try and defend from there, and then try and do something with the 6, 7, 8, 9 line, bully with the HP.
Well, let's jump into the round here. Utopia on the red side are attacking against Gohard on the blue side defending. Gohard starting here almost 3k, actually they are 3.5k more HP already than Utopia.
If they go down the rails, no, they're not. As expected, they're just going to hold. They're sending the IS-4 probably to B1, C1 behind the barrels, because from behind the barrels you can get HE shells onto the corner of the building, which will reset the base. Zafarchik here is going to be hiding. It's going to be hiding.
Zafarchik should have just taken a heavy for the sake of it.
No, he's hiding in the 1390 because over there heavy is too long, so he can just sit there. And if it really needs to be resetted, then he will peek out. Well, peek out. He'll just shoot through the wall because it's a destructible wall. You can't spot through it and just play from there. But look at this. Utopia immediately going towards the cap.
We are going to get a hell of a fight here at the cap. And now would be a good time to have people from Utopia on your fantasy team because they're about to get a lot of damage farm potentially.
Potentially. We'll have to see about that.
Potentially, yeah. This could either be a genius tactic from Gohard or it could be a massive fail. I mean, Bihu could do that all day and force them into moving.
Well, they've already abandoned the cap again.
I mean, how'd you break this down?
You can't go 5 line because there's a mouse waiting there. You can't really go on 2 line because there's a mouse waiting for you there. And they've now allowed the mouse to cross over to A6, A7 as well. I guess chip away at the mouse over here, Maga's mouse, but I guess Kaizu is going to be locking that down from his position, so I'm not sure how to break it yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
What would be your immediate thought in seeing this, Daki, if you were commanding a team here?
Holy mother of coffee pots.
Yeah. I saw your smile and I was like, okay, what's going on here?
But yeah, honestly, 1-2 line doesn't seem like an option whatsoever, especially with the FETD locking that down as well. I think you need to almost forced to cap with Ruleze going towards A0, with Ruleze going towards A0 and then shooting the mouse if he tries to, peek out to reset. And then with the 50Bs holding the corner as well and hope that works. Controlling the 5 line, spotting 1-2 line if they come back. That's the option, I think.
I mean, we've seen it with, I think, Legend taking, was it 6 mouse?
6100s.
And that almost worked because
Should have worked.
they were an absolute bullet sponge and took so much damage to try and take. Oh, Shoku taking one to the face from Maga and the mouse on the cap. And Colosoid's going to peek out now and perhaps get at least 2 shots in, but no, he doesn't have the angle.
I really feel like the Gorilla should go towards A0 at this moment in time. I don't know, like, they've already lost 233, they've left only 233 HP on their RU-251.
It's like wherever you go.
1-2 line is definitely not an option for them. That's 100%. I don't think they can. There's one thing they can do in the 1-2 line, but it's like so much reliant on like luck and such. Like hope the FETD doesn't pen the 1-1-3 and then push down with the bat shots down the 1 line and get the FETD to fire and then come with the 50Bs and try to shoot down the mouse. You need the 1-1-3 to get the FETD to fire, you need to play against the mouse, you need to rush the bat just in the 1-2 line to clip out the 3090, clip out the IS-4 over there as well, while the 1-1-3s and the 50Bs take out the first mouse and then try to reload. That's pretty much it.
And this is a danger. You want to try and take down a mouse, so you stop to shoot at the mouse, and then suddenly you get erased by a 183. Yeah. Nice shot from Maraka.
Nice, he waited all the time till Philware turned his turret for maximum chance of pen, which was well done by him and was needed as well.
Maka and Bihu, looks like they're posturing Daki for potentially something here on 1.
We'll see about it. We'll see about it. I really think they need to push past the mouse. Well, the Batcher just got spotted out though. Oh, they're trying to clip on towards Nile.
Yep.
I really still feel like if they want to push 1-2 line, they need to push past the mouse. They need to push past. They need to push past the mouse. They need to push past the IS-4, etc., etc. So there is that. Murakar just playing against Philware here. Yeah, but so far, Utopia doesn't seem to have an option yet, and Gohard is still up 4,000 HP.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do you break it? Nile has got a dead driver. Maga has got damaged tracks, and Failware's taking a little bit of damage, and that's it.
Well, we'll see soon, I guess, the push coming out, because the Batchas... Well, I mean, no, never mind. I thought the Batchas were grouping up on 1-2, but they're now leaving again. So surprising what these guys are doing here.
Okay, well, let's actually listen in to the team speak of Utopia and see if they have any plans on how to break down this go-hard defense.
Мы будем бэшками долго ехать, там типа вот так надо по-быстрому.
Ходить Бабаха стоит, если.
Даже мракары типа разряжать.
Я чекал, но он стоит, за углом.
Он сейва стоит.
Да, сейв.
Rulez.
Ja muszę
przyjechać.
Ja czekam na ciebie, Muka, żeby jedną peskę tylko od Mausa w razie co przyjąć.
Ale gdzie tego Rulez mamy? Gdzie ty chcesz dalej? Żebyśmy tu jechali?
2 бата тут и бэшками вот тут выходите. И one on free тут
Ага.
остается.
Jedziemy,
Мауса будет
Muka?
контроль.
Czekaj, no to w takim razie ja już spotem. Strzelił.
Strzelił, to trzeba jechać. Ja nie mam spotu.
Ja muszę zniknąć.
У меня тут
Без
нету
спота.
Мауса. Вот тут нету Мауса. Смотрите, чтобы он по вам не поехал.
Ale to czekaj, Pichu, nie możemy tak na pałę teraz jechać. Najpierw te muszą, te abeszki chyba przejadą. No,
Бэшки, едьте, бэшкам надо будет
Ну,
переехать.
это
Динамо КД, надо Динамо подождать.
Rules.
Ja mogę normalnie, możemy jechać. Może to na komuś babachu czekać.
Ty tu nic nie zrobisz, Rules.
Oni już
Ja
tu
tu
znają.
ja
masz
zajду
tu,
отсюда.
tu,
Я
tu
зайду
Go,
отсюда.
go, 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 go.
Я там бесполезен.
Tam by bichu tego będziemy jechać.
Da, on pikuje i uwaga.
Bo.
Jak
Babocha
babocha
ustawiona na nas.
KD,
Ma,
KD,
babocha
KD.
KD.
Jedź,
Czteórka KD.
jedziemy?
Babocha KD, no to
Мауса выходите,
Так,
убивайте
это есть.
Мауса.
Babocha?
mogę.
90.
90. Dawaj muka. Ja jej dam jedną i
No,
kurwa.
skończę,
Беру.
dobra.
Давай,
Dawaj,
давай,
dawaj
давай.
Kolisa, ile
Jak
masz
to
kulek?
babocha?
Rules, daj
Ile
peskę
masz
Mausa.
kulek?
Да, по Е3.
3.
Ty? To my
3.
go nie skończymy.
Маус КД. Вот это Маус.
A
на
ty
мне.
ile masz?
Вот этого Маус пробуйте
Też
убивать.
3.
Ja.
To skończymy go.
Pewne peski wystarczy.
Jak
pewne
łatwo
peski.
Dobra.
Dobra,
Kurwa,
nice.
amo mam ujebane. 60
Na mnie
sekund.
jeden, babacha i mouse.
60 sekund.
Ja KD.
Дал еще по маге.
Babacha KD?
Da,
Da,
babacha.
babacha KD.
Ja dał? Ja KD jest.
Rules, tego Mausa ty weźmiesz punkę.
Да.
Dynamo uciekniesz? No Dynamo, seriosna, no.
O co ty?
Kaizu getting a shot there into FC Dynamo, setting him on fire. Utopia potentially could still do it there up until that moment, but now they just don't have the HP against this Gohard steel wall waiting on them.
Yeah, I mean they did the option that I talked about, but the issue was the 113 didn't take the babacha, which means pretty much it's the word for the FETD of Coca Collapse. He shot Colasoid. That means Colasoid couldn't do much, and it fell to pieces pretty much after that. It took too long to kill Failware. Well, they didn't even kill him, you know. Like, they needed Colasoid to get to that corner as well and be able to clip out onto Failware's side, and the Batches rush Nile, and they play from there, hoping to keep 7 guns alive, but Rulezik was out of the fight as well. I don't know what he was doing on that side. He shouldn't have been there, in my opinion. He should be helping the rest of his team. But, you know.
Bye, Bihu. 3 shots into Kaizu. No, and he backs off. Kaizu doesn't get shot out. Well, it was unfortunate from Utopia. I was thinking what he could have perhaps done was try and do a bait into one corner. Rulezik's going to get rammed to death there. Actually, Coca-Collapse was able to take him out. I was thinking perhaps Utopia might do something where they try and push one base and then rotate round into another. And
They couldn't rotate to any base.
just make use of the fact that they were going up against a slow team.
They couldn't rotate to any base because both bases were locked down. They can't
I was
rotate.
getting to that.
Okay.
But it wasn't possible to do that because of the defensive area from Gohard was covering both of the bases and not.
I think they chose
one way or
the
the other.
most correct decision. I just think if Babacha, FETD perhaps hit Maraka instead.
Poor Maraka, yeah.
If he hit Maraka instead, both 50Bs get to go towards Failware, kill Failware, get to reload, get to keep shoot, what ideally works is to put 50Bs, both of them survive, Maraka gets into the window, they kill Failware, they kill Nile, and then they put Shuku on the cap, and then they work from there.
So not as much damage as we thought would be getting done in that battle. Fairly spread equal across the top couple of players. Rulezik doing the most there in Gorilla 15, almost 3k damage. Coca-Collap's picking up 2 kills and Scarium picking up 2 kills as well. So Scarium coming in as a super substitute.
Yeah, Skyrim doing pretty well in his mouse there.
Doing better than Barry ever did.
Wow. Whoa. That's not nice.
Yeah, I mean, Gohard again surprising us all, doing stuff differently, which is nice and refreshing to see. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to be in Utopia's shoes trying to think out how to break that one down and get through it. Will we see more of this, however, though, from Gohard?
Perhaps. Maybe we'll continue the trend as we move to our next map. Ryan, it's
going to be Ghost
Wow.
Town. Of course I'm going to glance
Cheated.
down, because you glanced down before you said it to me.
no.
What's the next one then?
After Ghost Town,
Uh-huh.
Prokop.
Ah, hey, cheats.
Nope. Accurate.
Prokhorovka.
And then
That is-
steps.
It is, and then steps. And what's the tiebreaker?
Cliff.
Yeah. So 1-1 for Prokhorovka. I think we're going to see more unusual stuff from Gohard, to be honest. I think Gohard are really actually enjoying this and enjoying the
they've
attention
picked
they
3
get
mouse
from it.
on Himmelsdorf, so perhaps they'll go for 4 on Prokhorovka this
Well,
time.
they've gone for 2 on Prokhorovka, and let's be honest, it was crap. So maybe they can make it work this
maybe
time.
3 is the secret.
Maybe 3 is the magic number. Darai. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Won't shoot me for being a spy.
That was terrible.
Well, it's worth a try.
Absolutely terrible. I was trying to catch the joke, and I was like, it was bad. I'm sorry, Ryan.
I made a
Let's
point when I went to Gamescom of remembering that that's when you always asked for 3 that you did it that way. And I'm probably doing it wrong right now.
Oh, 3,
There
because
we
you're
go, there he
referencing
goes.
to the
There he
movie
goes,
where
there
you're
he
like,
goes.
high class and whatever he says
and
it.
he does that, and that's,
Yeah,
that's
and
the
then it's
English
like,
way.
that's the English
whereas
way.
The German
Yes,
way was
yes.
that, yeah.
What's the movie?
Inglorious
Inglourious.
Bastards. There we go. Just want me to say it again. That's twice I've said it on stream. Could have been worse, I swore yesterday, but well.
Yeah, moving to Ghost Town.
Yes.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see. Mouses? No mouses.
Oh! Triple E100 though. And bat chats.
That's not really. It's not really
like mobile.
surprising.
It's mobile and immobile.
It has kind of everything, you know. It has clip, it has burst, it has alpha, and it has rotational power as well. This Utopia defense is one though that is not going to sit back and wait for Gohard. It's one that will go towards Gohard and try to fight them. And for Gohard, it will be, can they quickly kill these E100s? Because we've seen it time and time again. If the E100s don't die, if they can get shot after shot, if they can get up to 3 shots each, game's over.
Yeah, I think Mertorius, for example, has had a massive game before in one of the E100s, being left to continually shoot right until the end of the map. Now, IS-7, we kind of expect, or kind of know where that's going to potentially go here for Gohard with a top base number 1 cap tactic. Could they block it? I mean, there's no way they're going to get E100 up there safely to use the E100, but, well, they might use something else.
I'm going to give this one to Utopia because it's very hard to deal with triple E100, especially because Gohard's strategy seems to be to go into the northern cap.
Well, let's find out. It's all squared 1-1. We're going to go to Ghost Town. Utopia on the red side. On the defense, Gohard attacking from the blue side. That lovely purple and black camo.
Well, Gohard deciding to change it up. I guess their initial tactic was to go towards the north with the IS-7, but because of Utopia's lineup, they changed it. Could be their initial tactic as well, but somehow doubt a little bit. But they're already first spotting coming out. Bihu and Zafarchik. Zafarchik might actually come in here for the secondary shot with HE. Can you get it?
Chase him all the way around.
Oh,
Good.
there we go.
Oh, sneaky. Zafarchik.
You know what's the thing though with this? Because he shot HE, he shot HE on both shots. He just about got the same as he would do with Heat because he didn't pen. Only if he penned both, it would have been worth it.
It would have been really cool if he set him on fire just going around that corner.
Please.
Zafarchik, though, just plays absolutely chaotic. But he's starting to tone it down a bit now. The plays are starting to work for him.
Annihilator here in the H9 position. From there in that AMX-50B, he'll be able to shoot onto the sides of the 100s if they decide to push up down towards the D7, 8 position on those corners towards the cap. Yeah, it's a good position. It really does work if those tanks get over there. Bihu getting hit by what hit him? An E100 actually. I
E100,
think.
Coca-Cola is on a reload, so it's failware at the
That's
moment.
an impressive shot with E100, especially if he had heat loaded.
At distance from that, connecting, Bihu would have certainly pooped his pants a little bit, I think, when that landed.
If Muka and Colosoid get spotted here, they'll get clipped by Nile from the side, and I think Nile's just about spotted out.
Shots going out. Looks like a deflection there from Araka. There was at least one ricochet there from him and Shoku. Shoku actually getting a parting shot there as he drives off. 400 into Nile as he keeps himself hidden now behind this defilate.
It's the downfall of that position. It only works if you're unspotted because you need to peek up and shoot. So he's spotted now. Won't work out anymore. He won't get any free clips from there. And I think at one point he's going to have to leave that position even because, you know, he's starting to shoot now, but it's just blind shots at this point, and I don't think he's going to gain much from them. Actually, he does connect.
Muka taking a shot there from Nile on the side and actually gets a damaged fuel tank as well.
Fire incoming.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Another shot into that area and a fire. Zafarchik, is that going for a proxy spot?
Yeah, but they're just
Out
too
of range.
far away.
Oh,
Well,
sees Muka. But he also gets himself revealed in that. Kaizu was just slightly visible there. Here from Shoku.
Guys, they shouldn't peek that again.
Scarium.
Oh, Scarium. Oh, Scarium.
Oh, Shoku just moves
He
there.
might still get a shot. Shoku's going to try and snap
Scarium's
it.
going to come back and try and shoot back. Dynamo getting a shot across there onto Coca-Collapse and missing. Coca-Collapse missing also on his shot back here at Dynamo.
The thing is, they have these batches, these 4 of them that can rotate, and the 3 100s that can take the front now. It's all about, can Utopia find an angle where they can get their batches in position to flank and take down 1 or 2 guns quickly? Because look at them, they're rotating now.
Zafarchek setting the cap here more or less as a bait to try and force Utopia into doing something. Rulesec coming round here, Colozoid coming round as well, just to get a better angle and to be able to shoot Zafarchek rather than just come round that closer road to the cap circle.
Well, they have 1 minute and 16 seconds left before it's too late. The Rulesic spots out Maga here, which gives the information that 1-2 line is not an option for them. And I think they're going to just try and perhaps even overmatch onto the cap. I mean, it's Zafarchik on there. They want to realistically trade at RU for as little as they possibly can. They can't afford to take a massive amount of damage. And look at the Gohard tanks. They're starting to rush onto the cap. It's triple cap pressure at this point.
They're going to quickly go in for a triple cap here. 3 tanks onto it. 10 seconds as the tanks from Utopia are coming round the corner here. Let's actually listen into the team speak of Gohard as they're trying to get this tactic to work for them.
Right. I do 100. But Batchet reset me. I have 1 more for Dynamo.
Yes, Dynamo track. BQ -2. BQ -2.
I killed 15, Kazi. 15.
Now I have also 15 now.
We can rape these batches. Let's go. Mine's 3. Just kill them. They've no shells.
I have 10 seconds.
Guys, info about 300.
I kill Mrakar.
Karim, try to save. Okay, Norm, shoot twice. You can shoot 1 more.
I tracked Chorus.
1 more track, Scar. Just track.
Sky, you need to do 1-1.
Track.
I cannot kill.
Right, 2 left. Good.
I'm on reload.
Need to kill that batch, guys.
-1.
Mine's 5. Mine's 5.
Maybe KD.
I have 2.
15 seconds.
He's
I have 1.
Пока, блядь, вам надо.
I'm KD. Minus 2 Shoku.
Пробуйте
Who
ранить.
can kill this batch?
I can kill him at
Well, I'm here.
Слева поедем.
Я заберу, Клапс,
Давай.
Уже цель
Norm.
дошла. Nice.
From right.
And very nicely done there from Gohard.
Yeah, Gohard baiting the cap with 3 guys. You could see the first T100 came around, died pretty much. Second one and the third one didn't fare much better. The Batchats got cut out of positions by the 50Bs. It's not the fight you want to take with Batchats. You know, you don't want to have to fight against 50Bs. And yeah, Gohard had full control there. Really, I mean, first T100 died, which is important because they had to commit to the decap Safar, which did happen, but to lose 1 E100, Batchats didn't get to flank anybody. Really, I mean, they got to fight 50Bs at one point, which is not ideal. And all this time, we could see Failware and Kaizu and Niall, I think it was, just constantly getting clips off, which is what you want for the 50Bs. They got Skyrim to take the damage, Coca-Collapse and Zafar. Well, the Clippers got to do what they're supposed to do.
Yep, it was nicely done. It was nicely timed as well, just as you said. Here comes the push from the rest of Gohard. Bam, triple cap. And then it was like, oh, Utopia, like, damn it, we've got to do something. Like, we've got suddenly 15 seconds. Let's have a look at the damage dealt on that one. I mean, there wasn't a lot of HP left on the board. So, yeah, 3 tanks all doing above 3k damage there.
Yeah, Shoku, Annihilator, Coca-Collapse. Nice damage, especially Coca-Collapse surviving, did a lot, 3.3 on E100. It's good, he even got 2 kills. So
yep, I mean, Shoku was farming damage big time there, 12 shots, 3.7k damage. Kaizu in AMX 50B, then Colozoid in E100. Maraka and the Batchat Tier 9 doing not bad there for 7th place.
yeah, no, not bad at all, 1.8. Not bad for a Tier 9 Batchat. I mean, pretty much getting a full clip. Maga, Scarium was just used to do the damage. And the thing is, here, the E100s.
Dynamo probably the first one round that corner.
I think Muka was the first one around the corner. Or no, was it Dynamo? Could be Dynamo, actually. Dynamo, yeah. Dynamo and then Muka. But yeah, you could see those E100s just didn't have a really good time. Really, not at all. And, you know, Muka 1 shot, Dynamo 0. You know, so you want 2-3 shots on those, and they didn't. And Gohard's Clippers did what they were supposed to do. Their E100 did what he was supposed to do, and they got the round ultimately going into their favor.
Yep. Now teams are going to swap sides. We're going to get Gohard on the defense, Utopia on the attack now. Now, Gohard are the innovators at the moment of tactics. I don't think we'll get anything particularly too outlandish here.
Don't say that. Just, you know, you're better off saying, I think it's going to be standard, but they could surprise us.
Okay.
Then you cover yourself in both cases.
Okay, so with Gohard here, I think it could be standard, but they could surprise us. Yeah? Okay. Nobody...
I agree, Ryan.
Okay, awesome.
I agree.
That's a way to just say it all the time now.
Just you need to cover yourself.
Expect the unexpected.
You know, and then in the chat's like, oh, see, it's something else. Well, I did say they could surprise us.
Yeah, there we go. Like, who knows what can happen? I mean, like we say, the league's wide open at the moment. Every team's capable of taking points from each other, and it makes matches hard to predict. Potentially, it's going to be 1-1 here again, going into our next map, which is then going to be Prokhorovka. Yes.
And then?
And then Steps, and then Cliff. I remembered that time.
You didn't even have to cheat. It's impressive.
Yep.
But yeah, Gohard, I mean, I think Utopia can still do it on the attack. Gohard seemed to have a solid strategy to beat Utopia's here on their attack. But Utopia, I think they can hold on. I think this might be going blow for blow, depending on what strategy Utopia uses. We have seen a lot of blocks and such come in, so perhaps they're going to go for something similar towards the north base, which seems pretty popular with most of the teams.
Yep, they're generally difficult to do a cap tactic around base 2 because, well, it's just so many ways you can be shot at it from. Let's have a look at the lineups here and see the vehicle is going to be used, if there is any standard picks or surprises.
Pretty standard picks here. So pretty standard picks here all around coming out from both these teams. Utopia, though, with triple Batchat, again, very mobile. They need to get to the flanks. They need to catch somebody out of position. They might not go for the north base because IS-4. Emil would work on it, obviously. Gohard just has the Rue to reset, but they might still try to blitz down, you know, down the K line, trying to catch a Batchat off guard. But then again, I think Gohard should be prepared for that.
Okay, so Utopia with a bit of flexibility here in the attack. Doesn't necessarily look like a base 1 push, does it?
It could still be a base 1 with like the Batchats flanking around, trying to catch rotations off guard, trying to catch the Rue, trying to catch the Batchat if they're trying to come off. But then you leave so many tanks, other tanks that need to fend off for themselves. And we saw what happened to Gunrunners when, you know, the tanks get split and you push into that alley, you lose them, and then the rotation doesn't work out.
Well, let's find out. Can Gohard go 3-1 up, or will Utopia bring it back to 2-2? So round 2 here on Ghost Town. Utopia on the red team attacking and Gohard blue team defending.
But the other option here always is what we've seen before, is with triple Batchat onto the cap immediately. Like you get the 3 Batchats onto the cap. They're boosting the IS-4 to get him quicker into position. Rulezik, Bihu and Shuku seem to be going for that triple cap already though.
Zafarchik doing aggressive spotting, and Gohard also coming up here, all quite aggressive into the same area. Now Zafarchik's going to spot the triple Batchats, and they're going to be caught out here straight away. The plan is up. Now how are Gohard going to react to this?
Well, Gohard needs to react quickly. So far, they only have a 50B into position. Shuku's already driving off it, and they're going to try an overmatch here against Kaizu.
So they've seen Kaizu. They're going to come around and try and annihilate him and get him out of the battle quickly. So that's a tank down already. Mucka takes a lot of damage, though, in return from Annihilator and other tanks as well. Annihilator got 1 shot into him, but Mucka is all the way down to 361 health. In the meantime, however, Utopia did remove Kaizu from the battle.
Yeah, and Golap's, oh, nice shot on towards Dynamo though, and Utopia, they got him bullied out of position here, and they lose Rulezik already in the tier 9 Batchat.
And an exact counter for that, Gohard are just saying, okay, you take a tank of ours, we'll take 2 tanks of yours, as they come back round here hard on the push. Maga being focused at the moment from Utopia. He's down onto a 1-shot, 53 health, but Shoku gets caught in a crossfire. There was a bait there. Scarium and Failware were waiting to shoot him as he tried to chase down Maga.
You have the loose Coca collapse, and the teams are going blow for blow here right now. Dynamo's almost off of reload. Skyrim has a lot of the HP for his team as well. If Dynamo can get a nice clip together with Skyrim, but Shuku and Bihu still need to get into the fight because Niall's off of reload right now.
Niall's going to come off reload and try and focus Maraka. He missed his first shot as Maraka connected him with him. Niall's now going to back off, not sure which angle to take at the moment as Gohard are taking damage across the board. So Farchik's down to one shot as well, but he's in the RU. Not really the target you want to be focusing on at the moment. He can be a pain in the butt later on, but right now he's not a main threat.
Shuku actually rams a Farchik to death because he low rolled, and now Colostoid and Dynamo have to fend for themselves and rip Colostoid.
Colostoid going out the other way, perhaps just to work as a distraction, but Failware comes round, gets the kill on Dynamo. Now Failware, Scarium and Annihilator sticking together here to try and back each other up. Colostoid actually gets away and survives.
Yeah, but then Gohard got the trades they wanted. They got to take down that 150B and do so much damage to Colostoid, who was pretty much full HP up until that point. And Niall in the Kranwagen still has a ton to work with.
Niall still got his HP as Failware getting a shot on Shoku there as his wreckage just slides round the corner to safety. Now Maraka can trade here against Scarium. He can get his shot to connect. Scarium does have that rear turret. Scarium misses with his shot. Maraka connects with it. Now Scarium's down to a one shot, but you still have Failware and Annihilator with so much HP, and this is going to be rough as hell for Maraka and Colostoid if they can survive this.
And they only have to defend, don't forget that, but it seems like they want to go ahead and kill them.
Gohard not sitting back on their laurels here. They're going to take it into Utopia. Maraka's now down to one shot, 99 health as Failware picks up the kill. Gohard pick up the round and they pick up the map here. 2 wins to 0.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, after Kaizu died, I thought it was kind of in the favor of Utopia, but then Gohard bullied them out of position. Rulezik somehow died. I have no idea where he died because I was focused on the main fight, but we're losing that tier 9 batch for no reason. Kind of swung it around, and then Gohard kept on the aggression and got Colostoid and Dynamo split off on Maraka. If Colostoid could survive that on full HP, it'd be a different round completely, and I think Rulezik possibly should have survived that.
It's unfortunate with Shoku when he could see that one shot right in front of him, runs into it, and then doof, 2 tanks sitting way up the hill from him. Maraka, IS4, swinging right till the end there, 3.3 damage.
3.3k damage indeed from Maraka. Niall there with 3.2. Very well done. 2 kills. Failware also almost 3k with 3 kills for him. That's nice done, especially the last shot onto Shuku there. Even Zafarchik in the root. 2.2k damage. Massive contribution towards this round. You gotta say like it is. Rulezik, 634. Big factor in this round for why
wrecked at
they
the
lost.
start, I guess, somewhere. I don't know.
He just disappeared at one point.
I mean, Kaizu was the first one eliminated, and Kaizu at least got 2 shots out with decent rolls on them. I mean, was he one-shotted?
No, he wasn't. He got 6 penetrations.
Wow, okay.
This was a close round, but Gohard showing that they had a little bit more team synergy, made their shots count a little bit better. And Utopia just about losing that one. I mean, you could see when Kaizu crossed over, they seemed to be aware that there was some tanks out of the fight. Muka took a lot for that. I don't even think he needed to take that much. I think the rest of the tanks would have killed Kaizu anyways. So if Muka survives longer, if Rulezik doesn't die, goes into Utopia's favor.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they had the triple cap, and then they were like, okay, wait a minute.
But they couldn't triple cap anymore. Like, they already knew that because Kaizu spotted. Yeah, Kaizu just crossed straight over, so they just wanted to kill him and then continue. But then they got kind of bullied out of position.
Away. I think Rulezik maybe went round the top way when everyone else came south, because he was one of the first tanks down. There were 2 tanks straight away in return for Gohard, so maybe he just went down the wrong roads and faced the main guns of Gohard in that team fight at the start.
Well, he got clipped by Maga, so Maga killed him. So he must have been under that little area there. Maga just pushed into him and killed him. Well, it happened. Moving on to the next one.
Prokhorovka. Now, this map can be very hit or miss for teams. We've seen some impressive fails, to be honest, in it. We've seen Gohard being able to react to a really bad play from Swift, let's be honest, where they committed all their tanks to the 1-2 line and had nobody near base 2 to be able to do any kind of reset.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see if Gohard decides to bring double mouse.
Be interesting to see if they can try and get it to work. Now, let's have a look at the lineups and see if they have brought it or not, Daki. No, they haven't brought it, but they're on defense. It was when they were on attack that they brought the double mouse.
So defense with the Grillia. deciding not to use the STRV like a lot of teams do. It has to have a reason. They have to have a reason why they use the Gorilla and not the STRV, perhaps a little bit more aggressive, more going towards aggressive attack. And Utopia, 113 i7, Gorilla, 140. It's again one thing that can go 1-2 line, but it can also go eastern side, whatever they choose to be. But in the beginning, obviously, probably going to see the heavies fighting each other in the middle, and then we'll have to see how it continues from that point on.
Yep. I mean, it's a mirror matchup almost. The only difference here being an Object 140 for a bat chat. I mean, which team has the more favourable lineup based on that with the mirror matchup?
So hard to adjust it to sit straight. Thanks.
Having fun? Yeah.
No, it's annoying because when it doesn't sit straight, it like
Did it trigger
annoys
you?
me. Yes.
Should have got one where you can actually tie it, but I have no idea. I've never worn a bow tie, so I've never had any idea how to.
But
tie
yeah,
it.
Gohard's defense with the Gorilla must mean they want to do something a little bit more out of the ordinary. Stop smiling. Go away. Once means that they want to do something more out of the ordinary. I don't know, maybe just like Gorilla more, but you know, if you want to camp 1-2 line, you take that STRV for DPM anyways. So it's kind of, you know.
There must be something planned.
There needs
That's
to be
the thing.
something behind it. Like
There's got to. I mean, it's like the double mouse. I asked now, says like, what was the tactic? What was the thing behind it? And he's like, it just wouldn't own up to anything. You know, wouldn't say, well, we wanted to do this because I guess they're keeping it in their locker to try later on against somebody. It'll be bold. I'd like to see a reasoning behind it. I'd like to know a reasoning behind it. Same with the double Foch on Himmelsdorf from Gunrunners. Like, what was the thinking there? Why Fochs?
the memes. I mean, Danny used the small fire extinguisher yesterday if you didn't pay attention.
Meme, really? Was that deliberate?
I don't know. Why else would you pick a small fire
Danny
extinguisher?
with the wee extinguisher, trying to prove he's got quicker reactions than the
You
automatic
burned for
one.
3 ticks anyways.
Really? Well played, Danny. Right, so there was a restart there just as we were about to get ready to jump into Prokhorovka. Looks like everyone is about ready now, so we'll soon get that map number 3 underway. Your thoughts to this one? Is it going to be a 1-1 or a 2-0?
A 1-1, I think, between these two. Prokhorovka, it's hard to win both rounds, and it really is. So especially between two even teams. Let's say 1-1. I'm hoping 2-0 for Utopia to have a close match because, you know, close matches are generally better. But yeah, 1-1, I'd say. I think Gohard will pick up the first round on the fence, and then perhaps Utopia will do the same, or the other way around. Who knows?
Maybe. Yeah, who knows? I mean, that's one way to predict it, but the teams could surprise us.
Yeah! Well done. I'm proud of you. You know, always cover yourself in all instances. Look at that smug smile.
Expected, unexpected. It's difficult to predict, to be honest. I mean, both of the teams are very strong. They both had similar win-loss records coming into this. It's like earlier on, we were expecting Gunrunners to potentially win. Gunrunners came off a win from beating Ding yesterday, 5-3, and instead they got absolutely wrecked by Suba. But hey, that was then, this is now. We're ready to go into Prokhorovka, so let's go. Okay, now Utopia on the red side are attacking into Gohard on the blue side, defending.
Yeah, obviously, Heavy's moving towards the middle. No surprise there. Skyrium playing the 1-1-3 on your screens here. Both these teams deciding 1-1-3 i7's their picks. You can see the Guerrilla sitting on a6. We'll see how it works out. Shuko just getting spotted out. Spotskoka collapse. No issues so far. And there's only one Bacha right now. It's Failware spotting the 1-2-9 near for Gohard.
Gohard setting up their defense in that area. Shoku getting connected on there by... somebody's loading, but I can't see it because of the UI at the moment.
Probably, I guess, then.
Rulizek actually is reloading at the moment.
Well, that would be a team shot.
Okay.
So I doubt it.
It wasn't him. I couldn't actually see properly because of the UI, because the team's on the right-hand side.
I think it was Skyrim, because
it must be Skyrim, because nobody else is on reload or anything right now. Now, this isn't the area that you were talking about yesterday. Mojo was saying, like, at some point teams are just going to start blind shooting this area because teams are always starting to camp.
Yeah, but it's hard to hit. It's very hard to hit because of the distance and such and such and such. And you give away your position as well if you do so.
And such and such and such. What exactly do you mean by and such and such and such?
Huh? It's very far away. You give away your position. He's in a little bit of a dip, so you already have to aim perfectly to hit him in towards the turret because it's from distance, and you give away your position. Like you completely reveal where you are.
Okay.
Especially if you're blind firing with more than one guy, and if you start blind firing with bad shots, then you give away that you're reloading as well.
Coca-Cola taking 66 damage there.
HE. HE always does damage.
Always does damage.
Hashtag tank better.
Hashtag tank better. Is that what's on Go Hard? Is that what's on their tanks?
It's on the side of that turret.
Isn't that also what Quickie Baby was using as a hashtag?
Perhaps.
So Quickie Baby and Go Hard collaboration confirmed?
Well, I know Carrie Barry is a great fan.
Carrie Barry talks about him all the time. I think he actually watches the stream for tips, to be honest.
He once had a 1v1 against him, and
did he not do it? I exactly know how that feels. I have failed in a 1v1 shooting at QB, although he didn't actually know I was shooting at him, which made that even worse, I guess.
But look at it. It looks like Utopia is going to go... Well, they're completely centered around 1-2 line push, in all honesty. And Gohard's already starting to rotate, realizing that this is there. Shuku has about 30 seconds left on his lifespan before he'll be dead. Well, actually more like 20 seconds at this point. He spots out Magaro, so that's important, and there's the reaction coming out from Utopia straight away when they see these two tanks.
They are gone right up the 1-2 line, quick as you like, because they know that nobody's waiting on them, so they're going to get positioning around here on base 1, but Gohard are set up quite well here, Daki, to defend their stall.
Yeah, but still, they take the position with 6 minutes, 40 seconds left, and then they'll be able to start capping and such. We've seen this before, and Coca-Cola and Scarium aren't in the greatest of positions here. They need to, if Coca-Cola is forced to move from there, he can get connected by the Gorilla. Scarium obviously is going to move down because he needs to defend that #1 base, while Gohard is taking the 0 line. Shuku's running away, and now we will get to the point where, Utopia has to start capping, and Gohard has to hope they start to hold, and that's what I'm talking about. Collapse taking a bunch of damage.
Collapse getting ammo rack there. He has repaired it now, so he still has a repair kit.
Muka spotted.
Muka, uh-oh, this is going to hurt. 554, so that's a nice roll there from the IS-7 there, right into the face of Muka. Muka takes another hit on the way down as well, so Muka's down to 544
He got
health.
hit by Gorilla. He got hit by Kaizu, I think.
Coca-Cola now doesn't have to worry about so much of the grill as he takes a snapshot there at Maraca, doesn't connect. Zafarchik is coming over, but Daki, the other tanks from Gohard that were going over the 0 line have came back to the middle.
Yep, of course, because they need to protect their 113 and IS-7 if they get pushed on. Muka needs to play it a lot safer now because obviously, being this low HP in a Gorilla, it's not really what you want to be on, but it is the grill, so it kind of works in a sense. And at one point, they're going to have to start capping.
Now, are Gohard in a better position here to defend than what Gunrunners were earlier?
Well, they have already 2 heavy tanks into position, so you can't really shield the 113 like Isuba did because of the fact that, there's the 113 that can peek over at any moment from the other angle and get that reset. Maraca now is moving towards the cap, though.
Bold Maraca. Rulazek is spotted out in the middle there. Trading shots with Scarium, but neither of the tanks can connect. Coca-Cola the only tank so far to have taken damage on Gohard, whereas in Utopia it's Muka and Shoku who've both taken damage. Muka vitally in the Gorilla as well has taken more than 2/3 health at the moment, so not great for him. Not great for my fantasy at the moment either.
Well, all that matters in the Gorilla is being alive. You can still do 10k damage.
Now, how are they going to push in from here, Daki?
I'm guessing their plan is to get Maraca onto the cap at one point. I mean, it seems fairly obvious that I-7 has to be the one. And actually bounced from Coca Collapse. Not going to be too happy about that one. Kaizu not penetrating either. Maraca takes some damage now from Scarium. But there's the reaction from Utopia.
Colozoid going into the cap, and Colozoid's trying to rush Scarium with Bihu as well. Now, is there any crossfire coming back from Gohard? See, Annihilator, Maga, and Failware all taking damage here, but in return, damage is only going on to Bihu and Colozoid. Now, at the moment, it's gone trade for trade. Gohard still have the HP advantage, but Utopia are starting to get more of a positional advantage.
Yeah, but they're taking a lot of damage to gain this. But Kaizu and the Gorilla completely overextending, taking so much damage. Rulezik's now pushing forwards as well, and they still have the snipers in the background. And Utopia, yes, they're down in 1,000 HP, but if they can make this play here onto Coca Collapse and get Skyrim at the same time, they can still do it.
Kaizu got a broken gun and a dead commander for that. But look at this, 2 ammo racks coming straight and getting repaired straight away on Scarium and Coca Collapse. Coca Collapse now being focused. He's going to be the first one to fall here. Gohard have lost a tank. Utopia and Gohard are now trading over this middle ridge line. It is just going into an individual brawl between different tanks here at the moment. Scarium now being focused, and Gohard don't seem to have the guns to support their front tanks.
You know, Scarium should go down here, and then Utopia will be in the driving seat with 7 tanks alive. If they can keep it like this, it'd be great. There goes Scarium. He's dead as well. Shuku's still controlling the south, and all of the Gohard tanks are caught over the railways. They can't really do anything. They have Bacha, Sigrillion, RU251 who's still full HP, and that will make it. So they have to push in with lowly armored tanks against 113, IS-7 and a Gorilla. This is pretty over, I'd say.
Yeah, they don't really have anyone who can play the rails and use gun depression or anything. Zafarchik and Maga are going to try and come around the bottom here, but Annihilator's over there as well, chasing Shoku. Rulezek and Maraka are just posturing to be able to defend across that, and Muka's just waiting for someone to stick their head up and wreck him with the grill.
Because of this rotation, Marakar and Rulezek have gotten back into the hold down. They lose 2 tanks, yes, but they should be able to hold this position. Look, they're back into the hold down, and Gohard's going to have to push onto 2 heavy tanks.
2 tanks in the base. We're down at 15 seconds here. Now, Failware is making a rush into the cap circle to go for a reset. We're down at 8 seconds at the moment. Is Failware going to get a reset on someone? He does get a reset in there. Desperate moves at the moment from Gohard, and also desperation from Utopia to hold on here. But Utopia are holding on here. It is 4 tanks to 3 at the moment, and all of Gohard are pretty much on one-shots.
And they still have to deal with these 2 heavy tanks. Well, Failware gets one of them. Rulezek is still on decent HP, and it's getting closer here. It's not over just yet. But if Rulezek can get close enough and cover off Nile, oh, nice shot from Failware though, on towards Dynamo, very important, but Rulezek needs to get into the fight now.
Annihilator turning and running because he realised they can perhaps run down the clock here, but now Annihilator realised he needs to get back in the fight. It's going to go right down to the wire as Gohard put 2 tanks back onto the cap. Sorry, Utopia put 2 tanks back on the cap. Now one comes off at Failware, fighting with Rulezek. Rulezek takes out Failware. Can he triple cap in time?
They can still triple cap on time. The thing is just that Rulezek's going to have to shield Dynamo. They all kind of have to play. I don't think they need 3 tanks on the cap. They don't, because Muka and Dynamo still have it. So Rulezek needs to push forwards and just protect his teammates. That's it. And Dynamo and Muka just need to make sure that whoever picks up just dies, because they can 2-shot everything. Muka can 1-shot somebody, and Dynamo can finish the other guy.
Niall was in that corner thinking it was safe to just play defensive and run away. Now they need to get a reset and run away. Kaizu doesn't have vision. He has a dead commander. He shoots across the Rulezek, misses. Rulezek spots out both Kaizu and Annihilator. They know they're coming from. There's 10 seconds left. They both have to rush the cap and hopefully get a reset, but they both have to survive longer than that. It's not going to happen as a shot goes out into Annihilator. This is great play individually here from Rulezek, holding off these tanks. 0 seconds. Gohard left that one too late. Miscalculation on the time. And there we have Utopia coming back into this.
Yeah, Utopia playing it out well in the end. I mean, we could see there they took a lot of damage to get close, which is natural because the Bachas are going to peek, but the Bachas took a lot in return, right? They got afraid of peeking. Kaizu overextended, took 1.4 at one moment in time, just completely not needed in the Gorilla. He took all that damage. That means the Gorilla can't peek anymore. Utopia realized this as well. Biku started peeking on Scarium. Dynamo came, finished off Coca Collapse. Scarium died. And then there's the fact that all these bad shots are then past the rails, stuck. Yeah, Failware comes in with the guys from the middle, but because they're rotating around, the IS-7 and the 113 take that pocket, that hold-down position. You could see they got side shots from there the entire time on towards the tanks from Gohard. Failware reloads. Rulezek has nice HP. They kill him. In the meantime, I think Dynamo was already capping again. You could see 2 tanks was enough for that. And then when Rulezek went middle, he spotted both Kaizu and Nile, which gives him all the information he needs that, you know, there's nobody else coming from a different angle.
The Other important thing I wanted to say as well is that you highlighted as long as Muka still is alive, then he can still do damage.
Yes.
And he was really vital in the end because he was one of the ones capping and still able to do shots throughout the battle.
So you don't need HP to be contributing. Marakar there with a nice amount. Both these heavy tanks really doing work. I mean, you know.
That's twice Maraka's been top damage now.
So they do. Is he in your team or something?
No, he was in with the IS4 as well. He was top damage in Ghost Town.
Just checking here, you know.
Oh, I had him last week, and I took him out this week.
But yeah, so yeah, both these heavy tanks doing really well, and then the heavy tanks from Gohard doing okay, but not just as good as, you know, as the tanks from Utopia. And Kaizu there could have possibly done more in his RU and his Grilla. I mean. Yeah, I mean, once the heavy tanks died from Gohard and the ones from Utopia stayed alive and they had 7 guns, it was pretty over if Utopia played out correctly. Because Batcha's having to deal with hold down 113, IS7.
Yeah, like how much difference would it made if they had STBs or Kramwagens in that situation?
They would have died even easier. I mean, the STB would have died even easier.
Because the peeking would have still wrecked them.
The peeking would have destroyed him even more because they would just go straight through the turret.
Okay.
Kranwagen might have done 1.6, but it'd be the same thing. He'd just die at that point. They just push over and kill him.
Okay.
Well played by Utopia. Gotta say it like it is.
Yeah, it was nicely done. Bit of a misplay. I said that you saw that from Annihilator running down in the corner thinking, ha, I just need to hide. And then it was like, wait a minute, got the timing wrong here. Unfortunate. But hey, that's them. This is now. Let's have a look at the lineups going into round 2 and who's going to take this one. Is it going to go all square tiebreaker, or is it going to be Gohard taking match point?
This is something different. Utopia double object 430 with a Kranwagen STB. Seems to be an aggressive defense. I mean, 430s must have a reason because
Why
they have
430s over
DPM.
Okay.
They have the best DPM out of the Russian mediums, except for 907, of course. But can't play 907, so there's that. 430. I mean, it got buffed not so long ago, so it's now a better tank than it was before because it was really, really bad. Like the aiming circle was massive and such, but it's better now. It has good DPM, it's quick. Kranwagen STB. I think that's going to be an aggressive defense, at least it's looking like it.
Okay, and from Gohard here, triple
Standard.
Batchat, 113,
Standard.
Gorilla, I7.
Heavy tanks towards the middle, Batchats to go either 1-2 line or eastern side, and then Guerrilla to play wherever, K4, K8 at the rails, wherever they prefer it. I mean, usually we see the heavy tanks go towards the middle, and I don't expect anything else from Gohard.
Okay, so predictions for this one? You still think 1-1?
Maybe I'll side with Utopia, because... No, I have to side with Gohard, because you're cheering for Utopia. So it's 4-2 for Gohard after this.
4-2 from Gohard after this. Okay, well, it's going to be interesting to see which team can win it here. Utopia on the red side are going to be defending against Gohard on the blue side, attacking. Everyone's ready to go, so let's jump into round 2 here. Prokhorovka or Fiery Assailant. I mean, we don't see enough of Fiery Assailant, do we?
It's a different map.
Different craters and stuff, doesn't it?
I think the 1-2 line is different on it as well.
Wreckages, maybe?
I think the hill is still there where it used to be.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We'll have to check, but I think the map's slightly different. But yeah, Shuku here just spotting out the middle. And most of the tanks from Utopia driving down the 1-2 line. As we said, an aggressive defense. And you can see Gohard is going very heavily eastern side as a response to that. So they've chosen the eastern side option. And he didn't spot anybody. Shuku didn't see any of them.
Oh,
None of the Batchats are spotted. Safarchik is spotted. That gives information, though. It should give information.
Are Utopia going to carry on down that line, though? It looks like half of them have stopped. They smell something. They know it's not as simple as they think it is. Shoku spots Scarium. And Coca-Cola apps.
He doesn't know the Batchats are there, though, but they will know now because the 430s are not seeing anything. And Scarium, a little bit out of position. He might get wrecked. He's going to try and cross.
He's crossing, but he's having to do it with his back to everybody. Why doesn't he just turn in reverse? Slower. Oh, Scarium. Ow! Multiple shots going in there.
That hurts.
And I think Coca-Cola apps is like, yeah, well played, mate. I'm just going to stay where I am. Cheers.
It's the 430s, I think, shooting down on towards him onto Coca-Cola apps. So he's going to be stuck there. Gohard did not go for the triple cap option this time because you could see Utopia did something different than Swift. Instead of keeping the Batchats there to clip, they pulled back their Batchats immediately to go and defend the rails. And Niall is out of position here.
Niall getting caught in a crossfire here. You can see shots from Shoku, Colozoid, You can see shots from Rulezek all coming in different angles to him. One more shot and Niall is down. He's going to be the first blood here, but he is shooting for all he's worth. Bihu actually picking up the kill on Niall, but look at all the damage in return here going back onto Utopia. Bihu's getting focused down. They've just lost Shoku as well. So that's 2 tanks down from Utopia. Gohard taking damage across the board though, and no real other focus going out at the moment onto Utopia.
The thing is, Utopia is going to be very happy with that trade. Losing an STB, losing an RU for doing tons of damage on the bad shots. That's what you want. That STB did his job. He did the DPM. Now the Kranwagen, the 430s, and the bad shots will just close out the game, because when they come off reload, they will annihilate the remaining tanks from Gohard.
Kranwagen getting shot. He is sitting out on the open as Skyrim's going to come off reload and try and connect one more into him, and he does. But Kaizu in return in the Batchat is, in the Gorilla is getting smashed in the face as he tries to roll over the train tracks. And Utopia are in control here completely. Double the HP of Gohard across the board, and Gohard really look like they don't quite have an idea here.
No, Gohard's down and out in this round. I mean, Dynamo is going to start peeking on them very soon to do some damage. He needs to be careful. He kills Kaiser in the Gorilla. Yes, he takes damage for it, but that's ideal. Now Utopia will just close the distance, come towards the rails. Rulezik will probably 1v1 Coca collapse. He can easily win that, and Utopia going to make it 3-3.
Rulezik going in with side armor, best armor tactics straight at the start. As you can see him fighting out with Coca collapse. Now, meanwhile, at the top of the battle, you can see Maraka and Kolozoid taking lots of damage, but there's only 2 tanks left here on Gohard. Scarium is the only one now left on a one-shot. He goes down. Utopia bringing this back to 3-3, and things are going to be all tied going into steps, and we could potentially be going into the tiebreaker map of Cliff.
Yeah, good stuff there from Utopia. You could see different than Swift, where the Swift kept bad shots in 1-2 line to shoot under those heavy tanks and waste all of their ammunition pretty much. Utopia went down 1-2 line and decided to come back around and defend the rails. And I don't think Gohard was fully set up for that, because I'm not sure when Niall pushed over. Bihu was trying to get to that A6 position, and it kind of worked out where he was. He took all the damage, he took all the shots. Kranwagens got to clip, Batchas got to clip onto Gohard's peeking tanks. And then Coca Collapse was stuck in a 1v1. They didn't trade well. They lost Niall. Utopia closed the distance. They killed the RU as well. And once they got to the rails, it was over.
Yep, it was. It looked like Gohard were going to try for another triple cap, perhaps.
I don't think triple cap would have worked, because the batches from Utopia were already back. Like, they came back instantly.
Well, let's have a look at the stats and see where the damage was coming from in that round. There was a lot of damage done.
Skyrim actually managed to do the most amount of damage, even though he got so low HP in the beginning than Failware, but not enough, as Kolostoy, Dynamo, Muka, Mrakar all putting up decent numbers for their team as well, especially Kolostoy, my boy.
Kolostoy did good, but he came in there below Failware.
Doesn't matter.
And Muka.
I think Kolostoy got decap points.
Muka doing more damage there than Annihilator as well.
I think Kolostoy did decap points.
What did Annihilator do? Like we say sometimes with Karibari, if you turn the table upside down, he's on the top. But not this time round. 4 shots for nothing.
I think it was an order. I'm not sure if it was or not.
Kaizu, 6 shots for nothing.
But I guess they were trying to catch out somebody there, and the rest of the team didn't really follow when they saw the rest of the tanks. So Naya was kind of in
well, it's like you said,
no
like
man's
you
land.
should put tanks up there perhaps for crossfires and stuff like that. And Naya was like maybe watching, going, that's actually a good tactic. Daki.
Yeah, if you're defending.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess the order was to push over, but there was nobody at the rails yet. So
yeah.
I don't know, maybe they were expecting people to be there, to be in the open, to clip them, but Utopia was just kind of set up ideally to receive that. I mean, they had the crossfire, Batchat speaking, going down. Nice stuff from Utopia. 3-3 steps coming in.
We thought it might go Hard's way. I mean,
we did say this league, you cannot predict anything.
Can't predict anything yet, but it's always possible. I mean, these two teams were potential for tiebreaker. The next map between Oops and Kazna has the potential for tiebreaker as well. 2 very evenly matched teams. Let's have a look at the lineups here for our final map before tiebreaker. So it's going to be steps.
So Utopia here with the Object 416 defending. The Object 416 probably going to have Camonet and binoculars. You want to put him in a position where he can spot. He has good camo value. He has decent spotting range. He can spot towards the cap. Go hard with the batch. That's the 113. 113 can have binoculars to go towards the east, or they can go on 2 line if they so choose to. Because obviously Utopia with this needs to boost either they need to boost the bat shot on the 0 line if they want to have anything on there, or the STRV.
Okay, well, let's jump into map number 4. It's all square. We're going into steps. Okay, Utopia on the red side defending for Gohard are going to be coming at them on attack from the blue side. Now, Daki, something I just thought of here for Utopia, we've not seen Papa Palvin.
No, we haven't seen Papa Pavin, but they haven't been playing with Artie, have they? Perhaps he's not around. They're going to be boosting the SDRV.
Oh,
they need
new.
somebody on there because Gohard realized the same thing, that you can't climb without a Roo unless you boost. And look at Zafarchik, he's in the RU251. He's going to rush across the field to try and spot his STRV, and they failed the climb.
They failed to climb, not in a great positioning either. Zafarchik gets spots on Dynamo. He doesn't see the rest of them, turns around and runs, but will that give him enough information to know that something's going
look
on?
where Maraka is. Maraka and the Kranwagen is so far pushed up. If the Batchat's going to try and overrun him, he might be able to hold this.
Gohard going in full YOLO mode here, actually. Hyper-aggressive push onto base 2. Looking for a fight. They're going to focus onto Maraka at the moment here. Maraka's going down swinging, gets out his clip. Coca-Colap's taking lots of damage. Biku falls. Maraka falls for Utopia. Gohard taking damage across the board, but there's no focus, no damage on any of the other Utopia tanks.
But they have taken down 2 tanks, so they've taken down Maraka, they've taken down Biku, but it still kind of works for Utopia because they're up 2.5 KHP, and Scarium now getting into the fight. Now it all depends on the Batchats from Utopia getting to reload, and they can take 1v1s across the map if they want to because they have the extra HP. It's actually worked out really well for Utopia.
This
Yes,
has
they
got
lost.
a great trade for Utopia. Look at the damage done across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Biku got perma-tracked there, but it's still working out for Utopia because they're defending. Now Gohard needs to start rotating pretty much.
We always talk about guns in the game, but one of the points of having guns in the game is it's vital when you have a decent amount of HP as well.
This is great, by the way.
Gohard having 7 tanks here to the 5 of Utopia. What can you see, Daki, that you're liking?
Shuku decided to take this bush here. This will give information if anybody decides to retreat. Muka here in the STRV. This is good for him. He's going aggressive. He'll probably push first because the STRV is bouncy when it comes in. And the tanks from Gohard, like there we see Coca-Cola already getting off a bounce on this STRV. This is good.
Look at the wiggle as he's driving forward.
Yeah,
there.
now they're just getting close in, and Shuku spotted all of them. All of them. They know exactly where they are.
Shoku getting surrounded here, though. They're going to probably take him down, but at what cost is it going to go for them? Scarium takes damage. Kaizu takes damage. Kaizu's now on the one-shot. Coca-Colaps is now on the one-shot. Utopia have 4 tanks available, but they have all the HP in these tanks. Can they make it work for them? This is still a wide-open fight.
Okay, now at this point, with 3 guns down, they need to start catching out some people. They need to start getting out some guns out of the game here for Gohard. There we go. That's the first one down. They need more, though. And Muka needs to be careful in that STRV.
Muka side on there, getting clipped out there. He turns to face Coca-Colaps and Maga, but he's exposing his flank to the other side as well. And it looks like Scarium might want to come in to try and get a bit of damage. FC Dynamo's coming in to get block as well, but then Rulezek takes out Coca-Colaps, and now Rulezek and Kozai are going to jump into Maga.
This is good. They can catch off Maga with Dynamo from the side. You can see him in the top part. There he goes. Maga down. We're even in guns and even in favor of Utopia because they have no tier 8 left, and Gohard does.
Scarium getting shot now as he backs off. Colozoid there, we're looking at his viewpoint. Scarium now down to a 1-shot. Annihilator, Failware. I mean, Zafarchik's in the RU. What can he do against these tier 10s right now? Muka is the one that has to be the most careful.
Yeah, Muka, Scarium even missing on Dynamo. That could be crucial in the end. But look at it, Utopia, double the HP almost at this point. Gun in the game, Failware with a dead gunner as well. They have a tier 8. Muka with the heat shield. Zafarchik actually picks them up, but it's still 3v4 here in favor of Utopia. All they have to do is have the correct angles against these tanks.
And Gohard are the attacking team. They have the position of the defending team right now at the moment. And Utopia have switched places with them completely. Now, how are Utopia going to do this? Because they want to push into Gohard. They want to finish them off.
Oh, Relezik here getting very lucky that Skyrim didn't pen and that Failware missed. I mean, those are crucial things. Rulezik really didn't need to peek there. He could have thrown away the game for his team because he could have taken 2 shots there and could have died. No need to peek whatsoever. And Zafarchik's actually trying to do the climb on A8. Perhaps they're going to try and climb him on A8 and then put Skarium on the cap of some sort. So rotate. Well, no, they have to stay around number 2 base if he climbs. But if he climbs, then they can put a guy on the cap and try to cover the angles because he'll be able to shoot down on towards them.
Zafarchik has made it up as well into that position, so Utopia have to be careful. They want to finish off these tanks of Gohard, but they have to be careful because whatever they do, there's still that extra gun, there's still that extra angle that can cause them lots of problems.
Well, this angle is going to cause them a lot of trouble because he will be able to shoot them constantly if they go towards the ridge to reset. I mean, Skarium will probably have to be the one to be put in the cap, I guess, or maybe one of the bad shots even, because Skarium can hold the corner very well in that heavy tank. And, you know, once they come close to the ridge, Zafarchik will start pinging them, and they won't see Zafarchik. So at that point, they either commit and reset and probably die for it, or try and run away and still probably die for it.
So Utopia are starting to sit back a little bit here, try and make Gohard make a commit to base 1 or base 2.
No, they're going to put Skarium on the cap as expected. So the 113 will start capping, and Zafar will be covering, and then Failware in the distance. They're hoping that Utopia comes from 8-9 line, because then they have Failware, Zafar, and Skarium that can shoot if anybody tries to reset, which is enough to remove even a full HP bad shot.
You got to remember, though, Failware has that dead gunner. So how effective is his shooting going to be?
Well, we'll have to find out, won't we?
Yep, there's one way to find out. Send Utopia in, and let us see what happens. Utopia starting to group up again here. Colozoid and FC Dynamo coming back over towards Rulazek. And I guess they need to work out from which side they want to push in on. Everyone's reloaded. Everyone's ready to go.
In the minds of Utopia, they might be expecting the tier 8 to be capping. They might be expecting the tier 8 to be capping. I think it's Failware. Yeah, Failware is just on that position there. They might be expecting the tier 8 to be capping, and they might be expecting to run into the 113 at any point here. Once they spot the 113, it should be obvious, though, that what Gohard has done is put the RU on the boost. And they're going through the downside here. If Dynamo pushes up towards 7-8 line, he could possibly get Failware. Nice first connection, though.
Failware spots them out, connects the shot into Colozoid and takes out Rulazek. Failware not taking any damage in return. Now, Colozoid was the one you wanted to take the damage here. He did do that, but then that was really good play from Failware getting the kill.
Yeah, I mean, together with Zafar and Failware, they got the kill, which is the most important thing. Now 2 versus 4. This is in favor of Gohard, and caps on 27 seconds.
Utopia, everything was going in your favor for a couple of minutes there, but that breath, that pause just looks like it perhaps took a bit too long.
Versus Skarium. Oh, he bounces.
No connection there. 13 seconds. We're going to have to get rushing on it. Colozoid knows if he goes that way, Failware can clip into him. He's going to have to weather some shots or hope there's some misses, and there is. He's going to get shot here on Skarium. He kills Skarium. That's the base reset. Dynamo gets the kill on Annihilator. It's 2v2, Daki. Zafarchik's hiding up in that corner. Utopia can back off now. They have 2 minutes. But Dynamo's taking a truck ton of damage here. And Zafarchik took a shot up there on the hill as well.
Oh, Dynamo just goes unspotted at the worst time, and Failware still on reload. By the time that Failware is reloaded and killed Colozoid, they will have almost no time left to cap, and even if Colozoid goes down, it's winnable for just Dynamo.
Dynamo, where do you go? Failware's coming out here. Failware has a dead gunner. He's already been taking a damage there as well. Colozoid's in a reload now. There's a miss already at the back of Colozoid. Next shot coming in, connects with him. One more shot from Zafarchik here.
Bounce.
Colozoid might just get away with his life.
He will get away with his life. Zafar misses again.
Oh, man.
Colozoid is still alive. 1 minute 30 seconds. Don't forget, it takes you 1 minute to cap with 2. And 2 minutes to cap alone, so they need both on cap right now.
Zafarchik has to be careful coming down the hill here. He doesn't have a lot of health, and a wrong jump there or a wrong bounce.
They have only one option left. It's both on cap right now. It has to be double cap, because if the time runs past 1 minute, somebody will just go hide, and it's over. Failware and Zafar, last-ditch attempt onto the cap. They're probably going to use the 113 to shield them as much as they can, and it's now on to Utopia to find the right angles to reset and survive.
This is going to go right down to wire. Look at the difference in time. The match timer's at 56, the base timer's at 50. So we have 6 seconds. Oh, Dynamo! Oh, that was almost the biggest mess up ever near the end of a battle.
If he flipped himself, it'd be unforgivable. Unforgivable, but Colosoid seems to be doing the right thing. He needs to go down the 0 line. Dynamo got spotted out, gives information, but Colosoid is going to peek up here. He spots out Zafar. They're going to try and do it from 2 angles. They just need to make sure to get 1 reset. That's it. 1 reset. That's all they need.
1 shot, 1 opportunity, Daki.
It only happens once in a lifetime.
Colosoid, can you do it? Can you do it? Failware with that dead gunner. Failware gets the kill with the dead gunner. Dynamo has to come in, but there's no time. He didn't time it at all. He was too busy getting ready to run away. And Gohard are going to pick this one up with the cap. Dynamo is nowhere near coming in for a reset, and this one is going to Gohard. Daki?
I'm so confused by Colosoid peaks like that.
That peak was, I mean, both shots went boom, drilling in at the exact same time.
That was the slowest peak to reset I've seen in my life. For one.
Yeah. That was a crazy match. That was a crazy match. It was backwards and forwards the entire time.
That was a terrible peak, though. I mean, for one, I think he should have driven down in the 0 line into that dip.
Around the back.
Around the back and peek up and reset through that because it's the most unexpected angle, because it's risky. But this, he got himself spotted.
Like he drove up to it, got spotted.
There's just the thing.
He could have gone away.
So one, he should have driven down the 0 line, right? And come up from behind and peeked up. Second off, he should have peeked from the corner, not just drive up, just peek from the corner. But you behind, that was I don't know.
Let's have a look at the damage done there, because there was a truck ton of damage done there by both teams. Everyone pretty much on 1 shots at the end there.
And then even Dynamo should have driven through the field.
Yeah. Dynamo was too busy getting ready to run away for the reset. Your boy Annihilator finally coming out.
The thing is, they're both 1 shot, so they just have to close in together. That's all they have to do. Dynamo can go through the field, and if they peek, they can't peek up to kill him. The RU, if he peeks up, then Colosoid should just hold the angle to kill him.
There was obviously some kind of call there saying, okay, one go for reset.
There must be miscommunication because like Dynamo should close as well as Colosoid is, because if the RU peeks to try and kill him, then Colosoid should have the angle to kill him in return. And then the game is won because Failware is a 1 shot, so Colosoid can just hold the corner against him.
Prior to that situation, would you say that Zafarchik going up on the hill was probably a game changer?
That was well done. I mean, if he doesn't go on the hill, I don't think they even get close to winning that. Yeah, that was well done, and Failware also connecting shots.
Yeah, he took the first shot on the one with the full health and then actually took the killing shot on the one behind it.
I still feel Utopia should have won this round, though. Like, honestly, like in the end there, in that situation, as long as Colosoid goes down 0 line without getting spotted and just peeks up from any angle, he could even drive all the way past the cap and peek up from the furthest possible angle towards their own spawn.
And they're still not ready for it, really.
They won't be ready for it. And if Dynamo closes in at the same time, Dynamo should be closing through the field like a little bit later than Colosoid goes down the 0 line, and then when he gets close enough, then Dynamo gets spotted, then Colosoid just peeks and kills them.
Because when he was spotted, it was both shots exact same time, pretty much. Both, you saw the both
tracer
lines.
It was a terrible peak, like reversing up a slope with a bad shot to shoot down. Nah.
Well, them's the breaks. Now, Gohard here on match point against Utopia. Your prediction's still on though, Daki. You said 5-3 Gohard. They are 1 match away from it now, or sorry, 1 round away from it here. If they don't do it, we're going to go to Cliff on a tiebreaker. And do you think if that happens, either of the teams just going to go like, well, just go straight ham, just go straight YOLO aggressive?
Nah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know we'll think about it when it comes down to Cliff. Focusing on steps first.
Focus on steps just now then. So, do you still think
I
go
think
hard?
there's no recovery for Utopia after such a round. I think this is 5-3. It's very hard to come back from losing a round like that. Like losing a round like in that fashion.
On the final play.
Where you should have won. No.
Okay, well let's have a look at the lineups and see the vehicles being used. Will there perhaps be some arty coming in this time? No.
No, 4-1-6 here for Utopia.
Very mobile lineup from Gohard.
The 4-1-6 can be used on either of the 2 cap circles. He can be used on the east, but he can also be used on the number 1 base if you get that under control. Because of the camo value, because of the low profile, it's very hard to hit him. It's very hard to spot him. So they might be using him there. They can go either side. Both these teams, they can go either go left, they can go right. It's up to what they want to do. I mean, what can we say? I mean, they can climb the RU on the east and then, you know, come down.
Expect the unexpected, Daki. That's what we need to think right now. Having to do a restart on that match, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get everything started. We won't be jumping straight into the action. Now, let's actually look ahead, Daki, to Kazna Crew Oops. Both teams, high expectations. A lot of people predicting, for example, Kazna last season would do better. A lot of teams saying that they feared Kazna. And with regards to Oops this season, a lot of teams and a lot of individuals, ourselves included, thinking that Oops had the potential this season to be a great team. It's not looking that way for either of them, really, is it?
So I haven't seen their full lineup into effect, because every time we've seen Oops play, there's been somebody missing. We've missed Camel this week.
Mayland was missing the week before.
The week before it was insane.
Insane as well, yep.
So like we haven't really seen the full lineup. Deja hasn't come into 100% of his capabilities yet. We're still waiting for that. He is a very good individual player, but so far in Oops, it's like mediocre. Well, we expect from him to be like that damage dealer together with Miloš, together with Maylan, you know, together with those players, then backed up by players like Camille and such. I don't know. For Oops, it's a matter of getting this lineup to work and actually having their full lineup for once and seeing how it goes against an opponent like Kazna Crew. Perhaps they'll have their full lineup in the next match.
A consistent 7, I think, is what Oops needs. But Maylan did say that they were continuing to rotate, and Vetso as well said the same for Kazna. And Kazna have, for example, Vala, or as we joke about, Wala, on the sidelines, but they're not really using him, and he is a very talented player. He was substitute for Ding going to New York.
I have to see if they use Wala perhaps in their match today.
But right now, it's all about the match just now, I guess, which is Utopia Gohard. Gohard here on match point 43. We're just about to get round 2 of steps underway. We're going to see Gohard now defending against Utopia attacking. Daki is giving it to Gohard now. I want to give it to Utopia.
I'm still giving it to Gohard because of that last round. Like, they're going to be pumped up, but Utopia's going to be like... Those were all the things that I couldn't say. That's all the things I couldn't say, you know, pure silence. But this is how we got here. So both teams winning their defense on Himmelsdorf, then Ghost down being completely in favor of Gohard Prokhorovka. Well, it's a mystery.
It was a mystery what went on there, yeah. Both going round to Utopia.
No, it both went to Utopia. It's so hard to see their logo even. Both went to
really
Utopia.
Small.
And then Steps, first round being picked up by Gohard, where it arguably should have been picked up by Utopia. I really thought it was over, that Steps round. I still can't get over that.
Yeah, I mean, Prokhorovka...
At least we have another nice highlight. That's 4.
Yeah, we usually... can sometimes be quite a while picking out highlights for the weekly highlights. And now we've got some crazy highlights that have all been down to last seconds of battles, really hype moments. The Gunrunners one though were brilliant. Like, let's take nothing away from them. They were brilliant. The shot from Danny coming in at the end when Positive does the reset.
I really thought Positive had easy collab on us.
I think everyone thought that was it. Positive got the reset. And I think from watching the video back, there was one person in chat apparently said... Danny's off reload, and that one person in chat was like, nailed it.
I perma-banned them after.
But no, that was brilliant, playing in that fight on Alien, right to the wire as well, dying seconds. Absolutely crazy. Sorry for talking for so long at the moment. We are having a little bit of gremlins behind the scenes at the moment. So it looks like somebody fed the production crew after midnight, and, well, now we see what happens. They got them wet as well, perhaps, I guess.
What?
If you feed them after midnight, they multiply, and if you get them wet... No, if you get them wet... Oh, wait a minute, how's it go again? If you get them wet, they multiply. If you feed them after midnight, they turn. That was it, yeah. You never watched Gremlins before? You've really never watched...
Production's just taking out their anger on me now. Like, you see this?
It's because of this, Daki.
Go away.
You need to put it straight again.
It's straight, okay? Wait. There we go.
It looks, well, I mean, yeah.
Looks straight.
There's so many people probably tuning in going, why's that guy got a bow tie on?
It's more straight than you, at least.
Why doesn't that guy have... Well, it's the way I'm sitting, some crooked. Yeah, straighten up there. There you go. Why does that guy have his bow tie in and not his top button, for example, is what they're probably asking. It's because your neck muscles.
Yeah. Stop playing with the cameras.
Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. So, you still predict Go Hard, you still predict Go Hard, but what about Cast on Oops? What's your predictions for that one?
I want to give it to Oops.
You want to give it to Oops?
Yeah, like 5-3 in favor of Oops.
5-3 is always a safe bet, but you can never be so sure. It could be a 5-1. Well, in the meantime, while we're waiting on the Gremlins being smashed to pieces and everything being put back together again, let's have a look at the highlights here on Step Stacky.
Yeah, this was the initial fight, so the Kranwagen, and you can see Utopia's actually trading really well. They just lost Bihu, but then afterwards Shuku here gets caught out as well, but he does 2 shot of damage, so again, still in their favor. Muka here overextends, loses most of his HP, but Rulezek gets Kaiser, which is very important. Same time, Kolosor, Rulezek, and Dynamo clean up 2 tanks here in the south. Afterwards, Skariam here against Muka, where Zafarchik picks him up, which is very important. Then this push down the 0 line from Utopia to try and reset, but they didn't expect Zafarchik to be up and didn't seem aware of Philware's position either. Kolosor then came up and got the very crucial kill onto Skariam, and this almost turned around, but at this point, you see Kolosor should be going down the 0 line. Peeking like this is just nonsense, complete nonsense.
Both shots, both tracers coming in there.
Did he
and
shoot?
Killing him. I don't think he shot. If he did,
I think he shot.
If he did, he missed.
Yes.
Zafarchik, if Zafarchik had gone on his side, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Kolozoid wouldn't have been able to go over to put him back on his wheels because that would have wasted time. So,
and it would have been the meme of Twitch chat.
If he'd been on his side, that would have been that would have been like we would have had a double highlight with that.
Be like every time somebody flips, he pulled the Dynamo.
He pulled the Dynamo, yeah. Very dynamic handling of this vehicle and everything. Yep, it'd been easy peasy, but nope. He rolled back on his wheels and everything was good. So close. Not quite wall hacks in America where he rolled his Udas.
Wow.
On Ghost Town. It's not BM, it's a fact. It was an America highlight. They put it as a highlight with him rolling.
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed that.
It would have been extremely frustrating to do it, but we've not had anything like that in EU. Not yet, anyway. Nobody's rolled onto their side or the roof. Only Camille's flipped. Camille's flipped and been saved. He got flipped and then he got rolled over and he drifted down the hill on cliff.
Wasn't that last season?
Yeah, that was last season. So we've not had anything this season. No exciting fails or messes up. We've only really had the Pratily check and the algo overextensions. The individual big whoopsies.
Yeah. Algo. Unforgivable. They're going to remember that for a while. Like, honestly, it's like, it's like skirmish. Oh, Algo's here. Just don't pick the CDC, please. Poor guy. Poor guy. But we should almost be ready to get this started. I think. I mean, they're taking so
long.
It's going to be the longest. It's going to be the longest step round I've seen in the history, but
possibly. I mean, imagine if we had pizza right now ready to eat.
This is still
the pizza would be freezing
It's
cold.
still an important round for the rankings. This can change everything. Go Hard wants to keep that #1 spot. They can lose it again and such and such and such. So they want these 3 points, but Utopia wants these points as well because everybody wants to stay within that top 5, top 2, within that top 5, top 2 spots because any point can be very important towards the end of the season. We've seen it multiple times, multiple seasons where 1, 2, 3 points can make the difference between those online playoffs, a relegation spot, and direct qualifications even in some cases.
Yeah, we say a lot of the time it's an important match. Well, right now, every match is important. Everything's ready to go. We're into round 2 here on Steps. Utopia red team attacking against Go Hard blue team defending. Now, we always say, that the points are vital. It's only really when the runaway winner or the runaway loser is determined, then the points don't matter so much for those particular teams.
You could see Murakar there had binoculars on his IS-7. It's to spot that Ru. We've seen it. They don't have Arti to counter it though, so we'll have to see how they approach that one. Shuku as well in the 416 has binoculars, and Zafarchik failed the climb on the first time. That is super important.
He got up and he just turned around and instantly came back down. He got up, he turned around, he had positioning there to go. I think at some point somebody gave a call and says, no, come down, they're pushing.
Okay.
He was up there, I was watching it. I don't know if it was the one on screen, that's probably because I was watching it on my monitor. He got up there, he stopped, he turned around, he was, like, it looked everything good. And then he just turned his gun around to face where Utopia were coming around and just drove straight down.
Okay, didn't see that, but I'll trust your word on it, Ryan. Double cap pressure about to come underway here. Triple cap pressure even at this point. 33 seconds left, and Gohard, they're going to have to scramble to get to this one because they're going to have to be quicker. 28 seconds left. They're probably going to have to commit on the 8-9 line, but Muka is there in the 430. Probably 8-9 line, but 6 line at the same time. They're going to have to sacrifice a lot for this reset, though, because they have 18 seconds left.
18 seconds left on the clock, and Gohard are coming in from the top. Niall is sitting back trying to snipe. Where is the reset going to come from? Scarium looks like to be the one to sit in. Rulzik, Shoku, and Kozoid can all focus him down to get a shot into him. There is a reset. Kauzu being focused at the moment, actually. We're down to 10 seconds. They need to get somebody else shot at the moment. Marakas now came into the cap circle. 7 seconds. Daki, you're waving a finger. What do you see?
There's no reset yet. Finally, they get a reset, but they need to push in now. And this is going to be bad for Gohard.
Gohard committing absolutely everything here. We were down to 3 seconds there on the reset. Scarium goes down. First tank dead for Gohard as Shoku gets dropped there on Utopia. Gohard taking damage so quickly right now as Utopia are focusing all their guns into them. Gohard are taking an absolute pummeling, but they're still surviving. They're still in there at the moment.
They have the gun in the game in their favor actually right now, but Maga goes down. Kaizu's flanking from behind. Marakar's getting focused, and it's not over yet for Gohard, but Muka in the back line in the 430 is a crucial factor. That DPM machine, he needs to make big plays. He needs to take down tanks. Nice shot onto Zafarshik to start it off, and now Bihu and Dynamo are going to have to get themselves into the game as well.
Muka has the positioning here to be able to do lots of damage as Kauzu gets a shot back into him. There's a crossfire. He takes out Zafarchik. We also see another tank getting dropped in quick succession as well. And now it's swung back into Utopia's favour. Gohard nearly had it, but now they're 1,500 HP down against Utopia.
They just didn't do enough against Muka. You saw him take that one shot, but then Niall desperately trying to get connections from the side. It didn't work out. They also know he expended most of his ammunition for that. Bihu and Dynamo, they now need to play together against Failware and Annihilator. And nice damage there. Now Failware, he's going to go down.
Bihu getting shot as well. Failware still with the turret sitting up. Dynamo misses with the shot there. Failware still survives. Failware has a full clip, but now pretty much all the tanks in Gohard are a one shot. Now Utopia, every one of their tanks has to take at least 2 shots from anyone in Gohard.
All that needs to happen now, they know that Niall was backing off as well. Bihu, Dynamo need to run. Muka needs to keep the position. Dynamo needs to make the play. He needs to go down towards the 0 line as Bihu covers him together with Muka. They need to get collapse first. That's the first step. Get the 113 out, get the armor out, remove him from the game. That's exactly what Dynamo is going for. He's going to start pushing down 9-0 line. Failware and Annihilator. Bihu just needs to cover that side. That's all he needs to do because Dynamo has Muka in support. He needs to just make one solid peek and kill Coca Collapse.
Niall's probably going to turn on Dynamo as he sees him popping up, but then Bihu's going to get shots into Niall. Niall's not going to be in position to be able to help Coca-Cola. As Coca-Cola gets spotted, Dynamo knows exactly where he is to set up his attack. Dynamo's spotted. There comes the shot. He gets the kill on Coca-Cola. Now Niall sees, oh, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong position as Failware is going to duel against Bihu here. And
but
now,
it doesn't matter. Bihu spotted both of them. Bihu spotted both of them. That's all that matters. Dynamo's now starting to play on the top, and honestly, they just need to close it out securely. Start Muka in the cap, and that's it.
Annihilator getting a shot into Dynamo there. Failware and Bihu just holding out. What can Annihilator do? Can he take more damage? He takes a shot back from Dynamo. He just dodges a shot there from Muka. Annihilator like Neo at the moment. But there's the shot in the back. Both him and Failware fall at the exact same time. And Utopia pick up this round here on steps.
Utopia actually recovering and bringing it to tiebreaker. We saw how much it cost Gohard to get that reset. They didn't get the initial reset. When Skyrim and Kaizu came in, they didn't get the reset. It went down to 8 seconds. They were forced to push in with everybody. And they took a lot of the guns down for Utopia. Nice. But the positioning was lost for them. They had 2 tanks behind that little rock. They just got killed by Dynamo and Muka. Muka didn't take enough damage. Naya was trying to clip on him. The position's not that easy to hit. For 30 has a nasty turret to get through as well. Didn't work out for them, and after that they made the correct plays. Failware, not sure why he was crossing to the open like that. He got catched out, really. He did get catched out. Precious HP lost at that point. And if Utopia didn't shoot that first steps round, they'd be 5-3 right now.
Yep, it would have been 1, but now each team is guaranteed at least a point. Let's have a look at the stats and see top damage dealer there for each team, or top damage dealer for all teams, in fact.
Well, There we go. DPM machine that we talked about. Muka, crucial in this round. I don't care that he's on your team. Utopia's defending on Cliff in the meantime, but Muka in that 430 did a lot of damage. You could see him get shot after shot.
His positioning was great. Once Gohard pushed into the cap circle, his positioning was great.
And then Dynamo, Rulezik, Marakar even getting a decent amount of damage out, but Kaizu, Zafar actually doing okay. Maga and Skarium was the sacrifice. You know, yeah.
Yeah, Skarium was the one that went in first to do the reset. I mean, it was really close. We had it down to, I think, 5 seconds at one point before everyone from Gohard then pushed in. It was nice to see a rush tactic on steps. Is something we very rarely see. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It always at least forces a team fight. There's usually coverage up on top. How much of a difference would it have made if Safarchik was up on top?
Would have made all the difference. If he made that climb, if he got up there, he would have destroyed the cap. All they had to do was spot it once, and he would have been able to reset the bat shot or the 416. He wouldn't even have to shoot the I7. He shoots the bat shot, and then he shoots the 416, and then he loads HE and resets the I7. Gohard never gets in trouble.
He definitely got up onto the first ramp, like the first bit where normally.
Are you sure that he decided to drop?
He turned and then just drove straight down it. He didn't make any effort to go further up the hill. It was it looked like a very determined, nope, I needed somewhere else.
Okay, well, Gohard getting to show here that Utopia is not an easy opponent whatsoever, and if they picked up that round on steps, it'd be over at this point. It'd be Utopia's game, and Utopia is going to still be kicking themselves about that. There's no way that after this match they're not going to be pretty upset that they lost that first steps round, because even if they win this, they'll be like, you know, if we won that first steps, we'd have had 3 points, not 2, but 3.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, as we're saying, every point is vital. The only time a point is not vital is if you're the bottom team, and if you win, it doesn't matter.
Or if you're
top team who's already qualified, and it doesn't matter.
You can't lose your #1 spot anymore.
Or if you're in any other position where, you know, like if you're in second place, like, well, third place can't challenge me, anything like that. But right now, every point is vital, because it's totally not clear who's going to get up or get down, who's going to get in playoffs, who's not going to get in playoffs.
Ooh.
You see a surprise pick, an unusual pick?
No, not surprise pick, surprise player, Kappa.
Oh, okay. I know who that could be, and that could be a potential... it could turn everything around.
Pavian stepping into the lineup for Utopia. That in place one of two things. Either they're going to be playing with a T49, or they're going to be playing with an artillery piece.
Either one of them, doesn't matter which one it is, if it's a T49 or it's with artillery, Papa Pavlin doesn't care. Papa Pavlin will wreck you in either one of them. Or potentially not. Very, very hit or miss.
We can do something, Ryan?
Yes, let's have a look at the lineups and see exactly what he'll be playing on.
T49.
Oh.
So it was either of two things. So Gohard, no RT on the attack. Deciding to go with the RUTVP 5 bat shots as support. Utopia identical except for a T49 played by Papa.
Could this be a super sub? Could this be, you know, last minute calling in the pocket pick?
Perhaps. You know, Papa, 1 or 2 connections, a fire here and there.
We've seen it do ridiculous damage. We've seen him do ridiculous damage on this map in artillery. I mean, he erased Danny in an object, didn't he?
Well, I'm curious to see.
Can you do it, Papa Pawin? Can you come in here and win this for Utopia and go hard after just winning yesterday, then lose today?
Well, Utopia got them here. It was a struggle for both these teams. Even more for Utopia, you could say, because of that steps game. And now I'd give it to them again. 5-4, I'd say, for Utopia. They have the advantage.
Yep, well, let's find out. We're going to tiebreaker. It's all square. Utopia go hard 4-4. Someone's going to win this one. Let's go to Cliff.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
Okay, Daki, here we go. Utopia, red side defending against Gohard, blue side attacking.
4 tanks for Gohard going towards the 1-2 line, and 3 of Utopia's tanks going to be boosted with 1 climbing. This could be a match 4-on-4 with Papa Pavian already maybe connecting the first shot here in the 1-2.
Oh, Scarium, he hits for 3-2-2, but doesn't get any fire, and that could have been much more devastating.
Yeah, but Utopia here, they have 4 tanks in position to deal with this. They're going for Muka, very aggressive from Gohard.
Muka drops off that hill, bit of an angle there, could be dangerous. Very lucky there to not take any more damage. He does actually take more damage on the fall, but look at this, look at all the damage going on to Gohard across the board. They're focusing Shoku right now. Bihu's also getting focused at the moment, but Shoku's dead. He's the first one down. Gohard have focused tank, but in return they've lost Maga. They've almost lost the Farchik. He's surviving on 50 health. Bihu actually falls on Utopia. Gohard are going at this, but Papa Pawan getting a kill on Coca-Collapse.
Yeah, and Dynamo might actually still get to reload if he can get another clip out. Scarium only has 1 more shot. Dynamo actually peeks into it and dies. It's the 4-on-4 here. It's not over. It's definitely not over, but Papa has a lot of HP here for the lineup for Utopia, and Scarium receiving damage as well. Papa seems to be trying to close the distance in his T-49 because he knows they're reloading. Kaiser's going to peek, misses a crucial shot onto Papa Pavian, who could remove either of these batches. He's going for Scarium.
Papa Pawan's going in for it. He smells blood. Can he connect? He hits Scarium and the tracks, doesn't do it, but he kills the driver and he tracks him. 302 damage, but Scarium's sitting there in the open. He's getting shot at the moment. He can't move. Papa Pawan survives. He might get a reload, might get another shot in.
Scarium peeks, the Colossoid is waiting. Failware might get Papa here, but no. Papa's baiting them beautifully. Shots wasted left, right, and center for the tanks from Gohard. And Papa, the master bait, it's working out for him. More damage being taken on the Gohard lineup. Finally, Niall comes in to clean him up, and we're down to a 3v3.
Down to a 3v3. Now, roughly same HPs. Tanks roughly about the same. How they're going to focus each other now, this is going to be a hell of a fight.
They're going to lose Failware. They're just counter push in the middle. Niall, Kaizu, they're out of position. They're going to lose Failware.
Niall and Kaizu can't help Failware here. Kozoi taking a lot of damage. Failware might actually survive. He's behind solid terrain here. Now they're getting the jump onto Rulzek. Niall and Kaizu going to come around Rulzek. Rulzek shooting at Kaizu. Rulzek takes out Kaizu. Niall's going to take out Rulzek in return. Can Kozoi or Muka finish it off Failware here and make it 2-on-1? Or is it going to still sit at 2-2? Failware surviving on 22 health.
Muka needs to go kill Failware right now, and then the reload needs to come in. Colossoid, he's playing with Failware. Failware doesn't know. Failware doesn't know that Colossoid's on reload. They didn't count the shells. Well, Muka comes in. He'll take a shot from Failware. He'll take him down. And now it's Niall versus 2.
Niall versus 2. It's 2-on-1, but Niall has all the HP and he only needs to one-shot each of them. This should be Annihilator. This is your moment to shine, mate.
They need some distance between him. They need some distance. Niall's coming close. He could do this. Muka needs to run. Niall, if he can get the first kill here onto Muka, it'd be crucial. Muka's trying to run, but I think Niall might just about be on time.
Muka's not going to be able to get around the corner in time.
He
Niall,
might be. No, he is.
the
Niall
wreckage.
didn't take the right route.
Saved by the wreckage. Now, how are Utopia going to play this? They're the defending team. They could potentially run and hide and force Niall into having to cap. Niall's going to take position up here on the hill and try and jump down on either of them. Daki, what would you do if you were in Utopia's shoes right now?
Pray. But Muka is playing it smart. He's just going to cover Colossoid, so Niall would have to kill Colossoid coming over that. Muka just needs to make sure he doesn't get catched out by Niall here, because if Niall makes the peak, there we go. Niall is going to come over onto Colossoid. He needs to take the first shot here from Muka. Niall misses the first. It's crucial.
Niall misses the first shot,
Misses
and he
the
bounces
second.
the second one. Colossoid bounces his shot as well.
Muka's on reload.
Niall's got him. Muka's on reload. Niall came down. He's going to go for the ram kill for style. He does it. Gohard finished this one. What a nail biter right to the end. But Gohard, take it and take the points.
Unbelievable.
Crazy
Muka
match.
didn't reload during that entire time.
And then he reloads right as pretty much Niall comes over.
No, he had 2 shots the entire time. 2 shots. He didn't reload.
When he was
When he
going
killed
away,
Failware, he
should
should have
have
reloaded.
reloaded, yeah.
And he didn't, and Colosoid didn't get saved. Niall even missed twice,
Yeah,
making
and then
it closer.
there was a ricochet as well. You saw the red line go dink and then off as well. So Niall
Niall bounced
could
something?
have. No, I think Niall missed, and then a shot came back out, and it ricocheted off Niall because you saw the red tracer line. So Niall would have survived with just one shot
Yeah,
left on
Niall
him.
bounced 2 shots
Yeah,
during that round.
crazy fight. Looked like Papa Powan nearly did it for his team.
He was baiting them so well.
Yeah, really well done. Let's have a look at the stats for the end of that one. Rulizek talked damage there. Niall also doing 3k damage. Niall with 5 kills.
5 kills, very, very crucial there. Super crucial. Utopia, heartbreaking for them. But Colosoid and Biku, I mean, go hard there, doing it with something extremely well. They immediately countered the climb. Like, they just went for it. They went to counter the climb. You saw Muka drop off. Another bad shot, I think, dropped off with him. And then Gohard, realizing this, went back towards the middle, started focusing out the guns. But Utopia almost turned it around.
Muka also took damage when he went down off that hill. He took about a shot's worth of damage coming off that hill. We've seen it from one of the Russian players, I believe, coming off that and just instantly dying because he went down right onto the front of his
Muka
tank.
doesn't reload, if Muka reloads and he doesn't bounce the shot, then... But well played from Niall. He went super aggressive onto Colosoid as well.
Super. I mean, it was dangerous as well because Niall could have gone off that area too quickly or bounced.
If he went over too quickly and he started sliding down, then Colosoid would survive and just shoot him on the way down, and so would Muka.
Very close. Very well played, though, Niall. You got 5 kills and a truckload of damage, so well played, sir. Now, here we see how it went on Himmelsdorf, Utopia, and Gohard both picked up a round. Then in Ghost Town, it both went to Gohard.
That was 3-1 then at that point for Gohard.
Prokhorovka, then Utopia came back into
3-3.
it. Both rounds, 3-3. Steps, they traded each.
They traded, even though Utopia should have arguably won.
Both winning it on the
their
attacking
defense.
round as well.
Yep, and then Cliff Gohard, just about.
Gohard attacking, they went hard, and they now go home winners. Post-match, top damage.
Niall?
Niall did really well, yeah. Failware, Muka maybe as well. Let's have a look and see.
Failware. I see you're happy with that.
Failware, 9 kills, 2.3 average damage. Really good average. I mean, all top 5 players all coming in with good average damage across all matches there. Even Coca-Cola actually as well.
Even
1.9.
Maraca are doing really well this time around.
Maraca a lot of the time was in single shooters as well. So yeah, 2.3, 2.2, 2.1. Just 2.05 I guess. Then 1.9, yeah. Papa Powan. Oh, unfortunate, mate.
Dynamo made a bad peak there,
Papa
though.
Powan's still coming in at 14th, though, even though he only came in for one match. Like it doesn't work that way. There's only so much space we can put in for players.
I mean, Dynamo, they're peeking into Scarium. I mean...
Papa got a kill as well there on the T49.
I feel like if Dynamo gets 1 or 2 shots off, which I don't think he did, after that initial clip, he died to Scarium.
Papa Powan got a low shot onto Scarium, and then his other shot was also a low shot. If they'd been bigger hits, that would have turned the tide of the fight as well.
He didn't have any engines to shoot, though. If he loaded heat, if he wasn't shooting HE, but he shot heat for those shots, well, that'd be 1.5.
Different
story,
game. Yeah,
I really think for that second shot, he possibly should have loaded heat. Coming in there, the bad shots saw him. If he had a heat shot, would have been able to wreck one of the bad shots.
It's good as well. I love the way he just went, I'm going for it. You know, they're reloading, I'm going for it. And they were like, no! T49! No!
And then Muka wasting a lot of shots to try and finish off Scarium.
Just not reloading when he was running away.
Yeah. If he reloaded, it could have been different. But it is what it is.
That's them. This is now, yep. It's done and dusted. And it's Gohard to pick up the win in our second match. Now we're going to have another break and we're going to get ready for Kazna Crew versus Oops, which is going to be our last match of the day. That promises to be an absolute slobber knocker. There we go. Both teams not performing so great right now, and both teams absolutely desperate for a win.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how that goes. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be right back after the break, so see you soon. Hi. Let's go back to the other big cam. Good evening and welcome to the EU Wargaming.net League Season 2. My name is I'm Not Ready and this is my partner Chuckles.
The slight fear of terror in your eyes. It was great. You could see like the fear in your eyes. Like, oh, it was brilliant. All right,
let's go back to the start.
Don't cry, Ryan.
This is our third match of the day. We've just saw Isuba versus Gunrunners and we saw Go Hard versus Utopia. Now, Isuba versus Gunrunners was a very one-sided affair and Isuba absolutely wrecked Gunrunners 5-0. Go Hard Utopia, well, it got a bit close. It actually went into tiebreaker.
It was very close, especially the last 2 rounds were ones worthy of rewatching. Trust me, those were really good. Both rounds on steps, amazing. And Cliff, as a tiebreaker, was pretty good as well. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Pretty good. Now we have Kazna versus Utopia. Kazna crew, the old guard here of...
Utopia? Utopia have to play 2
well,
matches
I'm
in a row.
sorry, I made a little bit of an oops there. Kazna crew, the old guard here of... Man, this always happens by the end of the day when I'm getting tired. What can you tell us about Kazna crew, Daki?
They're a team. They have players.
Well done. You're like on point, Daki. Why did I go to you for analysis like this?
Yeah, okay, so let's focus. For Kazna crew, mainly this season is Stefan, Nexus, and Durst, like we saw from the past matches. We haven't seen that much from Diplomat yet. I thought it was going to be a bigger factor, but he hasn't been topping those sheets like we expect him to do. So far, for him, it's... I need to see Diplomat step up even more, and I expect Durst to play most of the matches here, though.
Yeah, Dares certainly has been doing really well for Kazna Crew. Absolutely my favourite player for Kazna Crew. He subscribed to my Twitch channel today, which is very nice of him. Dares.
Oh, wow.
So he can do act lol in chat, and he can do act shroom, a little mushroom symbol. Very nice of him. Very nice of him. TwitchTV.ectar_.
Wow, sell out.
Sell out, says you. Doing sellout streams for emotes.
I don't do sellout streams.
Now, their opponents, oops, not Utopia, the Tough Giraffes, Daki. Where does that name come from? Africa, there you go. Now, top player here for oops, probably Mayland.
Honestly, I think the dead zone is by far
the dead zone?
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll go.
No, Mayland, Milosh, and then Spoink.
You've not been
is my top 3.
I mean, how does it feel for you having both Milosh and Mayland in the same team?
Well, I sold Milosh. That's how it feels.
You sold him?
Yeah.
Dollar bills? How much did you make for him?
His value.
Wow. On point as always, Daki.
Sometimes you ask these questions, I'm like,
Simple answer. Simple answers for a simple mind.
I was exactly going to say that.
Now, how do you see this one going?
5-3 in favor of Oops.
Well, let's see the maps and see if that will change your mind.
Nothing can change my mind.
Really? Not even pizza?
Nope.
Chicken?
Nope.
It was a pause there, though.
Contemplating. But now, goes down the first map coming in between these two. A map that Oops haven't played so far, so there's going to be new tactics here. There has to be new tactics because I haven't played it yet so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform against Kazna Crew, who have typically not been the greatest of Ghost Town teams. I mean, yes, they have three battles on it now, which are 100%, but last season they weren't such a great Ghost Town team whatsoever. Then Cliff coming in now. This is a map I like. Kazna Crew have been terrible on Cliff so far this season, so it'll be interesting to see how Oops and then Mines. Kazna Crew have been a good Mines team. Oops has been an okay Mines team. We have seen them lose a lot of rounds because of failed climbs, if you remember.
Yes, and that has not gone well with their field commander, I believe. Insane was very vocal when those climbs were not performed, because one of them he was actually involved in. He was following somebody, I think, and they messed up.
And
he went
then
in the back
last
of them.
map, Steps, and Kazna has not played Steps yet.
Interesting. So 2 maps that teams have neither played on.
Yeah, very interesting that in this stage of the season we're seeing 2 maps that teams haven't played yet. I mean,
Sometimes teams can do that. They can go an entire season with never playing on a map. Wombats on Tanks did that in Ghost Town. Never went near Ghost Town the entire season. But we're not really getting that this season. There's no team that has an absolute like.
if you want to be a
avoidance
good
map.
team, you need a big map pool.
You need
know.
to be able to play in all of them. Yes.
You need to play all maps. Surprise the opponent, like, oh my god, they picked Ghost Town. What?
Pretty much what happened right now. So let's have a look at the lineups here going into round 1 on Ghost Town. Triple 50B, double E100, Batchat and Emil 2.
Double Emil 2 and I7 for Kazna crew. That kind of says you want to go north if you can with the double Emil on the cap. But oops, with 350Bs, double E100, Batchat and Emil 2 does not look like they're going to be climbing anybody, because the only person that can climb is the tier 9 Batchat. This is a defense meant for aggression, meant to take it towards the lineup from Kazna crew and fight them and try to beat them. And Kazna crew, when they see this, they might actually go towards that northern cap with the Emils and the I7 because they know it will be open.
So they're going to see the lineups for each other's team. They have about roughly 30 seconds before the match starts to size up what the enemy is bringing and then quickly change any plans that you may had. Now, prior to this, the teams have no idea what each other's bringing. So you pick your lineup, you think to yourself, okay, this is what we have as a tactic. This is how we think we can react to general tactics from the other team. But generally, a lot of plans, Daki, can be formed in the space of like this starting 30 seconds, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, they do get some information of it because, you know, like both these lineups tell their own story. Oops tells, you know, no climbers, aggressive. Kazna tells a lot of cooldown, perhaps capping.
Well, one way is for sure. We're going to find out in just a second who's going to take the first round. Will it be Oops on defense or will it be Kazna crew on attack? Let's jump into Ghost Town and find out. Okay, here we go. Oops on the red team are defending against Kazna Clue. On the blue team are going to be attacking.
Kazna Clue?
Kazna Clue. I was hoping I could just let that one slide.
No, because I'm going to make a pun like, yeah, Ryan, Kazna seem to have no clue in this round.
Yep, well, maybe the crew can get it sorted.
Yep, indeed, that is a possibility, but let's focus on this one. So far, Oops going very aggressive towards the south, and this lineup from Kazna crew is going exactly where we expected to go. It's going towards the north, it's going towards the #1 base. They have the tanks for it, and they're going aggressive, and Oops are going to have to fight to get back in here. And take a look at the Oops lineup. It is in full effect, you could say. Milosh, Insane, Kamil, Silans, Melan, Deja, and Spoink. No, the dead zone.
No, the dead zone. I mean, this is probably one of the strongest lineups, I would say, that Oops can field at the moment with all the players available to them.
Yeah, I would agree. And Spoink might be their mountain goat after all, but so far, they've gotten all the info. They know exactly that Kazna crew is not in that area. They're already going through the courtyard, but there's going to be a fight on this corner. It's going to be a big one even.
Diplomat spotted. He's going to peek. You see Melan, Silance, and Camille coming round. First one to poke just through that edge area might get shot at. Who's on the other angle on Death Alley? It looks like they've backed off. Diplomat's up high, but who's over his shoulder? Dares is sitting waiting there to get a shot into the face of any of the 50Bs coming in. But Insane and Milos are actually pushing round. Diplomat has backed off and he doesn't actually have crossfire until Milos takes a shot into the face, but they're going to get a jump onto Dares. They don't connect with the shots and Dares is still alive.
Well, they're going to go straight forwards here. They want to take the overmatch because they know the 50Bs are out of the fight, and here comes the 50Bs and the Emil from Deja.
Milos gets the kill on Common Purta, he gets dropped. Insane had to back off because he took a lot of damage. Now Vessel's the next focus down. 2 tanks down for Kazna crew, but Oops have taken a truckload of damage here from Kazna crew. They are surviving, there's still guns in the game, but who's going to get focused next? As Silance and Meland are pretty much one-shots.
Oh, Milos didn't actually connect onto Durs. That's going to be vital here. Durs coming around the corner, full HP 100. Going to make hit shot count in return though, and Oops, they need to start hitting shots because the cap is still on. In the meantime, Durs doesn't connect either. Spoink got the resets now. Stefan and Haiba, it's time to get off this cap, mate. Time to go help your team.
Dare's bounced off Milos. Milos now gets his connecting shot into Dare. Stefan and Hyber are still staying in this cap circle, while at the moment, Krasnokru taking a pummel. Dares is now being focused. He's got a broken turret line, can't angle properly here. Stefan and Hyber are going to focus on Spoink, but Spoink's just acting as a distraction while the rest of his team clear up the remaining tanks from Krasnokru. But still, it's not over. It's trade for trade at the moment. Stefan's taking a dot low health at the moment. Hyber still has a lot of HP, so does Nexus, and they're coming right back into the battle. And it looks like Krasnokru now finally have the advantage.
Yeah, Krasnokru definitely with an advantage in this round. Oops tried to make the plays, tried to make the fight, but it didn't work out in their favor. Now Milos might be able to get theirs, but Stefan and Hyber, they're coming in as well with their full HP heavy tanks. There should be no issues. Milos probably going to try and kill theirs here. He does. It's 3v3, but the HP is not in their favor whatsoever.
Milos able to kill Dares there as Hyber came round connected and Stefan came round and bounced. Nexus now coming out and be able to clip into him. Milos in between a rock and a hard place there as Hyber picks up the kill. Melan can come round the corner, he has 2 shots onto him, but he's not going to be able to kill anyone unless he's managed to get a magical shot on Stefan round the corner. Nexus knows Deka's above him, and well, both Deka and Melan spotted. Krasnokru know exactly where they are and exactly where to focus.
Yeah, Hyber got the kill there onto Melan, and now Deka only has 1 player and it's go towards Stefan, but he has 2 more players to deal with after that, and that's not going to go well in his favor either. So with 2 shots and a dream, Krasnokru seem to have a pretty good clue in this round, didn't they?
Hyber picking up the kill there onto that last tank, and Krasnokru coming out victorious here, but it was a heck of a brawl to get through that.
It was indeed a heck of a brawl. You could see the fight there, you know, the Krasnokru Emils not going onto the cap, deciding to hold the ramp. They got most of their shots off, I'd say. Piotr was the first focus for the guys from Oops, and then the 50Bs came in, but just didn't get enough guns in their favor. They lost a lot of HP. They only killed 1 or 2 tanks, I think, and then Stefan and Hyber were out of the fight for a very long time. I don't even know why they stayed in the cap circle that long. There was no point. They could have come off of that way earlier, dealt with Spoink much faster, and went to help their team, which would have made it a lot easier. They wanted to cap for some reason, but we could see that they were always in control of the HP. They're always in control of the guns, and all they had to do really was kill the tanks from Oops.
Yep, let's have a look at the damage done there. Imagine a couple of players pushing 3k. Yep, so Hyber, top damage in the 113.
Yeah, Hyber, nice shots there, but you know, it's Deka and the Emil is more impressive because it is a tier 9 tank and it's harder to do that damage. 2.9, 2 kills. Hyber did get 4 kills, obviously. Stefan also, I7, 2.6. Kamil, Milos, Diplomat, Melan, but I am fairly certain there's going to be some low damage dealing players on the second page, and Insane might be one of them as well. I don't think he got more off than 1 shot of damage in his E100.
Yeah, I mean, Meland 2.3 there for 7th place. And then after Nexus, also 8th place, 2.3. It drops quite considerably there for damage. Dares, I mean, he bounced at least 1 shot there off Milos in the duel. It was an awkward angle for both of them to shoot each other. Call me Piotr getting focused down quickly, but Silence and Insane, both of those players in that situation, you'd expect to be able to do more damage.
Yeah, especially Silence, even in that 50B, you're expecting to get at least 3-4 shots out in that one. You wanted realistically 1 clip, and that 1 clip would have made a big difference in this game. And Oops, they tried something here on Ghosta and Krasnokru, holding on though. Perhaps Oops return the favor on the attacking side. We have no idea. We don't know what to expect from them because we haven't seen them play it. So we're not 100% sure what is Oops going to play. We have seen Kazna play it a few times, but still not enough to give us an idea of what they're going to bring, what are their tendencies, etc., etc.
Yeah,
it's a little bit of guessing. Like Oops could bring anything. They haven't played it yet. For all they know, for all we know, they could bring back 4100s.
Yeah, it's not like you can go like, well, you know, Dinger defending, we know we're going to get Kreitz and Udiz up on that hill. You know, it's like there's no specific set tactic we know for this team on this area. Or like, for example, Mines, you know, like, you know, defense, you're going to get Mayland on a grill, attack, you're going to get Mayland on a TVP. Like, those are like pretty much 2 standard guaranteed picks pretty much every time for Oops, for example, on their tactics. But Kazna, I can't really do anything for Kazna. I have noticed though when Hyber doesn't play the scouts or the lighters on, Hyber actually does a lot of damage usually.
Maybe. Not always.
Maybe. Well, let's have a look at the lineups for round 2 and no 4 E100s, Adaki.
Krasnokru here with the Udes. A very similar lineup to what Ding had. Realistically, only missing the FE215B to have the same. Because Ding didn't have an E100, I think. But all around. We kind of know what this lineup is going to do. A1, cover pretty much all your angles, cover everything, and cover it. Oops, with 350Bs. That's, you know, it's a little bit more aggressive. I7, E100, Batchat, 9, and Emil. Can put I7 on the cap, can put Emil on the cap, can put just the Emil on the cap, can put I7, Batchat AP, and Emil on the cap, can just put the solo I7 on the cap. They have a lot of options available.
You could put everyone on the cap.
No. But yeah, they have options available to them. They can hold with the 50Bs, but again, it's going to be about how much can the Kranwagen from Kaznakru do? Can he get hold down? Can he get the shots? Can he bully the 50Bs out of position? Can the E100 from Kaznakru bully the E100 from Oops out of position? Who has to give up that alley? Who has to give up the slope if they get there? Who's going to win it?
Well, there's one way to find out, Daki. And we're about to see that as Oops on the attack are going to be fighting Kaznakru on the defense. Kaznakru are on the blue side for defense. Oops are on the red side for attack. It's currently 1-0 to Kaznakru. Let's jump into round 2 here on Ghost Town and see if Kaznakru can make it 2-0 or will Oops bring it back to 1-1?
That is the question we all have in our minds, but Oops did not decide to go for that northern base, at least not in the beginning of the game. They're choosing a more southern approach. Piotr's playing the Batchat. Interesting that it's not Stefan, but perhaps Stefan prefers playing Kranwagen. Isna here, little Udes going to be climbing.
Isna should do this no problem, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he should.
If not, you'll hear all about it. Well
There
done,
we go.
Isna. Well done, laddie.
But look at this. Oops going very aggressive in the beginning, already taking control over that G5, G6 position, and perhaps trying to catch out the Kranwagen AMX50B. We can see they're kind of out of position. If Piotr doesn't spot them, they could drive down the 5-run like we've seen on different servers, and I haven't seen it really in EU, and catch out Stefan here. If they push down on the right side, there's like a little corner, they can push behind that Kranwagen, completely remove him out of the game.
I was going to say Stefan's probably going to proxy spot Deka in just a second. Deka gets a spot on Stefan. Actually, it's insane that the spot comes from. Insane taking that out. There comes Deka around the corner to push Stefan back away.
Now the 50Bs should come. The 50Bs should come right now.
We can't see actually at the moment because we're seeing it from Kaznakru's point of view. We're seeing it from Stefan's viewpoint. Camille's coming around the corner. 50B's coming around exactly as you predicted, Daki. They're clipping into Stefan. Stefan's going to go down in seconds. He is eliminated just like that. Now the focus is going on to Diplomat. Ders is also taking damage. So Ders is wide open. He's going to go down next as well. Look at how quickly that E100 fell.
Yeah, very quickly. Tanks down one by one here for the lineup of Kaznakru.
Let's have a listen to Oops on TeamSpeak and see how it's going through their minds at the moment.
I cannot.
Milos, not over.
10 seconds. I will kill the 113. I kill.
You have to keep on playing aggressive. I'm going.
I kill Hyber.
8 seconds.
I have 2 shots.
Little for Naiba.
No, it's fine.
Diplomat, one for
2
you.
seconds.
Or not.
I will
Go back.
I will feed Diplomat.
Nice. Nice.
Udes shot.
Good job.
I'm pushing 50V. I'm gonna spot Udes. Let's go.
He's -2.
Spoink. Udes is spotted.
-4.
I have 1 shell only.
GG.
Spoink bait him. I'll finish him. 6 seconds. He's reloading. Okay, 3, 2,
But
1. I finish.
I'm reloading. Nice.
Dead.
Nice, good job.
Well done.
Dobra.
Good job, guys.
Ut.
And there
Let's
we
hear some
have it.
encouragement words from the dead zone.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Good job, boys.
I
And
like
look at that, the counting from
Milos,
Milos as
3,
well.
2, 1 finish, and then he has 1 more second
Yeah,
to go.
it's like, okay, go on, Milos, you're teasing us. But yeah, really
Impressive round.
impressive push there from Oops. I mean, it was an Emil 2 and an E100, both blink of an eye. Like how quickly theirs went was frightening.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the push, and I did say if Piotr doesn't spot them out on time, but he saw them on the gap. It's the earliest time he can see them, and it's what happened before. It's how a lot of teams have countered the defense like this. It's happened on multiple regions. I think it's even happened in EU, but I remember vividly from watching it on CIS as well. You push down into that corner. Stefan, who grabbed the reload, was like, rip. He didn't expect, what Stefan didn't expect was those 50Bs to come through the way they did, I guess, because Piotr is normally spotting if they come, and he didn't see them because they drove straight into that little courtyard. And you can see that the 350Bs from Oops making names. Kamil, Melan, Silans, nice.
Milan getting out, Nexus getting out 2 clips there as well.
Yeah, but he
Top
survives
damage.
very long. Isna even getting 2.2.
And the Udiz.
Is a well counter from Oops.
It was very nicely played.
It was very well played out.
You had the Emil above, like kind of like baiting out Stefan.
Well, even if Stefan had like 1 or 2 shots, it wouldn't have made a difference because they completely catched the Kranwagen. He was dead no matter what. Piotr couldn't do anything about it, and then the E100, they couldn't really do anything about that either because even if the E100 survives, Insane would come from the top part and shoot him from the side. So there is...
Yep, it's true. I mean, Haiba taking a huge amount of damage there as well. Barely getting any damage in return. And Stefan, well, he got a shot onto the E100 in the center of the base. But I mean, that was more or less a bait from Oops at the moment, and Stefan was just caught unaware.
Yeah, Stefan was completely caught off guard there in that position. That was, even Durs was caught off guard as well. There was no winning after that play from Oops. It was just a well-instrumented play. They did the right moves. The 50Bs didn't get spotted into going into the position. That's why sometimes teams send the batch shot through there. Like you saw, was it Utopia? Yeah, you saw Utopia do that. You saw them send a batch shot through there to spot. Then he would have spotted all of this, but he would have died. They would have died to the 50Bs here, I think, just about. And the fact they didn't spot that really costed them a lot.
Yeah, yep. So 1-1, all square. We're now going to go on to Cliff.
For me, it's always... I've never been such a fan of Kazna Crew on Cliff. They just don't seem to work out so well.
The thing is they start great. Everything looks like it's going really cool.
Like, remember season finals?
And then boom! Like, it's like you turn away and you turn back, and you're just like, they've lost 2 tanks. Like, they're all taking damage. Like, they had like, what happened? Whoa!
Well, let's see if they... remember, Oops last time had a great play with boosting Spoink up as well, so perhaps if they're defending first, which they are not, we might see that on the defensive round from Oops, where they boosted that batch. That was great stuff. But Kazna Crew here, standard lineup. I mean, 5 batches, TVP, T49 is what we expect. Oops, though, double tier 9, batch shot, and a TVP. Interesting that there's no RT here from Oops. We have seen Insane play that on multiple occasions. We have seen it work, as in RT working, but the rest of the team failing.
I was going to say, with a TVP in the lineup, pretty much guaranteed it's going to be Mailand on that TVP as well.
He really
loves that tank.
I think he enjoys it by far more than he enjoys the batch shot. Because the batch shot can troll you sometimes with the gun, like it really can.
Is that something that's, a personal preference, or something where, is it worth taking a batch shot or TVP over a batch shot?
It depends on the tactic, If you can fit in a TVP, then you just fit it in. If it doesn't cost you, but if the tactic requires all batch shots, then you go with all batch shots.
Okay, well, your thoughts on this one then, Daki?
I think Kazna Crew should just about be able to hold on the defense on Cliff. It's the only side they've picked up any wins so far. So if they're going to pick it up on any side, it's going to be on the defensive side. And for Oops, I don't know, this looks very aggressive almost. Probably it's not, but the lineup looks aggressive. So Kazna might be, going passive for sure. It's probably going to be like split from Oops, like a tier 9 batch shot spotting 1-2 line, then the TVP climbing in the back, a batch shot spotting in the middle, such, and then soon climbs, and then try and make a decision from that point on. Because with a TVP, I don't see them just YOLO in,
Yep, indeed. So 1-1, hard to predict right now. I mean, Kazna won that first one. Oops, bringing back on the second round there on Ghost Town. I mean, it could potentially go 1-1 all the way, but let's find out, because we're going to go to Cliff. Who's going to go 2-1? Well, there's one way to find out. Okay, now Oops on the attack and Kazna Crew on the defense, and there is a substitution, you noticed, Daki.
Yes, Silans stepping out of the lineup here, the dead zone making his entrance for Oops in this match, and
oh, it looks like a reset.
It looks like a reset.
Okay, so it's been a night of gremlins.
Feels bad, man.
Feels weenus.
Why did we reset? Everybody was in game.
Everyone was in game, everything was good to go, but then it was Oops who all spun around for whatever reason. Nobody had spotted each other, so they do have the potential for a reset. If there was any spots, then not play on for whatever the reason is. There was a disconnection, it seems to be, from a player on one of the teams. So hopefully that player can get reconnected and then we can get back into the action. Now, Daki, after Cliff, we're going to go to Mines and Steps, and Steps
Slow
again, potential
Mines.
tiebreaker.
I mean, Mines, I really don't think Oops is going to go for that Eastern play once more. I really think they should play it passive, hopefully.
Do you think Oops will make the climb? I mean, really, Spoink and the team should be able to do it.
When we saw them do it, it was always double climb with like TVPs going towards the east and such, trying to catch out people. I don't think they're going to be using that anymore whatsoever.
No?
No.
Do you think either team has the potential to do any kind of surprise picks or tactics?
No, I think Kazna on the attack will just go with their IS-4 because it seemed to work out pretty well for them with like moving him towards the eastern side, and he starts side scraping there, moving on and on. The only thing that can balance him pretty much is artillery. You know, if you camp too hard.
Yep. Artillery will punish you for camping too hard. It's a fair and balanced system at the moment. And when artillery hits you, well, great play to the artillery for doing so. It's always a nice shot. You always got to commend artillery for doing that, especially if they wreck you from far away when you can't do any damage back to them. Now, we've not seen Runeberg at all this evening, Daki. I was hoping to see some perhaps variations of the blocking shield on bases.
I don't think we'll be seeing Runeberg for a bit until teams figure out new things.
No?
I don't know.
I mean, it's not been at all. It's been pretty much the same map pool today. The only difference here, yeah.
No Muravanka either.
Not a lot. Muravanka not being used, yeah. Not a lot of. I mean, Muravanka's becoming a bit static as well with tactics. It's been a bit same old each time. It's usually always something around one. Pretty much never anyone trying to do some kind of specific tactic around the base near the forest.
Yeah, Muravanka, not my most favorite map.
Not your cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea.
If you could have another map in game, what would you like to see in rotation?
There's not that many great options to make like double cap on. Actually, very little options.
Well, if you had, well, I mean, obviously they're going to move the bases as well. So to move the bases as well, I mean, Fjord right off the list straight away, like no chance.
Kharkov off the list, Stalingrad off the list, Sand River off the list, Ensk off the list. So, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Ask me this question next broadcast and I will have an answer for you.
If you could remove a map from the current pool, which one would it be?
Runeberg.
Runeberg over Muravanka?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Right. Well, it looks like everything's ready to go here, folks. So let's jump into... No, not quite yet. There's still quite some issues at the moment. Now, it's difficult to always kind of listen to what's happening at the moment when we are having a discussion. So apologies for trying to jump ahead there, ladies and gentlemen. The connection issue has been fixed, so we can get back into things just momentarily. Who do you think is going to take it, Daki?
I'm still going to have to give it to... I'm giving the first round to Kasna Crew because they are defending on Cliff. So they should realistically always pick up their defense. It's their best side, so should be good.
Well, things were going okay, but we've had yet another restart. Out of our control, I'm afraid. We kind of can't do anything. We're just purely waiting on everyone to be ready and things to work behind the scenes, and we're kind of at the mercy of that. Such is the joys of live production. Yay! Okay, so back to the conversation. You would take out Runeberg.
Yeah, it's just such an annoying map to play on.
You don't like it at all?
Nah, it's just too defensive. Almost, it's just not. It's just not. It's not fun. It's not fun.
I like it. I think you get the variation of tactics. We've seen teams try to do different block tactics, shield tactics over on the North Cap. It's something that are at least like, oh, we could get something new here, you know. Whereas like Muravanka, it's like, Muravanka, what can we get? In a way, it's like Cliff. I mean, Cliff is exciting because it can be over really quickly, but Cliff is like, okay, we're going to get a Cliff. Well, we're going to get 5 Batchats and we're going to get 2 other tanks.
I like Cliff.
No other map is...
It's very... The lineup is not dynamic, but the way it's played is very different every single time almost. Well, except for defending. The attacker can always try something different approaches. It's dynamic because of the amount of shells each team has left, the amount of damage they've done. No round is ever exactly the same.
Okay, that's a fair point. I mean, there is the risk of Cliff as well on falling at apples. We're about to start getting some monuments on Ghost Town as well for the amount of times that teams have dropped off.
I heard the ramps were being removed.
Remove the ramps, yeah, make it easier for everyone. I mean, you have the map Overlord as well with the Raising the Beach. That could be a potential function. But hey, look, we have a game, Daki.
Yeah, we do have a game indeed, and the bad shots from Oops all moving up, so perhaps they're going for that aggressive start. After all, I mean, with the double tier 9 bad shot, it is one of your potential picks to decide to go super aggressive, and perhaps they're going to swing around, like go through the city, then swing over and just rush the middle and have a good old-fashioned brawl in the center.
Okay, they're running round the back.
And it's going to be exactly that, Ryan.
Off the hill, but now they're turning up. They're going for it.
There's no stopping, and Kazna is going aggressive as well.
Could get singled out here, though. They're going to run into all the guns. Can they focus tanks out at the moment? There's the trade shots coming out at the moment. Haiba taking the first amount of damage here. So is Vetso. He's managed to get himself safe at the moment, though. In return, Spoink and Insane are the only ones taking damage on Oops. Now, Ders is also taking damage. Dead Zone is the first one focused down. He's dead into the tier 9 Batcha. Decha's now taking damage as well. Nobody dead for Kazna yet. Diplomat in the crossfire here on the hill, shooting right down into the tanks of Oops.
This is going to be a slaughter for the tanks of Oops. They're surrounded left, right, and center. They decided to stop when Kazna crew pushed through, and that was a mistake. And then the Dead Zone, no idea what he was doing, just playing on that slope, getting focused out for no apparent reason. You can see his wreck there on the right. There's no point for him to even be there. After his entire team backed off, Piotr now trading badly as well. Oops is trying to make it closer, but there's 7 tanks alive from Kazna crew.
And look at that from Diplomat coming straight in there to shield his teammates so he can reload and survive. Stefan backs off round the corner there onto one of the climbs. Now, Oops still have tanks alive, but not really because Diplomat's on cleanup duty. Melan drops. Oops only have 4 guns available to the 7 of Kazna crew. Haiba still surviving there on 44 health, but now Yizny goes down. At the same time, Stefan gets a kill on Spoink. Oops have only 2 tanks left. It's Milos and Camille, and there is no way they're going to survive this one.
No, they're not surviving this one, that's for sure. Milos can't even get on Piotr. There's not coming around the corner, pretty much full HP. That's 1. That is good going for the second one, and Oops they didn't seem to expect Kazna going the aggressive themselves, and they just stopped. They all just stopped and tried to shoot down, but they didn't kill Vetso. If they killed him, would have been worth it, but they didn't.
Yep, at the start there was an overmatch where all of Oops could have focused on 3 tanks from Kazna, but they didn't do it. They did Camille trying to climb there to get away. But look at this, look at the wolf pack there of Kazna coming round to finish off Camille. And there we have it, over in the blink of an eye, roughly about 3 minutes, an old-fashioned gunfight on Cliff.
Now, if they killed Vetso in the crossing, they would have been all Gucci, right? All good, boys. But they didn't. He survived on way too much HP, so it's interesting that he did survive. It's almost better for Oops to just continue pushing, catch out the guys that were on the other side, because there was Diplomat there, kill him and just keep going. And then when they stop, the Dead Zone's like playing on the slope. He's like in the open for 3 tanks. He's like moving backwards, forwards, and then all of a sudden, like, he's dead. Well, what do you expect when you sit on the side, open for 4 tanks, and then the rest of the team didn't fare much better?
He was one of the highest profile tanks there and an easy shot for a lot of them, so they just quickly focused him down. Now let's have a look at the stats here and see how much damage was done and who from.
Stefan there with a nice amount of damage, getting 2 clips off a kill. Haiba coming in as well with a decent amount. Diplomat from the top, we saw him peek over, do crucial amount of damage. Kamil, Milos and Melan, the first 3 players here for Oops, and then Piotr for Kazna. I mean, only Stefan really to point out here, 3.3k damage in such a quick round. That's is very important. He is the crucial player. If you notice, there is no Nexus in this lineup.
No Nexus. So he was swapped out for someone at some point. I think it was Yizny stepped in for him. Perhaps that might have been where the problems were at the start. I mean, we did have 2 restarts there on Cliff. It's very unusual to have 2 resets in a row like that.
Yeah, perhaps he was lagging or such. You can see there, Spoink Dejas, Boink, Insane, and then the dead zone really was in a really terrible position. I mean, you have to sometimes say it as it is, but it was the entire team that stopped, so there's that to take into account as well. Perhaps it was a call to stop and shoot, but then they needed to kill the first gun for sure, which didn't happen. Kazna crew then had the crossfire, made the correct plays. Piotr came from behind, Diplomat from the top, the guys from 1-2 line. It was just literally a crossfire. It was an actual dead zone in the middle, but you know, there's an actual dead zone in the middle.
You had tanks forward from Kazna, you had tanks back
It's
from
the one
Kazna,
time you can actually use the dead zone. It was an actual dead zone.
Dead zone died in the dead zone. Well,
it was an actual dead zone. It was angles from everywhere. Kazna just shut them down. Oops did the worst thing, I think, was by stopping.
Push up, stop. If they carried on and gone round.
They carried on, they could have catched Diplomat at least and played from there on, perhaps. But like stopping, it just gave Kazna crew every single angle they could have possibly wanted.
Yep. Unfortunate there for Oops. Now let's have a look at the lineups going into round 2 and what's going to be with the 5 back chats from each team.
Yeah, with 6 for Kazna with an M40-43, which is going to be played by Diplomat.
Oh, this could be very punishing.
So Oops here with 5 bad shots. Sorry, I can't count. And a TVP and a T49 on the defense. I think they should be able to hold on. I don't think they're just going to play passive, though. I mean, playing against Arthi, you kind of have to take the 1-2 line.
I think this is a personal preference thing for Mailand. He just wanting the TVP over the back chat. Well, let's jump into round 2 here on Clef. Hopefully everything will go smoothly this time, and it looks like it. We are going to get a battle without any restarts, which is good. And Oops, red team defending against Kazna crew, blue attacking. I said crew again. Where's that coming from? No, I nearly said clue.
So you can see Kazna crew here with a lot of bad shots going here to retake 1-2 line, because they know as well that there's the potential here for the tanks from Oops to go there. Oops will have just about an equal amount though, and it's 4 versus 5 with quick rotation coming in from Insane if they need it. Vetso is the only one in the middle, and this is not going to be ideal, I think, for Kazna crew either.
There's a substitution here for Kazna crew once again. As in the lineup, we see Walla.
There's a substitution as well for the side of Oops, as the dead zone is out and Silons is in.
Okay, so both teams saying exactly as they said in the interviews, they are going to continue to rotate players, they are going to continue to change things up depending on the maps and depending on the tactics.
Oh, Deja needs to be careful for Diplomat. Oh, but there comes the 1-2 line push. Let's see the timing. Spoink should be able to see it though. Insane and such are here as well. Oh, they're trying to climb. There comes the 1-2 line push. That's about to happen.
Milosh can give them some vital information. Say, guys, break, break, break. There's going to be a push coming in right now. Now, can Oops get the focus fire into Kazna? Insane is singled out. He's separated from the rest as Ders and Stefan push into him. But look at these shots coming back in from Oops. Insane has been dropped. Kazna crew's taking damage across the board, but they still have all their tanks available. Oops have now lost Milosh as well. Let's have a listen into the Kazna crew and see exactly what's going through their minds.
Skoda next. Skoda minus 3.
Silence is one on me.
Skoda minus 3. I'm aiming Spoink 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Still aiming Spoink. 3 seconds. He will went in safe. I can't shoot Spoink.
How much is Silence fire?
One on me, one on me.
Can't play slow now.
I'm aiming from.
Let's go together.
Hope that this guy is on reload. Aim this one, Diplo.
Aim from, yes.
Both of you need to peek from left.
He's in
Skoda
safe.
is 2 shots. Skoda is 2 shots, I think.
He's still reloading, isn't he?
Yeah, Skoda's still.
Yeah,
Go kill him,
Spoink
go
is
kill
still
him.
reloading.
Ignore him, go forward. Try to catch the Skoda or the 49.
I'm reloading, miss. I got spotted.
Skoda minus 2.
30 seconds.
Nice.
Spoink gets shots now, minus 1.
Silence coming.
What, you missed twice, Diplo, when everyone was spotted? Oh.
Well, that was just like we were saying about Kazna crew. They look like everything's in control and then it goes against them.
Well, this 1-2 line counter push from them. They ran into too many guns as well from Oops. We saw there was 4 available for them there. Insane survived for a long time. And then the rest of the guns were there pretty quickly as well. Mayland and such came through, rushing through the middle. They were there in a matter of 5 to 10 seconds. And it just wasn't, you know, it just wasn't enough for Kazna to, like, because they're always going to be in the lower area. Durs was the one to come up, but he didn't last very long. And then when the guns come on from Oops, they had the upper area still, they had the lower side. There was a crossfire. Diplomat did not have an effect whatsoever into this round. If he would have one-shotted somebody, for example, then it would have been a different game. But now I think he didn't hit anything. Maybe 200 damage, maybe 0.
Yeah, maybe just a splash. There was no big connections really coming in from artillery. Now, 2-2 all squared. We're going to go to Mines. We still have steps to play after that. Mines could be quite interesting.
Yeah, Mines, it's going to be a slow one, I think. But before we talk about Mines...
Let's have a look at the stats. Yes, indeed. Now, top damage coming out here. It is Spoink, the mountain goat, who was hugging that top area for quite a long time. Silence picked up 5 kills, though.
Yes, Silence with 5 kills coming in. Well, he came in later because he was one of the tanks that wasn't there, so he cleaned up everything pretty much. He came in, got the one-shots, got out, reloaded, got some more tanks as well. Stefan there doing a decent amount of damage. Deja, again, getting his clip out as well. Haiba getting his clip out, although 7 shots, a little bit more than the clip, but 2 kills, so, you know, still, every shot counted pretty much. Milosh getting 4 Meland, doing just about enough. Diplomat 0. Wale.
Why don't you? Yeah.
I didn't see where he played. I don't see what happened.
He was on the bottom of the 4 Batchats that came running around the corner. I guess he was perhaps one of the first ones focused, and he got stuck on the hill in the crossfire when they pushed up that hill into the middle area. I mean, he didn't even get a shot out, so something must have happened really quickly to him.
Yeah.
Where he wasn't in a position to shoot back, or just one of those situations where if he tries to turn his turret one way, somebody shoots him, he tries to turn his turret the other way, the other person on the other side shoots him.
Interesting that both these teams are subbing this much in a high caliber match. I mean, Oops versus Kazna is considered a high caliber match this season. Both these teams going for subs and subs and subs. Nexus not being here is obviously vital. Last time they didn't have him, I think they lost. So...
Yep. I mean, Mines is like Cliff. It can go really quickly, or it can get dragged out right till the dying seconds of the map.
It's going to be slow, honestly. And Oops is defending first, so I'm expecting some passive liner. I really don't. I mean, we have teams starting to go back towards the middle to overtake it, because then the attackers really just not used to it anymore, to have a fight in the middle at this point in the meta, because they're usually, you know, okay, we take the middle hill. What do we do after that? They don't really think about what if we have to fight for the hill.
Yeah, but we've seen some teams go hyper-aggressive recently on Mines for that middle hill area. Kazna potentially could do it here. We have seen Kazna do it before. We know when Oops play attack, they tend to play it slowly. They don't tend to rush in at all. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, can Oops change it up? Can they go hyper-aggressive, or are they just going to play the slow, controlled method that they usually play?
I think they're going to play slow, but I also think Kazna Crew is going to play it standard, like their 1-1-3, IS-4, 1 or 2 Batchats, TVP, Skoda, maybe tier 9 Batchat, maybe RT even, tier 8 RT, one of those things. And then from the lineup from Oops, a heavy, Grilla, 2 Batchats, so on, maybe a TVP here or there.
Well, let's have a look at the lineups and see the vehicles being used here for round 1 on Mines. I'd quite like to see teams go hyper-aggressive here. Nothing immediately jumps out to me here, Daki, as unusual.
I mean, I got the Kazna Crew lineup, right?
Yep, well done, Daki. It's almost like you were looking at my screen.
Your screen?
I said almost like you were looking at the screen.
Almost. No, they just play that IS-4 every time now. It's like they've played it, I think, 2 or 3 times at this point in time.
Be Haiba on it, yeah?
Yeah. You've seen them play it over and over. It's like the same thing from Kazna Crew time and time again. But this Oops lineup, it's also looking like a passive one. Like E100, it's not really going towards the hill.
Yeah, I mean, E100 sits under that hill. There's no artillery to shift them out there from
The IS-4 will be trying to play against them.
Let's see if he can do it, because we're ready to go here on Mines. It's all square. Who's going to win this one?
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Okay, and already we can see the push here. Kazna Crew, blue team attacking. Oops, red team defending. Can Stefan make this? Call me Piotr, already getting clipped out in the middle here, Daki. He's gone through the middle area and he's taken 12,000 damage.
12,000 damage onto Piotr.
Yes,
indeed.
I can't count.
But the fight continues in the middle. Insane here. A little bit in no man's land trying to hold off in his Batcha. Now Decha in the Kranwagen pushing up as well. Do keep in mind there's no RT available for the side of Kaznakru, so Insane should be able to leave at one point. Stefan will be trying to kill him though.
Stefan coming around, clipping out into Insane side on. Insane has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide at the moment. He goes down in a ball of fire as Milos now comes round in the E100 to start blocking shots for his team. Deadzone wants to sneak round beside them, but look at this, we have Camille round the back, he's able to get shots in as well.
Yeah, but he's pretty dead. He got clipped already, and now the lineup pushing onto the hill. The Deadzone's the first one to get focused. Small guns for Oops here. Spoing goes down. Deadzone will follow. This push is falling to pieces.
So we did see an aggressive push there from Oops, but after Call Me Piotr getting absolutely pummeled, call me a punching bag, he still survives. He's on the hill. Oops have tried to reclaim the hill and they have failed badly in doing so.
There's lots to talk about after this round. Milos tried to do what he can, but in an E100, Milad might get one or two more shots. He actually misses onto Call Me Piotr, and this will be the beginning of the end for the Oops lineup as Kaznakru come in to close the fence.
Stefan and Ders coming round, getting the kills on the remaining tanks. Camille is the only person that's left. 1 T49 left against 6 tanks of Kaznakru. 7,000 HP still on the board. This has been an absolute stomp from Kaznakru.
Yeah, there's lots to talk about here because that wasn't really that great whatsoever. There's actually bounce. Stefan picks it up. But yeah, 3-2 in favor of Kaznakru. Could see there, I think 3 of the tanks from Oops had small guns. The 3 bad shots they had all small guns, so Piotr got wrecked in the beginning. But afterwards, you can't counter-push the hill with that, especially if you leave Insane behind, like the left Insane at the rock, and then Kaznakru set up the crossfire and took the hill. If you want to play with small guns, you have to rush the hill immediately, take it, don't stop. They stopped, They stopped again. They've stopped at the hill to shoot Piotr. They still kept going, which they didn't. And then you can't counter push against bad shots with big guns when you have small guns. It just doesn't really work out in your favor when the crossfire is there, E100 or not.
It's the size that matters, folks, and this time it wasn't in Oops' favor. Let's have a look at the stats and see where the damage came from that time. How much did Call Me Piotr do from surviving? Well, he didn't get on the front page, but Nexus wrecking there in the TVP from that position where Mailand usually sits at, being able to do a truck ton of damage. Mailand was on the grill there, trying to do as much damage as he could, but I mean, 5 players from Kaznakru all on the front page.
I'm not sure if Spoink had a small gun, but I'm fairly certain that Deadzone and Insane had
definitely had
Insane
the
had
gun
it as
because
well.
he had more shots.
Yes, Insane had it as well. I didn't see Spoink, but I don't know if he had it because he did 434 damage in 1 shot, so he probably had the big gun. But yeah, if you want to take the hill like that, you have to rush it with the small guns. You can't stop.
Because that's the whole point of having the small guns is you get on the hill first
before the
and
reload.
you can reload and then you can clip into
because
the
they
back
aren't
shots,
reloaded. By the time you get up the hill, they don't have reload available to them.
But Kaznakru are really smart in the fact that they split at least 2 tanks off to the left instead of going up the hill, and then they could just focus fire on the Oops tanks.
If Oops rushes on the hill, they lose like a bad shot almost in HP, but would have been able to kill at least 1 or 2 bad shots in return. So I don't know. I don't understand why they stopped. I think if you play a tactic like that, you have to commit full stop and no regrets. No regret.
I think they were maybe put off by the crossfire, thinking that only Piotr was the only one up on the hill. But I mean, Kaznakru
you
do
know
the climb.
climbs,
You know
the climb.
Yeah.
They should know there's always going to be a climb coming out from Kaznakru. They needed to take the hill. They didn't take the hill. They got slaughtered in the entrance.
Yeah, pretty much it. That was, perfect.
That was it. They just they drove into the entrance after being reloaded with small guns. Deadzone wrecked instantly. Spoink wrecked instantly. Milos in between 3 guys.
Yeah, it was.
Why are you laughing with that?
Because I was going to say something that wouldn't have been appropriate. Yeah, it was a bit of a... He was getting hit from all angles, so unfortunate for Milos there. The E100 can take a beating, and no matter which way he faced...
It doesn't matter if you can take a beating if the rest of your team's already dead and waiting for the next game to start.
I mean, I wanted to highlight the fact that Call Me Piotr had a damaged engine, but I couldn't even get to that point because there was so much going on around it.
I think if they rushed the hill, Piotr would have died instantly and they would have had a nice advantage, actually.
Them's the breaks. Now let's have a look at the lineups for round 2 here on Mines. Are Kaznakru going to go 4-2 up, or are Oops going to bring it back to 3-3? Double TVP coming out of Oops this time, Daki.
Double TVP here. Can shut down the climb, can shut down anybody coming on the hill. Turn bad, double tier 10 bad, Kranwagen T10, Kazna crew with the IS4 looking probably to be a little bit more passive. At least that's what it looks like to me. This lineup really isn't made to rush the hill with the Grille, with the Kran, with the IS4, with only 2 bad shots, a TVP and an RT. I think they'll be sitting passively for most of the game.
And there is a rotation again for Kazna crew. We can see that in just a second. So Oops attacking on the red side, Kazna crew defending on the blue side, and Vala is back in here for Kazna crew.
Yeah, Vala back in there for Kazna crew, and for Oops, no Mayland now.
No Mayland, or the TVP as well, and they're attacking. This is unusual.
Interesting. Let's see how they do without Mayland. There's crossing over to the island. He should be fine. He should maybe take some damage. He gets ammo rack. That's annoying. That's the repair kit wasted for him. Has to use it. Does it instantly. That is what is supposed to happen. They should have possibly gotten more damage, but you know, it's a small victory. It's something.
It's something. I mean, it does knock back that initial reload.
And
as
Vala
well.
is back here on the position which he had with the IS7.
With a yeah.
Last time they had an IS7 and a mouse here, if you remember.
Oh, no, that's going to be the rock. That's nothing but rock there, Diplomat. Now, can Diplomat have a big game here, Daki? He kind of needs to have a big game, and really, doesn't he?
Well, probably he won't, actually, from the positions that his teammates have chosen, from the positions Vala is in the Kranwagen.
It seems to be Vetso that Vala's in for here. It's normally part of the lineup.
Insane took a shot there from Vala. Kind of tells the lineup of Oops, well, boys, they got a Kranwagen up here. Milos will find them very soon.
Milos peeking around here. In the background, you can hear someone that says like blind firing somewhere. See Launch just slowly edging his way up onto the hill in the TVP. Nicely done, sir.
Ooh,
Decha getting connected on there, I guess by a gorilla.
Nexus. Nexus was the one.
Right in the face, as you can see, Nexus on the reload there. And Decha's not going to peek so eagerly next time.
Well, Milos has pushed Vala back a little bit, but it's just still not enough for Oops. They're already losing a lot of time here, 2 minutes. They somehow need to take out this Kranwagen out of the equation. Insane. Oof. Felt like that should have connected.
Yeah, maybe just snapped his turret away at the wrong second there. He had what looked like a side-on shot because Vala would have been aiming at Milos. Now, Spoink has not moved at all since going into that area. Diplomat's thinking about Splash. If Spoink moves back even an inch, Diplomat might take the shot.
Well, the Batshot's going to cross over now. It's Camille that's going to make the crossing. This is what I talked about last time. I think if a Batshot crosses here and gets all the way to C0, he can really be nasty towards that IS4 in the Kranwagen.
Camille gets himself spotted and then drives off. Spoink still not shifting. I mean, he's been proxy spotted at the moment by a tank below him.
You see them backing off. You see Vala and Hyba backing off. I think they realize the same thing. I think if a Batshot gets to D0, they just get shot on the side of the turret over and over and over again. So they're choosing to back off. They're choosing to take the 3 minutes of time they've gained by holding that position. And they're going to back off now. And they're going to be like, okay, we kind of got what we wanted.
Spoink not shifting here from the entrance to one of the mines where the map gets its name from. Now, Dare's holding position here, dead zone opposite him. Decha in that middle crossfire area where Mayland would normally sit. Comley Piotr down bottom, Vala and Hyba just backing off round this corner. Silence is still proxy spotted, but Spoink is still proxy spotted. But I guess the minute he's not, he's going to be shifting out of that area quite quickly. Would Diplomat take a blind shot then, Daki?
Maybe. Probably would. But let's see what Oops is going to go for here now, because Camille's going to make the climb on A8.
Oh, he's aiming towards where the dead zone is.
Ooh, he shot!
Oh, 417, blind shot. Dead zone was not spotted, and he has a dead gunner now. Not good.
Nice timing there from Diplomat, coordinating with Durs. Durs saying, I'm spotted. Diplomat instantly clicking the shot away. because that's the only indicator theirs has that the dead zone is close to the bush. Could have been devastating.
Yep, it could have absolutely wrecked him. Could have been a fantastic one-shot. Because dead zone wasn't spotted, so that would have been great communication between Dares and Diplomat. I mean, it was great communication between Dares and Diplomat. They did get a shot onto the dead zone, but they'll not really know that.
There's a nice amount of crossfire here available for Kazna crew. Piotr from G7, Stefan from H7. They're gonna go for the 1-2 line push. Oops, that's what it's looking like. They look like they wanna possibly make the rotation through there. You can see Silence. It will be dead zone first because the tier 9 bat shot at this point is redundant. He has a dead gunner. Becomes pretty useless, almost is fair to say. So if he drives down first and he dies, and Spoink and Silence get across for free, but that's what they call a trade.
I wondered what that was.
Samosa.
Samosa. They're everywhere. Camille, way up
Insane
high.
just needs to make sure he doesn't get spotted as first one, because if he does, that gives away so much information. Wait, they're backing off. They're going to go behind. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
They're taking speed. They're taking speed.
Is this going to work, Taki?
Maybe. They need to sacrifice the dead zone, though.
The dead zone's not going to go first.
He has
Spoink
to.
has just killed any speed that he did have.
And I think the dead zone really needs to go first here, because he has a dead gunner.
Camille, I mean, it's very passive from Kazna, but they don't need to do anything. They're the defending team. They can happily just sit and wait until they get vision on someone from Oops.
I don't understand why Spoink is going
Spoink in
first.
dead zone here, and imagine they're going to skip past dead zone to want to shoot at Spoink because they're going to want the tier 10 out of the way rather than the tier 9. Shots coming in, one connects onto Spoink. Crossfire, they're going towards the dead zone. Spoink's going to get across safe. Dead zone's going to get across only 1 damage. Silence is going in a lower road, but he takes 2 shots on the crossfire as well. In the meantime, Nexus takes a shot back, but I mean, Oops have got a position, but they've taken damage. In the meantime, Spoink now gets tracked by Dares. Dares can clip into him. Spoink now in a 1-shot. Dares goes down to Silence, though. That was the crossfire coming in there. Now Insane's on the cap, and what can Kazna do in return to this?
Probably not much. Milosh takes the big hit in his Kranwagen from the Gorilla, but they have cap pressure, they have Insane, and the RT would need to move over now. If they can spot him, if they can spot Diplomat before he gets into position, it's going to be very crucial, and still Camille is holding the middle rotation.
Camille stopping anyone coming round the other side and be able to give vision. There's Diplomat moving exactly as you said, Daki. As the dead zone's taking another shot there in his tier 9 Batchat, he's not able to really give return fire. He has a dead gunner, so it's going to make any kind of accuracy shots really not great for him, but he might be able to do something.
But Diplomat will be able to reset the cap, and that will be enough. I mean, he's looking up for the angle now, and all he needs is a spot.
There's a shot coming out from something there, but no connection, no damage done. Now he knows roughly where Insane's going to be. Will he connect?
He should.
There's
he
no
needs
vision
a spot
yet.
still.
He
So
needs a spot still.
Piotr's going to wait because he's spotted. That's obvious. Piotr is spotted, so he needs to wait for despawn and then peek through the bushes. Or they're just going to send Haiba in the IS-4. That works just as well.
Haiba is going to face check it.
Insane's dead.
Insane, I mean, what's his health at the moment? 1393. Will it be a full connection?
He left the cap. That's
He
smart,
left the
but time is an issue.
If Diplomat tries to move a little bit further over, it would connect him with the rock, so that was a bit cheeky. I mean, Kazna crew have the HP advantage here, nearly 2k HP more than Oops, but they are down a tank, so there is an extra gun in the game, and they have artillery as well, so realistically it's 5-on-7 at the moment.
Well, Milosh has taken the hill now, so that's a little bit of an advantage. You might be able to even see towards Diplomat. Camille's coming from behind. I hope he doesn't do the zero-line climb, but just goes. That's good. He's going to go from behind. He might get Nexus here, but Nexus should give him at least 1 or 2 shots before he comes close.
Whoa, huge shot in the face there from Nexus 782 as Camille comes driving down. Now, Call Me Piotr gets shot actually in return. 2 shots actually going into Call Me Piotr. As another one comes out into Camille there from Vala in the Kranwagen. Vala misses his 2nd shot. Milosh is looking for someone to shoot at the moment. Stefan's taking damage. Camille's taking damage. So is Insane for Oops at the moment. Oops are taking a truck ton. So is Kazna, but it's not going in Oops' favour. Kazna still have all their guns in the game. They're taking damage, but they have the HP to trade at the moment with Oops.
Oops is going down in this round. I mean, they lose Insane. They're going to lose Dechas on reload. Yes, they've done a lot of damage. Yes, but it's not going to be enough because Nexus is now going to come over and finish Camille.
Nexus then comes over, gets the kill on Cameo. All we have left is Decha, Seal on Spons in the dead zone. Only 20 seconds left in this match. Oops are on attack. Unless they do something miraculous and kill all the tanks from Kazna, they're going to lose this one as Kazna can successfully run out the clock and win this defensively, which means Kazna are going to be on match point as we get ready to go to Steps, which is going to be our 4th map of the day.
Yeah, Piotr, they're getting a little bit greedy, Spoin getting the better of him in the end, but doesn't matter. Kazna put himself here 4-2 after that lost round from Oops on the defense. I don't know why they feel the need to keep constantly going aggressive when they're defending this attacking round. It was well structured, but Camille really should have left that position a lot earlier. I feel like he wasn't really useful throughout the entire push. I know he can shoot the middle rotation and such, but Kazna, you saw what they did, just put the eyes forward to spot the cap, and that was more than enough.
Yep, they kind of ran out of tricks to do really, and they'd already taken a lot of damage before they committed to the push. A lot of the cap tactics that teams do depend on having HP to trade in those situations or to be able to bait in the attacking team, or defending team, sorry, to fight them, and just wasn't really, not really Oops' day today, is it?
No, it doesn't seem like it.
Let's have a look at the stats here. It was Nexus doing top damage in the Gorilla, 3.4, and picking up 3 kills. So certainly MVP of that round for his team.
Yeah, and then Decha, Silans, Durs, Spoing, Svefan, Piotr in that order. Yeah, if Camille went off earlier, he could have done the 0-line climb, perhaps, and such and such and such. Because if he does that, then he can start shooting Nexus, he can spot the RT, kill the RT. I think it's almost better than the A8 climb, but that's also, you know, again, depending on the fact that, you know, there's nobody from Kazna crew coming towards the middle, because if they do, then they can flank around towards B1, shoot the capper from behind. So it's like you know, it's a double-sided thing.
Yeah, I mean, Dead Zone last place, not really a reflection of the skill of the player. I mean, he got hit earlier on by artillery, had a dead gunner, so then it's hard to come back from that when you're in a tier 9 with a dead gunner. It doesn't have fantastic long-range accuracy because of that. I mean, that's just them's the breaks. I mean, he was unfortunate. He was effectively blind fired by artillery as well.
Yeah, so we are here now because obviously Ghost Town, both teams winning on the attack, then Cliff, both teams winning on the defense. Mines, Kazna crew picking up both, which puts us to Steps in a 4-2 lead where Oops will be defending as first. It's going to be 4-3 and maybe 4-4, but I'd say 5-3 Kazna now.
It's going to be, you just gave all 3 potential results.
Huh? I said it's going to be 4-3, and then it might be 4-4, but I still think it's going to be 5-3 for Kazna. That's just one potential result, Ryan. Okay.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I predicted Oops earlier on, I predicted Isuba earlier on, and I said Utopia just to disagree with you. But last night, it's just not, I can't predict anything anymore. Other than the night before, which means that's why you're wearing that bow tie. Let's have a look at the lineups here for Steps, and we can see the vehicles being used.
So, 4 Batshots, 113 Kranwagen for Oops on the defense, and then Kazna crew coming out. FE215B on the attack. Now, this is interesting. We'll have to see how they're going to use that one, because obviously a little bit more of a slow, heavy tank, a little bit more TPM, a little bit weaker than most heavy tanks on the distance as well, because he can easily be shredded through if he gets spotted in a bad location. Turret is located very far towards the back. It is a pick that is going to be interesting to follow and see where he goes. We'll have to pay attention to it.
Okay, it will be interesting to see how it's been used. We have seen them used before here on Steps, and we were just about ready to jump into the battle, but sadly there's been a slight technical gremlin.
These restarts are killing me.
Restarts, restarts, restarts. It's been a long day.
Hashtag blame
Wojtek.
Hashtag blame
TDZ.
Hashtag blame Wojtek. Randall's going to be so proud of me.
Hashtag. Because you're doing the hashtag? It's not happening. It's not happening. Yes, restart. Steps. No, yes, steps.
Yeah, we're
if it
still on
goes to
step. The
tiebreaker,
map didn't change with the
if
restart.
it goes to tiebreaker, then it's going to be steps again.
Maybe
How
just
much?
statistically.
How much will that affect?
We said
How much will
Kazna
that
hasn't.
affect Kazna?
Kazna Crew hasn't played steps. So how good are they going to be?
I have no idea.
They used to be pretty
But they
good on
could
it.
surprise us.
See, that always works. They were pretty good on it previously, like throughout the formats and such. But will they be good on it now? That is the question. We have to see if Oops can do it. I mean, with Kazna Crew not playing it, I'm changing it. It's going to be 4-4 tiebreaker. Oops win 5-4.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's jump into the action and find out, because the teams are ready and so are we. Kazna lead Oops 4-2. We're going to go to steps. And here we go. All the tanks are moving, which is generally a good symbol for everything here. Oops, red side are defending. Kazna Crew on the blue side are attacking. And there's Spoink already doing his usual mountain goating.
Yeah, nice form from Spoint there. He's quick, he's
Drifted
snappy, and he's going to get up very quickly. Uzna is probably going to go try and spot that out. Are they going to try and blind fire? Look at it, H. Are they going to try and blind fire? No. No, it looked like they stopped for a second, but Miloš here is going to be in a strong position with the 1-1-3 hold down. I don't know if this is a fight Kazna Crew is going to be able to win against that 1-1-3 in that position over there. Deja's pushing forwards as well. They want to catch the lineup from Kazna Crew before it comes close, and they've decided to turn around and get the heck out of there.
So, Kazna Crew retreating. Now, that first area that Spoink got to, that's exactly where Safarchik got to when he turned and came down in the previous round to go hard. For whatever reason, the call was made for him to come back down. Which was crazy, because it, probably cost him that actual round for him not being up there to do easy cap resets. Kazna Crew switching here, going for the middle Daki and using that road in the depression to mask their movement.
Yeah, he's not trying to check if somebody climbed on A2, but if he did, they wouldn't know about it right now. They'd have no idea that it's happened. The FE215 is going to be holding the southern side. He's going to be holding in H7. It's going to be interesting to see. Who's the Batcha backing him up there?
Betso is spotted at the moment in that FV, so...
It's Nexus, okay. Nexus is going to be holding
back
there.
in the team as well, Daki.
Yeah, Nexus has to be careful. He can be catched out, and so can Vetso. I mean, look at this Oops lineup. This is what I like. They could possibly catch out the FE215B and the Batchat if they do it right.
Okay, there's a shot potentially lining up onto Miloš here. Are they going to shoot? Is he going to take it, Nexus?
He should, because he's going to get spotted soon anyways. I mean, when they start pushing across the K-line. Oh no, they're actually backing off with most of the Kazna Crew tanks.
Now, Insane is spotted.
Miloš is running. Nexus is going to clip now.
Kazna coming back, and he's going to clip out into Miloš. Now, how many is he going to actually hit? He hits with the first one, misses with the second. Doesn't connect with the third. No, he holds it, but he takes 2 shots in return there.
Very lucky for
dead
Miloš.
driver. It looked like, nope, it had to damage something and immediately fixed it.
This is going good for Oops, you have to say it. It is as it is. Miloš only taking 1. Nexus paying for 2 is not going to be happy about that one. In the meantime, they forced again Kazna Crew. The rotation comes out. Most of their tanks go back to support towards Vetso, towards Nexus, because they were afraid. And yeah, good stuff from Oops. Now rotating back away. They just have to be careful that Kazna Crew doesn't decide to counter push in the south. Kamil needs to get out of there as well. He is doing that, exactly that, which is good, because obviously if tanks get spotted in the north, I would give Kazna Crew the advantage to retake that eastern side and punish anybody over there.
And Camille does get spotted as he backs off, but he does it safe. Now, Insane spotted by Isni, who misses with his shot. He'll hang around there for potential another one because he's not spotted yet. And will he connect with it?
Isni should be running right here.
Isni does connect with the second shot, 220. Oh!
That was close.
Chose to move at the perfect time as 3 tracers just went through exactly where Isni was standing.
This is really good from Oops, actually, in a sense that they're dragging Kazna left, they're dragging Kazna right. Now Kazna rotating once more back north. Deja does take a shot in his Kranwagen. That was Isna again. Well played. Isna, well played. But then in the meantime, Kazna Crew have lost 4 minutes for no real positional gain. Yes, they still have Nexus over there and Vetso, but
Kazna crew get to the top of the map, and what do Oops do? They start to move south again. And what do Kazna do? They start to go south again as well. Cap started here by Yizne, trying to force Oops into positional play. Yizne getting just missed there from shots coming in over, and you can see right now where everyone is aiming, and nobody's aiming directly at Yizne.
No, Yizne is safe right now in that capture circle, and the rotation's coming out again. I mean, Kazna crew has a good setup here to defend, actually, the capture circle, because Vetso is going to be so much HP to deal with for these bad shots, and they still need to get towards Nexus as well. Could be good. Ooh, Decha taking a punishment in his Kranwagen.
Deca took 2 shots in a row, and the Kranwagen now Insane's taking a shot on his Batchat as well, so Deca can't peek properly at the moment. If he peeks one way, then Stefan can get shots into him, and if he peeks the other way, Piotr and Haiba can get shots into him. As you see him at the moment trading with Haiba. Now Camille takes a little bit of damage as well, so Kazna crew just chipping away at the health of Oops. Nexus takes a shot there for Kazna crew, but damage and everything going in Kazna crew's favour at the moment as they're able to get the shots and angles onto Oops.
Insane failed over there though, so he's going to be in the open for Vets if he chooses to peek over. And Piotr trying to shield Isne here. Man, in the meantime, they're losing Decha. Could be all over by Cap. There's nobody from Oops in the vicinity, just Spoink.
15 seconds. Spoink is the only person who can potentially do a reset. There's nobody else nearby. Kazna crew might realise this and try and triple cap it. 8 seconds. Spoink, is up to you to be the hero play for your team. You have to get the shot connected. He sees Yizne. He's behind the building though. 1 second. Spoink is nearly. Oh, he hit the building. Spoink, mate, you just lost it for your team, and Kazna crew cap it. Spoink did not have the positioning there. He popped over the rails right in front of a building.
The one spot he peeks out, it's a building, and it's over, and it's Kazna crew. Wow.
Oh, wow. Rope-a-dope. That's like with Swift. Just, okay, and then suddenly, oh shit, we're nowhere near the cap circle.
Whoa, Ryan.
It's true though. That's exactly what just happened. They were out of position completely, and that must have gone through their head. Like,
family show?
What? I mean, what? It's like 10 o'clock at night or something. The kids should be in bed right now. And if you're in America, then I do apologise, but that's not the worst your children are going to hear from me.
But you know, like, oops, they did fine dragging Kazna crew across the map. That was fine. Kazna crew's setup was just to deny that entire south rotation. You have the FE215B there. He can shoot down anybody crossing over through the, we know where they send the RU to normally scout. He blocks that entire part. He can shoot the tanks crossing through the K line as well. When they saw Nexus, when they saw Vetso, when they saw Haiba, their best play, I think, was to push across the A line. Just to push across the A line because the Kranwagen was out of position, 113 was out of position, and the FE215B was out of position. Push the A line and go back to a normal defense.
Let's have a look at the stats there. Now, what I thought was amusing with when Spoink popped over and had the building right in front of them, you saw Yizne quickly realising it as well, and you could see Yizne.
Vetso playing for Oops, Decha playing for Potato.
Deca playing with Raging Potatoes.
Potato Tetos.
Potato Tetos.
Cameo for Ding. Clown Fiesta, boys.
Clown Fiesta, indeed. This just sums up this evening. Somebody needs to call a pest exterminator. We have a couple of bugs in the system right now. Yizne, watching Yizne scrabble behind the building there to cancel out the shot from Spoink.
I don't think he did that on purpose. I think
Spoink had to take the shot, and
I think they would have still lost that round though, even if Spoink resets.
Even if Spoink reset, I mean, it was done and dusted. Kazna, I think we're already.
I like these new acquisitions for Ding though.
Already going in. Ding for Milosh, Ding for Mainland. Yeah, it's a whoopsie behind the scenes, folks. We know it's wrong. We do apologise. But hey, it's a live show. Some things happen beyond your control. I mean, hey, the start of it. Look at that bow tie. Hey, how's it doing? What's up? The name's Pond, James Pond.
I'm like, what do you want, fool?
Now, we did have a little bit of a whoopsie at the start. I wasn't ready, you know, it happens. What actually happened, just to clarify what happened at the start, is I had a can of juice on the table. And obviously we can't have cans of juice on the table. Now, we have a little kind of ledge in front of us that I could have just put the can down into, which normally happens. And instead, I panicked and tried to put the can on the floor, which was completely the wrong move because then we weren't ready. And then when the camera cut, it was me popping back up from putting the can down. So, Them's the breaks. Now, post-match stats we don't have, sadly, because things are broken. And who knows what team anyone would be playing for, even if we did have the post-match stats. More people playing with potato tettos, I think.
Well, fairly certain Stefan, Nexus and such will be in the top. I mean, Nexus had some good rounds, even though he wasn't playing in some. So I expect those players there. Mainland having a decent game as well. He'll probably be within that top 10. I think Vets or Haiba. I think at least Haiba had a decent game as well. He had some good damaging rounds. So those are the kind of players you can expect into that top 7 positions.
Yep.
Hashtag thanks Daki.
Hashtag thanks Daki. Thanks Daki. Daki tank. Now, if you were playing along with the quest and you did complete all the requirements, that means you had a chance to get a premium tank. It does not mean you're guaranteed a premium tank, okay? So chill and chat. Don't get angry. You have a chance to get a tank. You're not guaranteed it, okay? Just to put that out, because I know how people in chat react. The winner was ragetime_switched_on. Congratulations, sir. You won the premium tank. Everyone else who completed the quest requirements, don't worry, you have a chance to do it in any of the future broadcasts as well.
There's plenty.
So chill. There's more than enough premium tanks. Okay, we only give one away a night. We have no idea how many people are going to tune in. But for the rest of the shows, I do believe there's going to be a premium tank available on each show. So there is multiple chances to get one.
Yeah. Well said, Ryan.
Well said. Also, raffles, raffle, any type of tank is not a command. Please don't spam chat with that. Cheers. Topadin.
Well, there's 2 things left to do, I think. Look at the standings, look at the schedule for next week.
Yes. Standings is going to be interesting because there's going to be a shuffle about in the middle of the table. We saw a shuffle about at the top of the table as well. Gohard were able to get
Gohard
2
get
points.
2 points, so
Yeah.
they go from 15 to 17. There might be some under changes. Suba just picks up
I think
3
Oops are
points.
still sitting in 6th place at the moment. But hey, let's look at the schedule first for Thursday, where we'll be back at 7 CET. I do apologise because it's not summer yet. So Swift against Oops and Ding against Kaznakru.
Yeah, interesting. Ding versus Kaznakru is going to be one hell of a match. Both of those. Looking forward to that, really. Looking forward to that, especially the second one.
Yeah, definitely. Every team right now, matches are full of surprises. We can't predict them. It's just...
Even post-match are full of surprises.
Yeah, there's surprises all over the place. Expect the unexpected, people, and you won't be surprised. But yeah. Now, standings, Daki. I have a feeling that Oops are going to have a really difficult season. It's not going well at all for
it's
them.
only the second round robin. There's lots of time for them to recover. I mean, they have to progress, keep working. Today against Kaznakru, they didn't have the best showing. But perhaps next week they'll have a good showing again. It's kind of dependent on a little bit on the day, the maps. Kaznakru came in on steps. Oops didn't seem to know what to expect. So they need to put that to a rest and think about the rest.
Yep. Well,
or
let's
think
have
about the next
episode. Let's have a look at the standings then, Daki, and see where things are.
So yeah, Kaznakru now joining Ding up there. I mean, Ding and Kaznakru have one less match than Gohard, so the standings could be, well, one of them has to go to 16 or 15 of that matter, or that, because they play against each other next week. So one of them is going to take that number 2 spot for sure. Utopia could be there as well. And then there is Oops currently sitting number 7, but really nothing is over. Yeah, Yusuba took 3 points today, but you know.
But Oops have a game in hand, so they can still potentially go further up the board.
They're only a few points down. It's 1 or 2 matches winning against the good teams. Like if they're, for example, next round robin beat Kazna, beat Ding, then they're on the top again. Anything can still change. The league is very close.
Yeah, I mean, Gohard are starting to get a little bit of a lead, but below that
can change as well.
Yeah, below that, everyone else is so close to each other. It's still wide open. It's still way too early to call who could be in that 1-2 spot, who can be in
much
playoffs.
Indeed.
All that can be said is that Gunrunners have a hell of a fight on their hands to get out of that last spot. And they've shown potential. They've shown potential against Ding, but
Now they'll beat Ding twice more.
looking back in that, how much of that was Gunrunners playing great or Ding playing terrible?
Both.
Both. Can't kill both.
I don't think they were shouting that much today because they didn't really get to those situations.
Indeed, indeed. Well, it's been a fantastic day of casting, even though we've had a couple of whoopsies in the system and a little bit of oops. It looks like oops could not do it again, and they were beaten today by Kazna. We've saw Isuba beat Gunrunners and beat them extremely well, and we've saw Gohard beat Utopia. So, yep, everything to play for all the teams. We look forward to welcoming you guys back on Thursday. Thanks very much for being our audience, and have a good evening.